Nora had just left the school when her phone rang. As she got behind the wheel of her SUV, she picked up the call. Sylvester's voice came through from the other end of the line. "Nora, where are you?" "Sylvester, I have something going on. I need to take leave." Sylvester replied desperately, "You can't leave. I'm getting close to retiring, and the director's position at the New York College of Traditional Medicine should go to you." Dean Shaw was on the line as well. "Dr. Athena, you're the most talented surgeon in the world. You're destined to hold a scalpel. Don't let him talk you out of it." "Shut up, Robert," Sylvester hissed. "It's my wish that she should take over as director." Robert scoffed. "Don't be unreasonable. It's a waste of Nora's talents to put her behind a desk." "How is it a waste of her talent?" Sylvester challenged him. "She can treat mysterious illnesses and contribute to the advancement of medicine. It would be a waste if you made her study alternative medicine." "You can't use your influence to get Dr. Athena to do what you want." As the two of them argued, Nora tried to interject. "Why don't—" The voices on the other end interrupted her simultaneously. "Nora, which one of us do you choose?" Nora leaned back against the headrest and sighed. "I'm so sorry. I went through a tunnel and lost my signal. Oh shoot, my battery is about to die too. We'll talk later?" She turned off the phone so they wouldn't be able to call her again. Their bickering had given her a headache. Nora pressed her palm to her forehead as she drove. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the Special Cases Department. When she entered the building, she noticed everyone seemed very busy. She heard voices streaming out of all the interrogation rooms and saw people locked up in the cells, waiting to be questioned. Nora walked straight into one of the interrogation rooms, where Morris was waiting to welcome her. He was still wearing his jacket and leather boots, and his long legs made him look very capable and masculine. Nora pulled her admiring gaze away from his frame and met his eyes. "Which interrogation room is Truman in?" There weren't enough rooms for everyone, but she knew that an important member of a mysterious organization like Truman wouldn't be kept waiting in a cell. She was so curious about the man. They had been exchanging messages for quite a while, but she still knew little about him. When she asked about Truman's location, Morris's expression froze. He lowered his gaze as he said, "I didn't catch him." His admission puzzled Nora. She had clearly heard him rushing into the hotel through her earpiece when she was at the university. How could they not have caught him, she wondered. As she tried to gather her thoughts, Morris continued. "Truman wasn't in the hotel. We only caught a group of bodyguards. When we got there, we realized that he had only been on a video call with them." Her mouth creased into a frown. "When did he escape?" Morris shook his head. "I'm not sure. I was there to personally keep an eye on him, but I didn't see him leave. He may never have been there in the first place." Nora wasn't surprised by his conclusion. Truman seemed to be a high-level member of the organization. He would have been smart and cautious to prevent being captured. It had been a few days since he had checked into the hotel. If she had been the one in his position, she would have changed locations too. She sighed. "What a pity." "It's not a pity," Morris said. "We still captured multiple people involved. The bodyguards have all come into contact with sensitive information. We just have to get them to tell us what they know." Nora nodded, her brows furrowed in thought. When she turned her gaze on Morris, she saw him looking at her intensely. He seemed like he wanted to say something but was holding back. She asked, "What is it?" He hesitated briefly before answering her. "We caught someone you know." "Who?" she asked in surprise. "Caleb Gray." When Morris said the name, her mouth popped open in surprise. She asked, "How did they catch him? Are they sure he's related to the mysterious organization?" When we rushed into the hotel room, Caleb was talking to Truman. The way they were talking made it seem as if Truman trusts him. They seem to both be involved in the organization, Morris explained. We still don't know Caleb's role, and we don't want to torture him, but he hasn't said a word since he was arrested. Nora was about to speak when the buzzing of her phone interrupted her. She glanced down at the screen to see a message from Truman. I lost this round, but Caleb's health is fading. He has medication on him that needs to be taken on time. Make sure he gets it, thank you. He spoke to her as if they were in league together. She replied, Why should I help you? Truman wrote back, Didn't you want to ask me some questions? If you take care of Caleb, I will answer them for you. When she read his offer, her eyes narrowed. She clenched her jaw as she asked the question that she most wanted to know the answer to. Before I help you, answer me one question. How did I get pregnant? She could tell that he was desperate, and she didn't think he would lie. She needed to know the answer, and she would stop at nothing until she had it. After Nora sent the message asking her question, Truman replied, Give him the medicine first. Of course, he had to bargain with her. She turned back to Morris and told him what Truman had asked her to do. He was silent for a moment as a look of deep thought flickered across his face. Then he nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go give him his medicine. They went down to the storage area and found the medicine that had been taken from Caleb when he was detained. Nora studied the label on the bottle. It was a medicine to treat coughing and clear the lungs. She opened the bottle to examine the medication inside. She crushed a pill, smelled it, and then tasted it. Finally, she nodded at Morris to confirm that it was fine. He took Nora to the interrogation room. The door and walls were made of metal to prevent the inhabitant from escaping. Morris pushed open the dark iron door with a loud creak, and Nora stepped in behind him, seeing Caleb seated at the table. He had placed his hands on the table in front of him, and his head was lowered. When he heard the door opening, he didn't look up. Morris closed the door, cutting off any noise from outside, and Caleb broke out into a coughing fit as he held a tissue to his mouth. When he pulled it away, there were traces of red blood splattered on the white tissue. His loud coughs reverberated against the walls, making the room feel even smaller. Nora filled up a paper cup from the water dispenser beside the door and took it to Caleb. She placed the medicine on the table in front of him and then handed him the cup. Still looking down, he took the water and looked at the medicine, his hands trembling slightly. Thank you. It was the first thing he had said since he was arrested. You're welcome, Nora replied. His fingers stilled as he looked up at Nora with hesitation in his eyes. Then he put a pill between his lips and took a swig of water to wash it down his throat. After he swallowed the pill, he drank the rest of the water in the cup, a new round of coughing bubbling up his throat. Nora took the cup from him and refilled it, handing it back to him. As Caleb took the cup, his gaze lingered on Nora's slender, fair fingers. He took the cup, but avoided meeting her eyes. She was confused by his reaction, but then realization dawned on her. If they acted too familiar, it might arouse the suspicions of the Special Cases Department. That was why he had been deliberately cold to her. She sat down in a chair on the opposite side of the table. Morris sat down beside Nora and took out a notebook and pen, preparing to take Caleb's statement. Mr. Gray, can you tell me about your relationship with Truman? Caleb stifled a cough, but it wasn't as intense as before. The medicine and water had begun to take effect. He eyed the two of them warily. I don't know what you expect to learn from me. I have nothing to do with Truman. Morris replied coldly. If that's the case, why would he text Nora asking her to give you medicine. A person like him doesn't care about the lives of others, but he wanted you to get special treatment. Truman was cold-blooded. He had already killed several people. After Nora had defeated Victor, he had been arrested and died in his cell. Truman had given Hillary the drug, and she had died from the pain. He had even killed Yvonne. Now his bodyguards were being tortured in all sorts of ways, and he didn't care. But for some reason, he cared about Caleb's health. Caleb looked between Morris and Nora in disbelief. Then he said with a trembling voice, "Don't make any deals with him." His voice was pleading and desperate. Nora and Morris glanced at each other, communicating with their eyes that they had achieved their objective to get Caleb to speak to them. Morris asked, "Why?" "He asked Nora to give you your medicine and promised to answer her questions. That doesn't sound like a bad deal to me." Caleb began to wring his hands. He locked eyes with Nora as he said, "Listen to me, please. Don't make any deals with him." "You should be more concerned about yourself," she replied. Caleb took a deep breath and then said in a deep, powerful voice, "Ms. Smith, Captain Ford, you don't have to waste your effort on me. I won't tell you anything. You can torture me." A flurry of coughs interrupted him, erupting violently from his throat. It was unbearable to watch. When the coughing subsided, he said, "My broken body is already riddled with problems. I'm not afraid of pain, so your torture will be useless against me. Of course, you can try." Nora and Morris glanced at each other as Caleb continued to cough. They could see how miserable he was and how brutal his coughing fits were. He was already in enough pain. They didn't need to inflict any more on him using torture. He might not survive if they resorted to those means. Nora walked over to Caleb and kneeled beside him, pressing her fingers to the thin flesh at his wrist. Caleb started to pull his arm away, but Nora was too strong, and he scowled as she held on. "You're wasting your time," he said. "If I thought it was possible, I would have let you treat me a long time ago." Nora held her other hand up to shush him. "Be quiet." Alternative medicine practitioners hated it when patients moved or talked. It was essential for them to be calm. Her command surprised Caleb, but he stayed silent and let her focus on his pulse. A minute later, Nora opened her eyes wide, and Caleb retracted his hand to cover his mouth with the tissue beside him again. Because he held back his cough, his mouth tasted like blood. He let out a shaky breath, and red droplets sprayed onto the tissue. He didn't look good despite the medicine he had taken. Morris asked Nora, "How is he?" After he had learned that she was Dr. Zabe's student, Morris trusted her medical skills even more. She hesitated for a moment, thinking about what to say, when Caleb spoke first. "It's late-stage lung cancer, I already know." She studied him with alarm and concern, but he smiled. "I knew about this illness before I returned to the country. That's why I haven't asked you to check me out. It's a hopeless cause. There aren't any good drugs to beat it." Nora's mouth tightened in a firm line. Caleb coughed again and wiped the corner of his mouth. "You don't have to look at me like that. I know I won't live past 30. He knew he only had a few months to live, but lung cancer was a very torturous disease, and dying could be a relief from the suffering. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. Nora nodded at Morris, and his expression instantly darkened. They needed answers, but he wasn't going to torture a dying man. He turned to the guard at the door. "From now on, send someone in to give him his medicine every day." "Yes, sir." Nora stood up. "Mr. Gray, get some rest." Morris opened the door and Nora started walking toward it. Right before she walked through the open doorway, she heard Caleb's voice behind her. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Nora turned around. "Okay, tell me." He pressed his lips together for a moment before saying, "There may be some stones better left unturned. The truth can be cruel." She clenched her fists. "What do you mean?" He lowered his head, refusing to say anything else. Nora left the interrogation room with a head full of questions. She walked into the lobby with Morris and took out her phone to send a message to Truman. He took the medicine. "Do you need me to send you a video to prove it?" Truman replied, "No need. I did what you asked. Now you have to answer my question." Truman didn't reply as quickly this time. Nora waited for 5 minutes, clutching her phone tightly, willing a message to come through. When she saw his answer, her eyes widened in shock. Nora stared at the message on her phone screen, her mind buzzing at the revelation. She had imagined countless possibilities and guessed at all kinds of situations, but she was unwilling to believe what Truman had told her. It was artificial insemination. Artificial insemination. The words glowed like a neon sign inside her mind. If that was true, that meant that someone had come into her room while she was asleep and inseminated her without her consent or knowledge. Why is everything in my life a conspiracy against me? She wondered as she clenched her fists tightly. Morris was also looking down at Nora's phone. Since Truman was involved in the mysterious organization's case, Morris had been observing their chats the entire time. When he saw the reply, he looked over at her in surprise. He had thought that Nora and Justin had decided to have children together because they were in love. He was baffled by the truth of the situation. Nora's fingers gripped the phone even tighter, threatening to crack the screen. She clenched her jaw, but her face was expressionless. Morris could feel the anger emanating from her like heat from a radiator. From the first time he had met her, it seemed like she had a calmness that couldn't be affected even if Mount Everest collapsed in front of her. It was as if nothing in the world could faze her. Eventually, he also learned that she was very skilled in alternative and modern medicine. She was an extraordinary person, but she was still human. At the thought of this, Morris took a step back and decided not to look at her messages anymore. He didn't want her to feel even more embarrassed and indignant. Nora felt the rage building inside her. She had been working hard to learn all kinds of skills and knowledge since she was young. She had never been afraid of anything, but she had never imagined that she had been a pawn in someone else's game her whole life. Deciding to have a child should have been her choice, not something that was forced upon her. As she seethed, Morris said, "It will take some time to interrogate everyone. You don't need to be here for it. Why don't you head out?" Nora pulled herself from her spiraling thoughts and nodded. "Okay." She pocketed her phone and walked toward the door. After Nora walked away, an agent came up to Morris to report their interrogation progress. "These people have nerves of steel. They haven't said anything yet." Morris frowned. "Interrogate them again." The agent sighed. "Our interrogation methods are advanced, but they don't seem to be enough. But I've heard about an operative named Black Cat who has an interrogation method that can make criminals spill everything." Before Morris could reply, Brenda appeared out of nowhere. She said, "No matter how powerful Black Cat is, he's not in our department. We can't use him. Let's go see what we can do on our own." Morris's gaze flicked to the door, and he watched Nora walk out. He found himself with an ache to go comfort her, and walked to the door to catch up to her. When he reached the door, he looked out the window and saw a tall man standing in front of Nora's car in the parking lot. Morris stopped in his tracks. Nora lowered her head and stormed through the parking lot to her SUV. She took out her car keys and hit the button to unlock the doors. When she got closer, she saw Justin leaning against her car, silently watching her. He had his back to the sun, and his black suit made him look capable and accomplished. His dark eyes were drinking in the sight of her, and the mole at the corner of his eyes moved as he smiled. Nora was stunned to see him. "What are you doing here?" Justin opened the driver's seat door and slid in behind the steering wheel. Nora walked around to the passenger seat and climbed inside. He started the car before answering her. "I'm here to pick you up from work." They sat in silence for a few minutes before Justin sensed her fragile emotional state. "What's wrong?" She clasped her hands together in her lap. "I know how I got pregnant back then." He jerked the steering wheel slightly, but then asked calmly, "How did you get pregnant?" Nora noticed his relaxed expression and pursed her lips before saying, "Artificial insemination. The night you lost your memory, you must have been taken by someone and..." She didn't say the rest, but Justin understood. Nora and Justin's lives had been messed with, and they had been treated like pawns. She had expected him to be furious when she told him. He was a lot like her in that he resented things he couldn't control and did not like to be schemed against. Unexpectedly, Justin's expression remained calm, and his response was casual. "Oh, what a pity." She was so confused by his reaction and was trying to figure out what it meant when he added, "It's unfortunate that you didn't get pregnant naturally." She frowned as she asked, "You're not angry?" "No," he replied. At a red light ahead, he stopped the car and turned to look at her. He smiled warmly. "I've never been interested in how you got pregnant. I only know one thing." Nora was stunned. "What?" "I'm very happy and grateful that you're the mother of my children. I'm even thankful to the person who schemed against us." She crossed her arms in front of her in frustration. What kind of thinking is that? We were tricked and basically assaulted. Justin just shrugged. "I don't know what to say. I know it was a terrible thing, but it brought us together." The light turned green and he started driving again, his deep eyes staring at the road ahead. All he could think was that if the two of them had not been manipulated, he might not have ended up with Nora in his life. Ian and Joel were sitting on the sofa at the Smiths' Manor, anxiously waiting for news from the medical university. The matters over there had just been settled, but the reporters hadn't released any news yet. Nora's phone was switched off again, so they didn't know what was going on. The butler walked in and then announced, "Mrs. Hunt is here." Ian grimaced in response to the butler's announcement. "What?" Mrs. Hunt walked into the room and smiled at him. "Hello, Ian. I'm here to talk to you about the marriage between Justin and Nora." Ian pursed his lips. "Why would they get married?" She smirked as she sat on the opposite side of the sofa. She held her nose high in the air as if she were royalty. "Nora has caused so much trouble and decided to participate in some debate at the medical school today. I heard that Dr. Zabe sent his most capable student to the school. I'm afraid she won't get any benefits this time." Ian and Joel glanced at each other, their eyes filled with worry. They had already made plans to handle the matter, but when Nora found out about it, she had told the two of them not to worry and that she had a way to stop them from interfering and ruining her plan. They believed that Nora had the ability to handle it, but they couldn't help feeling a little worried. "Are you sure Sylvester's last student has gone there?" Joel asked. "Is it the one who treated someone based on reading their pulse through a curtain?" When Nora was young, she had come to New York with Henry and had gone to look for Sylvester. someone questioned the ability of his last student, and he had let Nora take someone's pulse through a curtain. Her actions returned his fame and respect to him. Although Nora had never traveled around New York, the fact that she was Sylvester's last student had caused her skills to be recognized by the alternative medicine world. When they heard that Sylvester's student was going to attend, Joel and Ian became worried. Mrs. Hunt smiled. Yes, that's the one. So, I'm afraid Nora is in trouble this time. I wonder if your family has prepared some follow-up public relations plans. We can't let her become a nuisance to the medical community, can we? Also, I heard that many people at the school are proposing to remove her from her position as an external professor. If that happens, she may have to go overseas. Her words seemed to be filled with concern for Nora, but they also held a certainty that Nora wouldn't be able to get through the predicament. You don't have to worry about any of this. It's our family's business, said Ian. Mrs. Hunt grinned. But I have a suggestion that might help her avoid getting into trouble. Joel and Ian exchanged glances. They both knew that there was no way the old witch would help them without expecting something in return. Joel narrowed his eyes as he asked, What is it? Mrs. Hunt didn't register his unhappiness. If she marries Justin, the combined influence of our families will protect her. The men sat in silence, processing her suggestion. She continued, In the past, our families had an engagement agreement, and now that Justin and Nora are interested in each other, we can nudge them to agree to get married. Once she becomes a member of our family, no one would dare speak against her. She clapped her hands together in delight. It's mutually beneficial. Ian, you won't reject me this time, right? She smiled so widely that the wrinkles around her eyes stuck together. Ian sneered. Why are you so quick to assume that she'll lose? Don't you have any confidence in her? Mrs. Hunt replied, It's not that I'm not confident in her. I'm just more confident about the last student of Dr. Zarbe. We don't care about the differences between alternative and modern medicine. If she can treat illness, she's a good doctor. But did you know that the last student of Dr. Zarbe developed the Zarbe Corporation's calming pill? At the mention of the pill, Ian and Joel's expressions twisted. Yvonne had spent a lot of money to buy the pill, but she had not given it to Ian, who had needed it more. Instead, she had given it to Mrs. Hunt to curry her favor. Joel had been furious, and later, when Ian had fallen ill while at the Hunts' home, he had used the pill. It was as if he had taken back what should have always been his. Just as he was about to say that he would pay a high price to buy the calming pill, he heard her say, That pill is a priceless treasure, but it can't bring the dead back to life. However, at a critical moment, it's still useful to save lives. When my sister-in-law had a cerebral hemorrhage, the family doctor said that there was no hope, but I gave her that pill and she recovered. Mrs. Hunt was full of praise as she said, The person who created such an amazing medication has to be a highly skilled physician and a master of alternative medicine. How much of a chance does Nora have of winning against someone like that? Joel and Ian were uncertain. If Nora won the debate, people would find a way to say that she had been lucky, but they knew she had true expertise. The worst outcome would be that they would be mocked if she lost. If Dr. Zarbe's student showed up, would Nora really lose? As they sat there mulling it over, the butler spoke again. Sir, someone from the Anderson family is here. Ian hurriedly said, Please send them in. Simon and Melissa shuffled into the room, and Simon looked around anxiously. Where's Nora? Before Ian could reply, Mrs. Hunt said, You heard about her too, huh? You must be anxious. She hasn't returned yet. She might have lost the competition and her reputation. Simon was surprised to hear this. Lost the competition? How could she have lost? Cheryl called us just now to tell us that she won. Mrs. Hunt paused, and then went on dismissively. How is that possible? I received news that Dr. Zabe's last student went there to participate in the debate. How could she win against them? Simon gave her a strange look. Do you not know who his last student is? Mrs. Hunt sneered. It doesn't matter who it is or what family they're a part of. It's a conflict between alternative and modern medicine. Unless Nora is actually his student, she has no chance. Mrs. Hunt had just finished speaking when Simon smiled knowingly. How did you know? Mrs. Hunt was confused. What does he mean? She wondered. She thought back to what she had just said, and realization dawned on her. It can't be, she thought. Ian and Joel were also stunned as they gawked at Simon. The sound of a car stopping outside could be heard from the entryway. Then, Nora and Justin walked into the living room and looked around at the shocked faces. Nora's gaze swept past Mrs. Hunt and stopped on the Andersons. She called out in surprise, Simon, Melissa, what are you two doing here? Simon welcomed her with a smile. We came to see you. What other surprises do you have that we don't know about? You're Dr. Zabe's last student? As soon as he said this, Ian almost stood up from the wheelchair, but his legs softened and he let his body fall back against the chair. Mrs. Hunt was more shocked than any of them. She jumped up and grabbed the butler's hand. Then she looked at Nora and Simon with wide eyes. What did you say? She's Dr. Zabe's last student? That's right, Simon smiled. When Cheryl called to tell us, I couldn't believe it. His eyes went a little misty as he added, Yvette's medical skills have a successor. Nora, you must continue to learn from Dr. Zabe and try to surpass him. Melissa playfully pushed him and grinned. What are you talking about? I think she already is better than him. Simon nodded in agreement. He took out a tissue and wiped his tears. Then he turned his gaze lovingly on Nora. You've brought redemption to our family. I should have expected it of Yvette's daughter. Melissa said, Yes, you're outstanding in both alternative and modern medicine. You've really surprised us. What else are you good at? Nora chuckled softly. If they only knew, she thought. Then she said, Oh, it's really not a big deal. Cherry ran up to Nora and tugged on her arm. Mummy, don't you know how to hack too? Simon was taken aback. Oh, you know programming too? She rubbed the back of her neck and shrugged. A little. She heard a loud laugh from behind her and turned around to see Justin's shoulders shaking as he tried to suppress his laughter. Yes, just a teeny bit. She glared at him and motioned for him not to say anything. Simon smiled. It's okay. If you like it, you can treat it as a hobby. You don't have to be an expert. You don't need to be the best at everything. Yes, there are specialists in every field, Melissa agreed. The two of them looked at Nora with glowing approval. While the rest of them chattered around them, Ian noticed Mrs. Hunt's shocked expression. Why are you so agitated over such a small matter? Nora just happened to create the calming pill that just so happened to save your sister-in-law's life. You should be happy. Mrs. Hunt felt like she had been slapped in the face and was speechless. Joel's lips twitched, but he didn't want to start anything. He said pleasantly, Yvette was exceptionally talented. How could the child she gave birth to be any less capable? Nora's intelligence and genes are strong. Now no one will dare slander her. I'd like to see who in New York would look down on her. Mrs. Hunt's face turned even redder. Simon raised his chin as he said proudly, "Nora is just as exceptional as her mother. Good luck to anyone who tries to say otherwise." Mrs. Hunt couldn't let go of her anger. She jabbed the walking stick in her hand onto the floor as she said, "She can't compare to Yvette. After all, Yvette didn't have 2 children. No matter how good Nora is, some people will still be calculative about bringing her down. I think it would be better if she was with the children's biological father." Ian frowned, and Justin's face darkened. "Grandmother." The old lady smiled. "All right, don't get upset. I'm done talking. I just heard that the Smiths were looking for a son-in-law a few days ago, but I haven't seen many people coming to offer their services. The only one who came is that Blaine character. Look, wealthy families still care about this." An awkward silence expanded through the room. Mrs. Hunt's words were very true. There hadn't been any suitable candidates come to seek Nora's hand in marriage. Not everyone loved the fact that she already had children with another man. Another servant rushed into the room and interrupted the silence. "Sir, something has happened. A group of people has gathered outside, and they say they're here because they want to marry Miss Smith." Amid the silence in the room, Ian suppressed his emotions and tried his best to appear calm. He said, "Very well, let them in." The butler nodded and left the room. When he went out, the atmosphere in the living room became uncomfortable. Everyone looked at Mrs. Hunt. Mrs. Hunt frowned. She had repeatedly been forced to eat her words that day, which she had found very embarrassing, but she wasn't ready to admit defeat. She looked out of the window and said, "Well, that does make sense. News that the Smiths are advertising for a son-in-law has been spreading for a few days already, so there will be people calling on you who are dreaming of rising up through the social hierarchy. People like that will just be after your money. Many men want to sponge off of rich wives." She nodded thoughtfully, saying to herself, "Yes, that must be the case." Melissa stepped forward, smiling. She was wearing an elegant dress and looked far younger than her years. She said softly, "Mrs. Hunt, how are you so sure that they're all intending to leech off of the Smiths when no one has even come in yet? Given how outstanding Nora is, there will undoubtedly be a lot of men coveting her for herself. Not all of them are going to be good men, and I reckon that situations like you've just described will definitely exist. But don't worry. Nora's marriage is very important to both the Smiths and the Andersons. We'll be making sure we look for someone who is good enough for her, so you don't have to worry about that." Previously, when Mrs. Hunt had invited Melissa to visit, she had adopted a very arrogant attitude. Melissa had taken care over everything she said and did, but even at that time, she had carried herself with grace and poise. Now that she had the Smiths' support, Melissa was even more confident. Her voice was polite and gentle as she said, "Of course, Yvette also had a ton of suitors back in the day. It was only after careful selection that she finally picked Henry Smith. As the apple of the Smith's eye, Nora will no doubt do even better. Besides, given how strong Nora is and how she already has children, she doesn't have to rely on a man. Times have changed. I heard that Ms. Hunt herself announced a few years ago that she doesn't believe in marriage. Loads of people sang her praises and said that she was really heroic and ahead of her time to speak out. So, I think we should let Nora make her own decisions. If she's in a good mood and finds someone she likes the look of, she can try dating him. If she really doesn't take a fancy to anyone, then that's that. The Smiths and the Andersons are more than able to support Nora financially, not that she needs it. Besides, with Nora's medical skills alone, she is one of the most eligible women in New York." Every word she spoke was justified and well-founded, and they made Mrs. Hunt choke back her own words for a moment. Mrs. Hunt took a deep breath and finally said, "Well then, let's see if there's anyone she likes." Just then, footsteps arrived outside the door, and the butler was heard saying, "This way, please." Everyone looked expectantly at the door. Mrs. Hunt had initially thought that there might be 2 or 3 visitors, so she was staggered when more than a dozen people entered the room. On top of that, every single one was a married lady from one of the many wealthy families she often socialized with. Mrs. Hunt was dumbfounded. The lady leading the way was the wife of the director of a big government organization. As soon as she entered, she looked straight at Nora, took a step forward, and held out her hand. She said, "You must be Miss Smith, right? Oh my, look how pretty you are. You look just like Yvette did at your age. No, I think you're even prettier than her. I heard that the Smiths are looking for the perfect partner for you. What do you think of my eldest son? He's a lawyer, and you two would be a good match." Nora didn't even have a chance to draw breath. The lady was so enthusiastic that she didn't quite know how to respond. At this point, another lady stepped forward. She smiled and said, "Don't listen to her, Miss Smith. Her eldest son is indeed a lawyer, which means he's terribly busy. He won't be able to find time to accompany you anywhere. My son, on the other hand, has much more free time. He's the president of a company which pretty much runs itself. I've got some photos of him here on my phone. Would you like a look? There's also my son." Everyone flocked toward Nora, who had never witnessed anything like it. Moreover, she had never enjoyed small talk, so she was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Recognizing her predicament, Melissa kindly walked over to Nora. "Ladies, Nora's mum passed away early. If there's anything you need to know, you should talk to me instead. I may be her aunt, but I'm just like a mother to her." Nora breathed a sigh of relief. She quietly took a step back, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you, Melissa. Please excuse me, everyone, while I go and get a change of clothes." After that, she bent over and picked up Cherry, who had slipped behind Melissa and was straining on tiptoes to try and look at the photo of the handsome guy on the phone. With Cherry safely in her arms, she went straight upstairs. Cherry said, "Mummy, I don't need to change. Let me stay with Great Aunt Melissa. I miss Great Aunt Melissa." Nora laughed. "I don't think so. I think what you miss are all those photos on the ladies' cell phones, right?" Ignoring Cherry's request, she headed for her bedroom. On the way, she ignored the plea for help in Justin's eyes and merely raised her eyebrows at him. "Good luck," she said. Justin exhaled. Downstairs, Mrs. Hunt stared at the roomful of influential women. These ladies were some of the most famous in New York. They were rarely all seen in the same place, so how come they had all suddenly arrived at the Smiths' home that day? Seeing everyone else had gathered around Melissa, she grabbed the arm of Mrs. Lovell, who hadn't gone over yet, and asked, "Mrs. Lovell, I have to ask, you do all know that Nora already has a child, don't you?" Mrs. Lovell looked at her and smiled. "Of course we all know that, Mrs. Hunt. But if Miss Smith didn't already have a child, how would my son possibly have a chance with her?" "What do you mean?" asked Mrs. Hunt. Mrs. Lovell explained, "My elder brother wanted to marry Yvette Anderson back in the day. With her good genes and her good looks, the offspring she gave birth to would definitely have been both smart and good-looking. Unfortunately, only people like Mr. Smith and Mr. Hunt were deemed worthy of Yvette. Families like mine stood no chance at all. But things are different now. Since Miss Smith already has a child, everyone hopes she'll lower her expectations a little." Mrs. Hunt was silent. Mrs. Lovell lowered her voice and said, "Think about it. Yvette was considered to be amazing back then, yet her daughter has outdone her. Not only is she the top surgeon, but she's also the person standing at the very pinnacle of alternative medicine. If someone like her marries into my family, I'd hope to enjoy a long life. Besides, the children that Miss Smith gives birth to will be very smart, and could seriously improve my family's gene pool." Mrs. Hunt stared at the people in front of her in a daze, finding all this rather unbelievable. "Don't any of you mind that she has given birth before?" Mrs. Lovell smiled. "Of course not. Having such a clever person connected to them will definitely be a help to any family in the future." Unbeknownst to them, Justin had entered the room and was listening in, open-mouthed. His posture suddenly stiffened as he considered the implications of Mrs. Lovell's words. Upstairs, Nora didn't get changed. After putting Cherry onto the couch, she picked up her cell phone and sent another message to Truman. Who plotted my artificial insemination back then? Although she had been inexperienced at the time, she hadn't been totally naive. It would have been very difficult for anyone to trap her. Now she thought about it, Justin had taken charge of the Hunt Corporation by then. He had had bodyguards with him whenever he was out. So just who exactly were these people? How could they have done this without anyone knowing? Truman didn't immediately reply to Nora's message, so after staring at her phone for a while, she tossed it aside and went to take a bath. While she was in the bathroom, Cherry and Pete had a chat. There were identical frowns on their little faces. Cherry said with dissatisfaction, "Pete, Grandpa is introducing boyfriends to Mummy again." Pete was about to comfort her and tell her that it was okay, when Cherry asked enviously, "When will Daddy find me a bunch of young men?" Pete gave a startled splutter. "What?" He had thought that Cherry was worried that their parents would be separated, but it seemed that really she was just feeling jealous. She's hopeless, he thought. Pete began to smile as he looked thoughtfully at the bathroom door. He put down the book in his hand and slowly walked out. "Mr. Smith, when I knew I was coming here, my husband told me that he had competed with you for a vet all those years ago. He had to accept his defeat then, but I expect your daughter to show my son some courtesy this time. At the very least, let them meet and see if they get along with each other." Seeing that Melissa was surrounded, one lady shifted her focus to Ian instead. His usually stern countenance was filled with smiling pride at the moment. In the past, everyone had banned any mention of Yvette Anderson in front of him. No one dared to mention her name in case it upset him. Now, however, hearing her name filled him with pride. He smiled and replied, "Of course." Justin was horrified. He felt upset that there was nobody who would speak up for him and glanced at Mrs. Hunt resentfully. The elderly woman looked very awkward and embarrassed. She stood there with her hands on her walking stick, looking like she wanted to speak with Ian, but feeling too unsure of herself to approach him. Justin sighed inwardly. His father had run away from home with his mistress when Justin was only 5. His mother had then left, and she had never returned. His grandmother was the one who had brought him up, so he had a great respect for her. He couldn't be cross with her. He knew he needed to bide his time. Given his grandmother's skill at making trouble within the household, if she continued to be dissatisfied with Nora, he was afraid that she would not make life easy for her. Justin's plan was subtle. He had allowed his grandmother to keep making trouble for the Smiths, so that she would keep being rebuffed by them. It was only after she had been snubbed that she would realize how strong and powerful Nora really was. Only then would she be truly convinced Nora was good enough for him. That way, when Nora married Justin, his grandmother wouldn't make things difficult for her. For now, he simply stood there without saying anything. Someone pulled at his sleeve. Justin lowered his head to see Pete standing by his leg, gently tugging his arm. When he saw he had his father's attention, the boy asked loudly, "Daddy, aren't you worried that someone will snatch Mummy away?" Justin raised his eyebrows. He realized that everyone around them had stopped talking and were looking at both father and son in surprise. Mrs. Lovell voiced the question they were all thinking. Daddy? Mummy? Mr. Hunt, what does he mean by that? Before Justin could say a word, Pete piped up, Nora is my mummy. Everyone looked at Ian and Mrs. Hunt with puzzled looks on their faces. A piece of the puzzle clicked into place in Mrs. Hunt's head. She quickly covered her surprise and said with a smile, Well, it's clearly time to announce something to everyone. Ms. Smith is our little Pete's biological mother. Pete and Nora's Cherry are twins. So in other words, Cherry is also one of the Hunts, and we won't be asking anyone else to take care of them. Everyone looked at Justin, who stared back impassively. Mrs. Lovell was the first to recover. So, are we to understand that Mr. Hunt and Miss Smith are in a relationship? Just how serious is this relationship? Mrs. Hunt nudged Justin. Justin looked at Ian. Sure enough, the man was frowning deeply. Justin looked back to Mrs. Lovell and replied, I am still trying to woo her. His words made Ian's frown relax. Mrs. Hunt, however, was a little mad. Justin, she scolded. He glanced at her but said nothing. The other ladies in the room also relaxed a little. The director's wife spoke. Oh, you're still wooing her. Then that means our sons still stand a chance. It's just that, I wonder, well, how do you feel about all this, Mr. Hunt? Mrs. Hunt took a step forward. She wanted to tell them that anyone who tried to pursue Nora would be going against the Hunts. If she said that, it would definitely force some of them into retreating. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, Justin replied calmly, It's a fair competition. Mrs. Hunt felt as if her breath was caught in her chest. She sat down on the couch with an undignified bump. Melissa heaved a huge sigh of relief as the last of the ladies who had come over to propose their sons for marriage left. Pete looked at Justin and wagged his finger at him, saying, Daddy, you're so useless. He had deliberately come downstairs and called them Mummy and Daddy to try and help Justin out, and he was disappointed by how weak his father had appeared. Justin, however, raised his eyebrows as he said with a smile, It's the wrong tactic to try and drive them all away, even if they curry favor with Mrs. Anderson or your grandfather. Puzzled, Pete asked, Then, what's the right tactic? I need to convince your mummy. As always, Justin focused on the crux of the matter. As long as Nora was willing to be with him, even if Ian opposed them being together, it would be okay. As Pete watched his father leave, he thought maybe Justin was the better schemer after all. When Pete returned upstairs, Nora had finished her bath and was now lying on the bed reading a medical book. She was still researching how to cure Quentin. Her cell phone beeped. Hoping that Truman had replied, she picked up the phone and took a glance. The message was from Justin. I will do my best to woo you. Whatever happens, I promise I won't use the children to hold you hostage. Nora's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Her anger and frustration at finding out that she had fallen victim to someone's ploy seemed to have disappeared. When Nora woke up the next morning and went downstairs, she saw Carl in the living room. He was following behind Tanya and asking, Can your wedding celebration be brought forward by 2 days? How about holding it tomorrow? Tanya was confused. Everything's already been booked. We can't change the date just because you want to. Besides, the schedule's already tight. Why do you want to change things now? Is there something wrong? Carl looked a little anxious, but he replied, No, it's fine. Everything's fine. He scratched his head. I guess I just feel a little nervous, so I want to get everything over and done with sooner. Tanya became angry. If you're too busy with something else, then you can leave. To be honest, it doesn't matter if you attend my wedding or not. Carl hadn't fulfilled his duties as a father in Tanya's life, and their relationship had been difficult right from the start. Carl hurriedly waved her words away and said, "No way. It's fine, really. I will definitely be there at your wedding. I'm your father, Tanya." She snorted and walked off to continue her preparations for the wedding. However, deep down, she still felt uneasy. Carl followed her. She suddenly looked at her father and asked, "Is something the matter with your company?" In order not to worry Tanya, Carl and Joel had put their heads together and made up a story. They had told Tanya that Carl was the CEO of a company which was listed abroad. They didn't intend to let her know about his more dubious activities. Carl said seriously, "Nothing's wrong, really. Besides, what could be more important than my daughter's wedding? Don't read too much into a stupid question. If you don't want to change the wedding date, then we won't change it. There's nothing for you to worry about, honestly. All you need to do is turn up like the beautiful bride you will be." Tanya breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Okay," as she continued to study her list of preparations for the celebration. Carl sat on the sofa next to her. As a gentle smile formed on his rough face as he watched her concentrating, his phone vibrated inside his pocket. When he answered, his expression changed. He stood up quietly and walked out of the living room. Nora was in the kitchen, taking out bread and milk from the refrigerator. She was about to make breakfast when she saw Carl walk through the room. She immediately noticed his reaction. Putting everything down on the counter, she followed him out. Carl looked serious as he spoke urgently into his phone. His voice was very low as he said, "No, I can't leave now. I promised Tanya that I would attend her wedding, so I have to be there. You don't have to say any more. You guys go back first. Don't worry about me." He ended the call. When he turned around, he was startled to see Nora standing in front of him. Nora looked at Carl steadily and asked, "Have you met with some kind of trouble?" Carl laughed. "No, of course not. What makes you think that? Don't be ridiculous." Pushing past her, he walked back into the living room. As he went, he was typing a message on his cell phone. As Nora stared at his back, she thought of something. She picked up her cell phone and switched to Black Cat's account. Sure enough, she saw a message from Carl. "Help, Black Cat." Nora replied, "Just come straight to the point if you have something to say." Carl sent another message. "If something happens to me in the future, please do me a favor." Nora narrowed her eyes. "What is it?" she typed. "Protect my daughter, Tanya." Nora asked, "What's happened? If you don't tell me, I'm not going to help you." No matter what happened, Nora would always take good care of Tanya, but she wanted to force Carl to tell her the truth. A short while later, Carl replied, "I trust you, Black Cat, so I'm leaving Tanya to you." Nora frowned. The Assassin Alliance was an illegal organization, and most of their crimes were committed abroad, but the Alliance was very loyal. Most of the commissions that Carl had accepted were requests for revenge. He never indiscriminately killed the innocent. This was also the reason why she was willing to stay in the organization. Carl might seem like a goofball and act like a gangster, but he was, in fact, an intelligent and meticulous man. The organization's assassins had never taken any lives in the States, so what was going on? Seeing that Carl was refusing to say anything, Nora decided to call Black Panther. Black Panther was Carl's #1 assistant and one of the bodyguards who had returned to the States with Carl after his last trip. After she became famous as Black Cat, Black Panther had wanted a name like hers, so he had changed his name. Nora had been speechless at the time, but he hadn't cared that he was treading on her toes. If anyone in the organization called him by his original name and not Black Panther, he got angry. So in the end, he had got his way. Using an app to change her voice, when Black Panther picked up, she asked, What's happened to Carl? Black Panther sighed. It seems like he's gotten himself into trouble. He didn't tell me anything about it, just told us to leave the States as soon as possible. But he's insisting on staying. Nora frowned and said, You guys should leave then. Even Black Panther wasn't aware of what was going on. Just what had Carl done? While she was wondering about it, Tanya's voice came over from the living room. Nora, where are you? Come with me to try on my wedding dress. Nora walked in and saw Tanya buzzing with excitement. They worked overtime to alter the wedding dress I chose, and it's done now. I also customized your bridesmaid's dress. Let's go and try them on together. Nora glanced at Carl. Even though he was trying his best to maintain a calm demeanor, his brows were locked together and he kept looking down at his phone. Tanya walked over to the door. Then she looked back at Carl and asked, Do you want to come with us? Carl's eyes lit up and he smiled and said, Yes, for sure. I want to see you in your wedding dress. Tanya smiled happily and said, Okay. Did you drive here? Joel is heading over from the office and we're meeting at the bridal shop. Carl replied, I did. My car's right here, so let's go. Dad's taxi will take you there. Nora and Tanya sat in the back seat. Tanya was sitting right behind Carl, so she couldn't see his expression. But there was something she wanted to say to him, something she had never said before. She had never had a father in her life. She had always been envious of Hillary having a father who protected her. She stared at the seat in front of her and suddenly said, Thank you, Dad. Her words took Carl by surprise. Tanya turned and looked out the window. To be honest, when I was a child, I always wondered what would happen when I grew up and got married in the future. What would I do if I didn't have a father to give me away? I've always known that Uncle Jones would never do it. Carl's jaw tensed with emotion, and then he grinned and said, Well, now you don't need to worry, Tanya. After saying that, the look in his eyes became firm and resolute. Tanya smiled contentedly. Yeah. She felt an unprecedented happiness wash over her. She had found her daughter. She had found her father. Her relationship with Joel had also returned to what it had been in the past. It seemed like she had everything she had ever wanted. Nora's gaze, meanwhile, was fixed on Carl's phone. Although she was in the back seat, she could clearly see the text messages on the screen, all of which were messages from Black Panther, urging Carl to meet them and leave right away. They had sourced a helicopter and were ready to go. But after glancing at the text, Carl turned his phone off. The atmosphere became tense. Nora took a deep breath. She had concluded that Carl was probably not being pursued by unknown enemies. As the leader of the Assassin Alliance, he had killed so many bad guys that there would eventually be people chasing him for revenge. But there was no way Carl would put Tanya in danger. So after ruling out that possibility, what exactly was happening? While she was thinking about it, they arrived at the bridal shop. After parking the car, Carl followed Tanya into the shop and they went upstairs. A member of the staff brought the wedding dress over, and Tanya went to try it on. There was also a dedicated makeup artist there to put on some simple makeup for her. Downstairs, Joel was looking at a row of suits. While he was picking some out, he looked over at Carl and suggested with a smile, Carl, why don't you pick one too? You can wear it at the wedding. Carl's gaze swept over the suits. In the end, he picked out a dark red one. Tanya's wedding will be a joyous event. I'll wear this one. Joel nodded happily. Nora sat on a couch outside the fitting room and waited. A short while later, Carl walked out in the red suit. As he adjusted the jacket, he asked nervously, Does it look good? Should I get this one? Nora smiled and replied, Yeah, it does, and you should. Just then, the bridal fitting room's curtains were pulled open, and Tanya stood there, in a pure white wedding gown. When she saw Carl, she raised her eyebrows at the suit. Then, she smiled and stretched out her hand to him. Seeing how beautiful she was, Carl's eyes shone with tears. He raised his hand, but when he was about to touch Tanya, he hurriedly retracted it, took out a piece of tissue from his pocket, and wiped his hands meticulously. At the sight of how nervous he was, Nora laughed. Was this man really the person who dominated the underworld? Her cell phone rang. When she answered, she heard Morris's voice. He said, "We've made one of them talk. It turns out that they entered the country with someone's help. We've found his accomplice." Nora took a deep breath before she asked, "Who is it?" As the question left her mouth, she heard footsteps rushing up the stairs. Morris appeared first, followed by several plainclothes officers. They pointed their guns at Carl and shouted, "Carl Moore, you're surrounded. Put your hands above your head." Nora's head whipped around, and she looked at Carl in disbelief. Carl seemed to have seen this coming. His hand, which he had just wiped clean, stayed frozen in midair, reaching towards his daughter. He turned his head to Morris and said calmly, "All right, I'm not gonna resist. Can I change my clothes, though? I haven't paid for the ones I'm wearing right now." Carl's hands were raised when he spoke. He stood between Morris's gun and Tanya, using his body to shield her, as if he was afraid that things might go badly. Morris looked at Nora. She nodded slightly at him. Only then did Morris say, "Change here." "Okay." Carl took off his suit and folded it neatly. He wanted to pass it to the member of staff next to him, but the guy was so scared that he was trembling. Carl passed the clothes to Joel. Joel was staring at him with a frown. "Carl?" It's fine. Carl patted Joel's hand lightly. "It's just a misunderstanding. It'll be fine." Joel's jaw tensed up and he looked at Morris. He was about to take a step forward and say something, but Carl put out his arm and stopped him. He shook his head. Then, without daring to look at Tanya, he said in a low voice, "Take good care of Tanya and Mia, Joel." He reached into his pocket. "Freeze!" a plainclothes officer yelled at him. Carl immediately raised his hand. He looked at the officers again and said gently, Don't get worked up. I told you I won't resist. I'm just getting my wallet." Morris nodded again. Carl took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to Joel. Joel was surprised. "What's this?" Carl smiled. "My wedding gift for the two of you." Having passed the card over, he held his hands above his head and walked slowly toward Morris. Before he reached him, Tanya suddenly asked, "Dad? What's the matter? What's going on?" Carl looked back at her. He was still smiling and his voice was comforting. "I'm fine, I really am. Don't worry. Just stay calm and prepare for the wedding. I'll come back on your wedding day. I promise that I will personally give you away." Tanya's eyes were full of tears. Dressed in the white wedding gown, she looked innocent and pure. The sight of her made Carl smile. Morris put away his gun at this point. He took a step forward, took out his handcuffs, and cuffed Carl's wrist. Only then did everyone else relax. When the investigators had discovered that Carl was the accomplice, everyone had been very nervous. Logically speaking, it should have been very hard for them to catch such a big fish. He had had sufficient time to escape, but he hadn't. And Morris had thought they would be in for a fierce battle, but it hadn't happened. Carl had surrendered surprisingly quietly. The officers looked at one another, disbelieving. Even when Carl was brought into the car downstairs, they all still felt that things had progressed too smoothly. Upstairs in the bridal shop, it was only after Morris had left with his men that Tanya seemed able to speak. She stared straight at Joel and asked in a trembling voice, Will he be okay? Carl and Joel had lied to her that Carl was a businessman, but Tanya was no fool. She knew ordinary businessmen did not get arrested at gunpoint in bridal shops. Joel took her hand. Let's go home first. Get changed, then I'll drive us home. I'll find out what is going on. Tanya nodded. While they were talking, Nora had already left the shop and followed Morris. The plainclothes officers escorted Carl into the armored car, and Nora turned to Morris. Are you sure it's him? She asked. As far as I know, Carl never involves himself with domestic affairs. Morris nodded. We've already looked into it. When Carl came back to the States, he returned with the group. We hear that they were also the ones who arranged for Truman Yale's departure. That's why we didn't notice him go. Truman had left the country silently. No one knew where he had gone. Nora hadn't seen this coming. But if Carl was the one who had done it, then everything else started to fall into place. She frowned and looked inside the car again. Sending a person out of the country wasn't something that would be any easier for the Assassin Alliance. But no matter how she looked at it, Carl didn't seem to her like someone who would be connected to the mysterious organization. Seeing how concerned she looked, Morris said, We're just taking Mr. Murr back with us to assist us with our investigation. Once I have any news, I'll let you know. Nora nodded. However unlikely it seemed, she knew that Carl had most likely done it. Without sufficient evidence, Morris and the others would never have arrested him at gunpoint just to assist with an investigation. After Carl was taken away, Nora picked up the phone and dialed Black Panther's number again. Black Panther answered on the first ring. What's the matter, Black Cat? Nora asked. Did you guys bring a few outsiders into the country when you came back to America? Black Panther seemed surprised. Then he asked, Is it because of them that the boss is in trouble? Nora's heart sank. That confirmed her suspicions. Her jaw tensed and she spoke through gritted teeth. What exactly is going on? Black Panther sounded anxious. I knew something would go wrong. When the boss said he wanted to come back to the country, I felt like something wasn't right. Then he said he was here to look for you, so I didn't think much about it. But when we were leaving, I discovered that he had brought a few people with him. Those people didn't look like good news to me, so I tried to persuade him not to do it. But the boss didn't listen to me. He even told me not to be nosy and said it had nothing to do with me. But look what's happened. Just who exactly were those people? Nora couldn't disclose that information, so she didn't answer him. Instead, she asked coldly, When did the Assassins Alliance start taking on gigs like this? Black Panther sounded guilty. I know. We shouldn't have done it. It's not like we needed the money. What should we do now? Should we come back at once and save the boss? Nora stopped him at once. This is the United States. It's not a place where you guys can mess around. Stand down and wait for news from me. With Carl arrested, Black Cat became the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Black Panther knew that, so he replied, Understood. After hanging up, Nora stood outside and thought for a while. When Joel and Tanya came out, she told them to go home. She got a taxi to the Special Cases Department, intending to have a good chat with Carl. When she arrived, Morris was already done interrogating him. When he saw Nora, he shrugged and said, He's already confessed. Nora was incredulous. What? She walked straight to the interrogation room. When she opened the door, she saw Carl sitting there. Nora sat down opposite him and asked directly, Carl, if you want to attend Tanya's wedding, then tell me, where is Truman Yale? Carl looked at Nora. If I say that I don't know, will you believe me? Nora was taken aback. Why wouldn't you know? Carl sighed. I really don't know how he left the country. I was only responsible for bringing the group into the United States. After we arrived in the country, we went our separate ways. I didn't involve myself with them after that. Nora frowned. She wanted to give Carl a chance to redeem himself, but from what he was telling her, it really was him who had brought the group into the country. Carl continued, It was me who was responsible for forging the documents and for bringing them into the country illegally. I'm willing to be punished for it. These were comparatively small charges, so he would probably be sentenced to prison for just a few years. Hearing Carl confessing to his crimes so readily, Nora asked, As far as I know, the Assassin Alliance never takes on jobs like that. Why did you agree to do it? Carl looked relaxed, although his muscular body dwarfed the tiny chair, making it look as if it would collapse at any moment. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the tattoos on his arm. He was the very picture of an underworld criminal. He grinned. Because they offered me a lot of money, that's why. Why else? Before Nora could say anything, Morris interrupted. He said, Mr. Murr, as far as I know, they only gave you $1.5 million to bring them into the country. Others might be tempted by that amount, but considering you're worth a few $100 million, why would you be interested in the job? You'll have to give us a more convincing reason than that. Otherwise, you're giving us reason to believe that you're more closely involved with the gang. Morris's suspicions were well-founded and, as much as she wanted to, Nora couldn't refute them. Carl sighed. It really was for the sake of the money. People like me don't have any boundaries. Bringing a few people back to the country was easy money compared to most jobs. You want to know how I've got a lot of money? That money was slowly accumulated job by job. I've worked hard for it. I'll say this, though. I've never killed anyone in the United States. You have no right to arrest me for anything other than this one job. Nora looked at him, her body tense with frustration. She knew that Carl wasn't telling the whole truth. In the eyes of outsiders, the Assassin Alliance was indeed an underworld organization. If they were offered money, they would take the commission and carry out the killing. However, she knew that the Assassin Alliance had boundaries. The Alliance had an unwritten rule. They would never kill Americans. Not least because they didn't want to get criminal records in the States. That rule had been set by Carl, which suggested that the man had feelings for his country. A few hours ago, Nora would have said that Carl had already made up his mind to retire to the States. Yet here he was, saying that he was willing to do anything for any amount of money. She didn't believe him. Before returning to the States, Carl had been completely unaware that he had a daughter. In the organization, he had often advised others to just have enough money to spend. He often warned them, don't get too caught up in greed. Besides, even Black Panther could tell the gang was problematic. Carl would surely have been able to see it too. Something was definitely wrong. Nora stood up suddenly, nodded to Morris, and left the interrogation room. Since Carl refused to say anything, then she would investigate this herself. She didn't believe there was any mystery in this world that Q and Black Cat couldn't solve. There was a strange car parked outside when she got home. Puzzled, she walked toward the living room. Before she even got close, she heard Jill's voice coming from inside. I knew he was a bad person. He was already covered in tattoos when he was young. It was obvious from a glance that he wasn't a reliable man, but I didn't expect him to be a vicious criminal. And now he's been arrested. Well, he really deserves it. What goes around comes around, I always say. The way I see it, he can forget about ever getting out of prison. Tanya's voice was firm. No one knows what the truth is or why they arrested Dad. I don't appreciate you talking that nonsense. Talking nonsense? Jill's voice instantly rose. Tanya, do you have a conscience or not? Are you still calling a murderer like him your father? If I were you, I would never acknowledge him." Nora frowned. She was about to enter the living room when Jill's current husband said, "Tanya, don't hold it against your mother for saying these things. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news. If even a small family like the Joneses have heard about the incident, then I'm afraid all of New York probably knows by now. Having a father like Carl, even if you excuse him, will have an impact on your life. I mean, won't Joel mind? The Smiths have a reputation to uphold." He paused for breath before continuing. "What's more, your wedding is in 2 days. Surely you need someone to give you away at the wedding, right? That's why we're here. Your mother is still your mother. How can she just stand by idly and watch you be married without someone to give you away? So we've already discussed this between the two of us. Since you grew up with the Joneses, why don't you get married as a Jones instead?" Nora was infuriated. She pushed open the door, but as she entered, she heard Tanya's voice. "Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, thank you for coming, but really, I'm not worthy of your kindness. Please leave." She called out to the butler. "See these guests out?" The butler came in. "Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, this way, please." Mr. Jones got up quietly, but Jill shouted angrily at Tanya, "You're making a big mistake. What we're suggesting is all for your own good. We've made a real effort for you here. Don't you dare throw it back in our faces." Tanya turned her back on them. When she didn't speak, the butler said firmly, "Mrs. Jones, if you refuse to leave, then I will have to call security." "Don't touch me. I can leave by myself." Jill glared at Tanya. Suddenly she said, "By the way, don't the Smiths have a real estate project that they're looking to partner up for? You should approach Yeet Enterprises. Remember to tell Joel to talk to them soon." Tanya was confused. Why should I? Jill screamed at her. "Because I took $300,000 from them. I'm your mother. You have no choice but to acknowledge it. And since I've already taken the money, you, as my daughter, need to sort this out. I've written them an IOU in your name. If you don't get Joel to work with them, then they're going to come after you for the money." Jill was beside herself now. "You'd better think carefully about what a father like yours will bring you. The Joneses may not be as rich, but we've never broken the law. I'd advise you to think about your situation very carefully." Tanya felt exhausted. She stared at Jill before asking, "Why are you treating me like this?" "Why?" Jill pointed at her and ranted. "You caused Hillary's death, so you owe us. You have to pay back Uncle Jones and let him support the family. Otherwise, for as long as I live, I will never stop harassing you and making life difficult for you." Tanya forced herself to stay calm. No matter what, her parents were the ones who had given her life. Jill was her mother, so however much she wanted to right now, she couldn't harm her. Previously, Jill had held back from coming over and making a scene because Carl had intimidated her. But now that Carl had been arrested, Jill had immediately seized her chance. "Get lost," Tanya yelled at her. "Get out, now." Jill slowly walked toward the exit. "Don't forget what I told you, and remember to tell my fantastic future son-in-law. Also, do remember to let me know when Carl's sentence is passed. There's a good girl." Tanya was so furious that her chest was heaving up and down, but she bit down the angry retort and kept quiet. Nora shook her head. Stepping forward to enter the room, she bumped into Jill. Jill snapped at her, "Are you blind?" But when she saw it was Nora, she swallowed the curses on the tip of her tongue. She muttered under her breath as she went out with Mr. Jones. Nora watched them go with a cold look in her eyes. Then she took out a miniature earpiece and put it in her ear. When she had deliberately bumped into Jill, she had planted a bug into Jill's cell phone. Nora could now use Jill's phone to listen in on her conversations. She wanted to hear what Mr. and Mrs. Jones would say after they left. Jill's completely different attitude toward her two daughters, Hilary and Tanya, had always puzzled Nora. If a mother could love her daughter as all the mollycoddling and spoiling suggested Jill loved Hilary, then how could she possibly be so callous and hostile toward her other daughter? There must be something in the past that she was unaware of. She turned on the earpiece and eavesdropped on the couple's conversation as they left the house. The Joneses had only just gotten into the car. Only their breathing and the sound of the car starting and moving could be heard. For a while, neither of them spoke. As Nora listened in on them, she went upstairs. Tanya was holding her head and she looked worried and anxious. Nora glanced around and asked, "Where's Joel?" "He went to ask Dad what happened." Tanya raised her head and stared blankly at Nora. Puzzled, she asked, "Nora, my father, is he really a bad guy?" Nora's jaw tensed up and she sighed. There are no so-called good guys or bad guys in this world. Neither is there true good or evil. When she was a child, she had abhorred evil. But as she had grown up and come into contact with more and more things, her many identities had also come into contact with a lot of different kinds of people. Only then had she gradually come to understand. In this world, no one was strictly evil or good. Take, for example, Jill. To many, she was a villain through and through, but to Hilary, she had been a good mother. Then there was Carl. He had a lot of blood on his hands, and he was fierce and menacing, but in Nora's eyes, he was quite likable. Tanya, who hadn't received the answer she wanted, hung her head once more. After a while, the landline rang. The nanny picked up the call, listened, and then she turned to Tanya and said, "It's Mrs. Sue Smith?" Tanya frowned. Before she could say anything, Nora went downstairs and answered the phone. As soon as she answered, Sue said, "Tanya, has your father really been arrested? Oh my, is that horrible man finally going to be brought to justice? How delightful. Did he really think he would get away with going around shooting at innocent people? The uncultured fool." Nora couldn't bring herself to listen any further, so she got straight to the point and asked, "What exactly do you want?" It was only then that Sue realized that it was Nora on the phone. Surprised, she said, "Nora? Well, all the better if it's you. I tell you this, Carl Moore is an absolute villain. Now that he has been arrested, they'll never let him out. We've already asked around. It's said that he committed murder. You need to tell Joel to divorce Tanya as soon as possible. Samuel insists, and he's quite right. The Smiths mustn't have a murderer's daughter for a daughter-in-law. It would be horrible if news of this were to spread." Nora frowned deeply. "Are you a police officer?" Sue choked. "What? Of course not." Nora said, "That's lucky. Otherwise there would have been a lot of innocent people thrown in prison based on rumors and gossip." Despite being dissed, Sue didn't get angry. She said, "Oh, Nora, I know you're on good terms with Tanya, but she's not a suitable match for our family. News of this incident has already spread in New York. People are saying that Jill was right to leave Carl Moore all those years ago, and that Tanya is choosing to include a criminal as family. She should be repaying the Joneses for their kindness. How can she abandon them just because she has climbed up the social ladder? Isn't that just too cold-blooded? She's so ungrateful." "I'm hanging up," said Nora. Sue said quickly, "Wait, don't hang up just yet. I'm talking business here. Do you know who's spreading the news? It's Jill. She's deliberately telling everyone until the whole city's talking about it. Think about it. Even if Tanya does marry Joel, is there anyone in New York who would respect an ingrate like her?" Nora hung up huffily and shoved the phone back onto its hook. As soon as something had happened to Carl, an all too eager Jill had immediately started dragging Tanya's name through the mud. The woman was too much. Nora lowered her gaze. Right at that moment, through her earphone, she finally heard Jill and her husband talking. Mr. Jones said, "Falling out with Tanya won't benefit anyone. Can't you just mend fences with her?" Jill's voice was very shrill. "Why should I? I feel like killing that little swine the moment I see her face." "That's enough. You have to change this attitude of yours. It's going to get you into trouble someday." Jill scoffed and said, "Well, what do you care? You've never suffered at her hands. Of course you don't mind her, but I do. All you ever talk about is the past. Why can't you just let it go and move on? Don't talk about it anymore. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Smith will come to know of it?" "What are you so scared of?" Jill asked. "We're in our car. All these years you've never wanted to talk about it. Well, I want to talk about it, and I'm going to." The couple's voices traveled through Nora's earphone, and through their argument, she slowly learned the truth of what had happened all those years ago. She was utterly stunned. One could say that she had experienced a lot over the years, but even so, she had never encountered anyone as villainous as Jill. Her jaw tensed up and her brows knitted together in a tight frown. While she was listening, Lily returned. A guest room had been prepared for her. Every once in a while, she would come back, take a day off, and rest. After all, she was terribly busy. Not only did she have to take care of old Maddie, but she also had to take care of Quentin. She stretched and entered the house. After stepping into the hall, she looked at Nora and said, "Dr. Athena, long time no see." Nora stared at her. Suddenly, she pulled out her earphone, coughed, and asked, "Lily, are you busy?" Lily gave Nora a quizzical look and said, "Boss, are you about to ask me to work on my day off?" She really had just come back for a rest. This was the only day off she had taken this week. Nora, however, got to her feet. From her pocket, she retrieved a small plastic bag containing a few strands of hair. She had plucked them from Jill's head when they had collided just moments ago. The hair follicles were still attached. Lily stared in astonishment, and then she grinned. She felt like she was close to getting accustomed to this sort of thing by now. She asked, "Whose DNA do you want me to check this time?" "Jill's and Tanya's," replied Nora. "Got it." They had done quite a few DNA tests for Tanya by then. Lily already had records of her data, so she didn't need any more samples. She took the sample from Nora and headed ruefully toward the door. As she did, she said, "Boss, you really have to give me a pay rise." After watching Lily leave, Nora turned and went upstairs. That evening at dinner, Joel returned home. He looked soberly at Tanya and said, "I've gotten someone to ask around. Carl didn't do anything serious, so he'll probably be out of jail after 2 or 3 years at most." Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. 2 to 3 years of jail for a criminal really wasn't that long. She had been worried that Carl would be imprisoned for life. She turned to Joel and said, "If you can pass him a message, tell him that I'll be waiting for him when he gets out." Joel nodded. Nora, who was seated nearby, listened to them and felt that Joel had proven himself rather capable. The Special Cases Department handled matters with a very high level of confidentiality. On top of that, Morris was a tough nut to crack, no matter what kind of attitude one took with him. It was extremely difficult to find out what was going on within the department. Yet Joel had found out after just one afternoon of inquiry. This showed that the Special Cases Department wasn't entirely impenetrable. Next to Tanya, Warren and Maureen were eating with their heads down. Perhaps because of Carl's incident that afternoon, the couple didn't speak, even though they were usually the ones livening up the atmosphere at mealtimes. However, if one were to look at them closely, they would see that Maureen had a furious look on her face. Warren was smiling ingratiatingly at her, but she had turned away and was ignoring him. Nora didn't notice that there was something wrong with the couple because she was preoccupied with her thoughts of Jill and Tanya's DNA test. She wanted to verify the truth of what Jill had said in the car. After dinner, Joel turned to Tanya and said, "When I was getting someone to ask around about Carl today, I had the chance to meet with him." Tanya was taken aback. Joel was quiet for a while before he sighed and said, "He wants us to carry on with the wedding as planned. He asked us not to delay it because of him." Tanya bit her lip and lowered her head. "He's thinking too much. Why would we cancel the wedding because of him?" Nora glanced at Tanya. She knew that her best friend was being stubborn again. She had heard Tanya call the hotel that afternoon to cancel the wedding banquet. When the hotel had told her that the deposit was non-refundable, she had even snapped at them impatiently and said that they didn't need to refund her then. "The wedding should indeed carry on as planned," said Maureen suddenly. She sounded a little stiff, but one could faintly hear the concern in her voice. She continued, "For some reason, news of what's happened has spread everywhere, and the city is abuzz with rumors. My family even called today to ask about it. If the wedding is cancelled, those unaware of what's going on will think that Joel has become unhappy with Tanya. Also, people are already speculating that the wedding will be called off." In reality, the things that people were saying were far worse. "The Smiths will never accept a murderer's daughter. I heard that her family is a gangster. A long time ago, he forced Jill into a relationship with him. He's a violent criminal. Thank God he's been arrested. Like father, like daughter. Tanya wouldn't be any better than him. If I was her, I would be too ashamed to marry Mr. Smith." "You just wait. The Smiths will come up with some kind of excuse to cancel the wedding. After all, if they hold such a lavish wedding now, it will look really bad when they get divorced." The speculation and rumors were running rampant, and Maureen's family had relayed them all to her. Soon enough, Tanya would be living in New York as Mrs. Smith. She couldn't possibly be like Justin's mother and lock herself up in a villa in the suburbs all day, never going out or socializing for the rest of her life. They couldn't let Tanya be looked down upon. Otherwise, she would be dogged by controversy and conflict. Upon hearing what Maureen said, the group discussed the issue. In the end, they decided that the wedding would continue as planned. After the discussion had ended, they all went upstairs. Tanya and Joel went together, as did Maureen and Warren, one behind the other. Nora trailed behind them, lost in thought. A minute later, Nora sat on the couch, her hands flying about on the keyboard of her laptop at high speed. She now understood what was going on with Jill. However, she had to figure out the truth about Carl too. She intended to investigate what exactly had happened when Carl had left New York all those years ago. Seeing Nora hard at work, Pete, who was lying on the bed, sent a message to their father. "Something has happened. This is a good chance for you to impress Mummy. Why aren't you here?" Pete frowned and heaved a huge sigh. He was simply so mentally exhausted. In order to reunite the family, he felt that he was shouldering too many responsibilities all by himself. His father was usually so smart, yet he wasn't making use of such a great opportunity to impress Mummy. With her cell phone in her hand, Nora hacked into a system. She already had a vague suspicion and was just there to verify it. But the moment she accessed the system, she was obstructed by a master hacker. The two of them went back and forth. Even after a few rounds of conflict, neither of them could beat the other. However, perhaps because the other party was part of the security system and thus held an advantage on their home turf, Nora was temporarily at a disadvantage. The other hacker opened a chat channel and asked straightforwardly, "Who are you?" Nora thought for a moment and replied, I am XYZ. XYZ was Justin's hacker handle. He wouldn't hold it against her if she borrowed his name. After all, Justin was very powerful, whereas her identity as Q had already been exposed to quite a few people. After sending the message, she asked, "Who are you?" The other party was quiet for a while before they finally replied, "I am Q." Nora stared at her screen in confusion. Nora stared at the screen for a while before she realized something. Well, that makes sense, she thought. Out of the few known hackers in the world, who else besides XYZ can compete with me for a few rounds? Justin hasn't shown up all day, despite learning what has happened to Carl. Evidently, he has the same suspicions as me, so he's also hacking into the system in the middle of the night. The corners of her lips curled into a smile. Just because Justin had hacked into the system first, she had thought that he was someone from the inside. Just then, her phone rang, and when she answered it, Justin's low and deep voice came over the line. "Are you planning to let me take the rap again?" She thought back to when the two of them had first met. Every time she had done something with one of her identities, upon being discovered, everyone thought that it was Justin who had helped her. She hadn't wanted to reveal her identity back then, so she hadn't refuted it. However, the two of them hadn't been familiar with each other then. She had even felt a little embarrassed allowing him to take the blame. As for then, had she already become so used to it? She coughed and changed the subject. "What did you find?" Justin, who sensed her awkwardness, let out a low chuckle and said, "Nothing. There isn't any information about Carl in the system." She was surprised. She murmured, "Something's off." As she spoke, Justin stopped obstructing her and she entered the system. When Carl had gone to Switzerland more than 20 years ago, he had actually sneaked into the country illegally. Therefore, there was no record of him purchasing air tickets or leaving the United States. However, before Carl had illegally entered Switzerland, he had been a gangster in New York. While he was dating Tanya's mother, he had committed a crime and ended up being arrested. That was why he had broken off contact with Tanya's mother. So, how could he not have a criminal record? Justin said, "I've already checked for more than 3 hours. He really doesn't have a criminal record." Nora took a deep breath. "I see." She exited the system. There were only two possible reasons for Carl's lack of criminal record in the system. The first was that after Carl had made a name for himself, he had engaged a hacker to infiltrate the system and delete his records. After all, he was part of the Assassin Alliance. The less others knew about him, the better. Then there was a second possibility. His records had been transferred away, so they weren't on the internet. But why had they been transferred? That was what Nora had to investigate next. She said into the phone, "Okay, I'm hanging up now." She would go to the Special Cases Department to speak to Carl the next day. But before she could hang up, Justin said resentfully, "You're so heartless." She paused, puzzled. "What?" He sighed. "You throw me away the moment you're done using me." Nora didn't know how to respond to that. She hadn't done anything with him. Instead of thinking up a reply, she hung up. Her cheeks were a little red. What kind of nonsense was that man spouting? At the Hunt residence, Justin, who had been busy at his computer for more than 4 hours, had come up empty-handed. However, he smiled, shook his head, and went to bed. He fell asleep very soon after he had lain down, but he had a strange dream that night. In the dream, it was 6 years ago, and it seemed like someone had drugged him and knocked him out. In the dream, he awoke and realized in his drowsy state that he was with a woman. He couldn't make out much detail, but in his daze, he thought he saw a pair of almond-shaped eyes. Justin woke with a start. His eyes flew open and he stared in puzzlement at the ceiling. In truth, he couldn't remember a thing about how his sperm had been taken 6 years ago. In his whole life, that was the only instance he had of a total memory loss. That night was, and had always been, a complete blank. But the dream had seemed very real. So real that it was as if he had actually experienced it. He wondered if the memory of that night was finally coming back to him. The next day, when Nora woke up, she planned to head to the Special Cases Department to ask Carl what exactly was going on with his criminal record. However, the moment she went downstairs, she was faced with a living room full of people. They were coming and going busily, and Tanya was sitting on the couch, looking around at them all with a numb, blank expression on her face. Maureen, however, was busy greeting the wealthy ladies who were visiting them. Most of them had come to ask if the wedding was still going ahead. When they heard that it was still on, they started to give Tanya their wedding gifts on the pretense of friendship. Maureen had found someone to make a note of the gifts and their senders so that Tanya could return the favor later. Seeing how bothersome the situation was, Nora frowned. She suddenly didn't feel like having a wedding of her own anymore. How boring it must be to just sit around on the couch while a bunch of people pretended to be your closest friends. They weren't even speaking to Tanya. She might as well have not gotten out of bed. But perhaps she was thinking too much. She didn't have many friends in the States anyway. It was different for Tanya, who had grown up in New York. With that in mind, Nora went down the stairs and sat next to Tanya. She said, teasingly, "To think you said that you didn't have any friends." "Do you count your kindergarten classmates as friends?" asked Tanya. Nora frowned, bemused. Tanya smiled wryly and said, "I really don't remember any of these people. We were in kindergarten together. How could I possibly remember anyone from when I was 5 or 6 years old?" Nora instantly understood. These people were trying to ingratiate themselves to the Smiths by claiming friendship with Tanya. She scowled disapprovingly. At this point, the butler hurriedly walked in and said, "Miss Nora, Miss Tanya, I'm afraid I have bad news. Mrs. Jones is here again. She's crying at the gate because we refuse to let her in." Nora and Tanya glanced at each other. The butler sighed. "We want to drive her away, but with so many people coming and going today, it won't reflect well on us if people were to notice. How would you like me to handle this?" Nora's scowl eased. She had intended to find an opportunity to spill the beans about Jill and Mr. Jones's conversation in the car. With Jill rushing over to kick up a fuss, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. She sent Lily a message straight away. "Do you have the DNA report back yet?" Lily responded very quickly. "Yes, I'm on my way now." When Nora saw Lily's reply, she stood decisively and said, "We'll handle it. Come on, Tanya. Let's go and talk to her." She turned and walked resolutely toward the door. Tanya didn't want to go, but Nora was already leaving, so she felt she had no choice but to follow her. As soon as the two went out, they saw Jill sitting on a big rock outside the gate to the Smiths' manor. She was theatrically wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Someone standing next to her asked, "Mrs. Jones, are you crying because your daughter will be married soon and you can't bear to part with her?" Jill heaved a huge sigh. "Of course. I gave birth to her after all. No matter what happens between us, she's still my child." While Hillary and Tanya were embroiled in their lawsuit, Jill and Tanya had fallen out very badly. Everyone knew that their relationship wasn't good. A lot of people had come to the Smiths' house to deliver gifts that day. More than a dozen rich ladies had gathered around Jill by then, including the chauffeurs and assistants who had come with them. There were nearly 30 people surrounding Jill at that moment. Jill sat there and wept. My life is so hard. What could I do after I became pregnant with that murderer's child? Being young and kind, I could only do my best for her. It's true that I didn't treat her well, but she's the child of a violent criminal. I can't help but think of her father whenever I see her. It was always so difficult to be around her. She was weeping so earnestly that the people around her began to pity her. It sounds like a very difficult situation, said one woman. There's obviously more to it than people think. Another murmured to her closest neighbor, It's no wonder Jill treats Tanya so badly. If you look at how she treated Hillary, you realize that she's not actually a bad mother. To be honest, if I were her, I might not have been able to even keep the child. Me neither, agreed her friend. I used to think Jill was so cruel for treating her daughter badly, but I didn't realize that she was a victim too. She needed more support. She had already done pretty well by giving birth to Tanya and raising her. I wasn't understanding toward her before. I often visited the Joneses when I was young, and I saw for myself that she never really treated Tanya well. But now I understand why. It must have been so hard for her. Hearing these comments, Jill wept even more miserably. Yes, I was very hesitant to have her. I didn't want her, but in the end, I couldn't bear to abandon her, so I did the best I could. She cried. Tanya, I know I was wrong. All of this is my fault. You bore the brunt of my misplaced resentment toward your father, and that wasn't fair. Can you ever forgive me? As soon as she said that, everyone looked at Tanya. Miss Turner, why don't you forgive her? Asked one woman. Yeah, said a chauffeur. You can't really blame her, can you? You can't think you would have done any better. She didn't mean it. It's time to put the past behind you. Just then, Lily's car arrived at the gate. Lily's car couldn't enter because the gates were completely blocked by people. Instead, she had to park the car at the roadside. With the DNA test report in hand, she walked around the crowd and strode toward Nora. Nora was standing at Tanya's side, watching. Once she had received and read Lily's report, her lips curled in a small smile. It was just as she had expected. However, she didn't immediately step forward to say anything. Instead, she continued to observe the situation with a look in her eyes that suggested she had the whole situation under control. Lily whispered, Dr. Athena, can I finally? She made a gesture with her fingers like a little walking figure and asked happily, Go to bed now? Go ahead, replied Nora. Phew. Lily breathed a sigh of relief and headed toward the porch. But she had only taken 2 steps when her phone rang. Lily picked up the call, and as she listened to the person on the other end, her expression changed. She messed up her hair irritably and cursed angrily. Then she turned and complained to Nora. Quentin simply refuses to go to the restroom without me. I'm never going to get a day off. Nora frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, Didn't you hire several caregivers for him? When Lily heard this, she became even angrier. She threw up her hands helplessly. I used to help him every time he wanted to go. He was shy at first, but he eventually got used to it. When I got someone else to do it, he started complaining that he can't do it with anyone else now, so he keeps holding it in. She sighed, frustrated. She asked Nora, Can I hook him up to a catheter? Nora glanced at her and quietly replied, No. Quentin had a very strong sense of pride. If they made him use a catheter, it would probably take a terrible toll on his emotional well-being. He was a man who liked to show off and bask in the limelight. Nora really didn't want to make him feel like he had something to be embarrassed about. Luckily, Lily was only joking. She knew that different patients had different needs. They had to be treated as individuals. Besides, despite her teasing, she liked Quentin, and she wouldn't force him to accept a treatment he didn't want unless there was no other choice. She shrugged tiredly. Then she squeezed her way back through the crowd and drove off. As Nora watched her go, she wondered, should I give Lily another pay rise? Look at how hard she works. Of course, while she was talking to Lily, she didn't forget about Tanya. Once Lily's car was gone, Nora looked at Jill again. There was still a ring of people around Jill. All of them were married ladies who had come to give Tanya wedding gifts. Some of them were reluctant to get involved and didn't want to offend Tanya. But most of them were mothers who felt sorry for any woman who had been cut out of their child's life. They came forward to comfort Jill. All right. No matter what, it's all over. That murderous monster has been thrown in jail, so no one will hurt you anymore. As for Tanya, I'm sure she'll forgive you. Exactly. She's not an unreasonable person. She has a daughter herself, so she should be able to understand your pain. Tanya was so angry that she was shaking. She clenched her fists. Jill was talking nonsense. Carl had clearly said that the two of them had developed a mutual attraction and started dating. They had been like any other couple. How could Jill claim that Carl had forced himself on her? Tanya took a deep, calming breath and said, Dad said that the two of you dated. Jill sighed. Yes, of course he would say that. How else would he put it? That he forced himself on me? For the sake of your reputation, I kept his secret. When I thought of the nightmare I went through, how could I dare to tell the truth? Jill dabbed at her eyes with the handkerchief. But things are different now. He has been arrested. I believe he will finally face justice. That's why I'm willing to tell the truth after all these years. For so long I have suffered so terribly. The women around her exchanged pitying glances, and one placed a comforting hand on Jill's shoulder. Tanya scowled. Don't play the victim. It's no good trying to win my sympathy. My father is not that kind of person. When she said that, Jill cried even harder. Tanya, how can you trust a murderer over me? I know that evil man has given you a lot of money, so you think he's kind and generous. But don't forget, I'm your mother. I raised you when he was nowhere to be found. You've only known him for half a month. This remark was a little accusatory and hinted that Tanya only favored Carl because of money. The expressions of the wealthy ladies around Jill immediately changed to one of shock. Jill was still speaking. She said, I know Carl left you a lot of money, but how can you abandon me and refuse to acknowledge me as your mother? The others stepped forward and tried to persuade Tanya. Tanya, your mother made a mistake. She has favored Hillary in the past, but now that Hillary is gone, why don't the two of you reconcile? Everyone wanted a harmonious conclusion to the matter, and they disapproved of what they perceived to be an unnecessary estrangement. With everyone trying to persuade her, Tanya was becoming close to tears. She was thinking about Carl. Although she hadn't been aware of what was happening while the incident was taking place, she had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Having thought about it at length, she had realized that Carl's cell phone had been constantly ringing while they were on their way to the bridal shop. Later, Carl had behaved as though he had known that the officers were about to rush in and arrest him. He had known what was about to happen, but he hadn't fled. He had only hoped that he could delay things until after his daughter's wedding. He had wanted the chance to give Tanya away before he was arrested. But it had been too late. No one else knew that when Carl had been taking off his suit, he had turned to Tanya, smiled, and said, "You'll look so beautiful in your wedding gown." He had only helped Jill take action against Tanya because he had felt guilty for leaving her. Tanya just couldn't believe that someone so kind and caring could possibly have forced himself on someone. With her fists still tightly clenched, Tanya asked, "What exactly do you want?" Jill finally sat up straight and said, "I just want you to see me as your mother. Can't we just get along? Your uncle wants to form a good relationship with the Smiths." There it was. Just as Tanya had suspected. This had nothing to do with her. Jill just wanted to use her to get into the Smiths' good books. Was there no end to the Joneses' demands? How was she ever going to get away from those parasites? Jill went on. "Despite the connection between us, the Smiths have been cracking down on the Joneses recently, putting the Joneses' business in serious jeopardy. Tanya, I don't expect the Smiths to take care of us anymore, but on account of our relationship as mother and daughter, can't you give the Joneses a way out?" As Tanya stared at Jill, she was filled with despair. The woman was spinning stories again. Joel had 1,001 ways to punish the Joneses, but for Tanya's sake, he had chosen not to take any action. If it wasn't for Joel respecting Tanya's connection with Jill, the Joneses would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Tanya's eyes were red. Just as she was about to speak, a voice rang out. "So, you want to take advantage of the Smiths? Do the Joneses really deserve such benefits?" The voice was clear and pleasant, but cold, shocking everyone present. The crowd turned around to see Joel, who had returned home and was standing outside the gates. The man, who usually had a smile on his face, had a frosty expression. Everyone instinctively stepped aside and made way for him. Joel strode toward Tanya and stood beside her. He took Tanya's hand, and his hard gaze bore into Jill. Her heart trembled at the sight of him. Yet, when she thought of how Joel had always shown her mercy in the past, she became bold again. The Joneses brought Tanya up. Why shouldn't our kindness be repaid? The Joneses brought Tanya up, Joel wondered. The woman must have forgotten again how they treated Tanya. Tanya had survived by eating other people's leftovers. She had worked as the Joneses' babysitter to earn money for her school textbooks. Even the money for her high school tuition had come from her distributing flyers during summer vacations. What kind of financial support did they give her? He wondered. Joel had decided not to hold it against the Joneses all this time, simply because Jill was Tanya's mother. No matter how badly she had treated Tanya, that was a fact that would never change. He had been afraid that Tanya would come to regret any punishment they meted out. Moreover, Carl had been there to stand up for Tanya, so Joel had been more than happy to leave things to him. Not only had this been convenient for Joel, it had given Carl an opportunity to actively repair his relationship with Tanya. But with Carl imprisoned, it was time for Joel to step forward. If he didn't, Tanya would be bullied ceaselessly. The previous night, when Jill had taken the money and demanded that Joel did what she asked, Tanya had thought it through and told Joel that she wanted to sever ties with Jill. She had already made up her mind. Jill had no boundaries. There was no way Tanya would let such a shameless parasite leech off the Smiths. Knowing Tanya's decision, Joel could take a firm stance. He couldn't allow outsiders to rebuke Tanya and claim that she was pitiless and cruel. What kind of husband would he make if he did? He stared straight at Jill and said, "What does the fact you're Tanya's mother have to do with the Smiths?" The question stunned Jill. She frowned and asked Joel perplexedly, "Tanya is about to be your wife. That makes me your future mother-in-law. How am I unrelated to the Smiths?" Joel's eyes flashed. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've always been a cold and heartless man. I believe there are a lot of people who have said that about me behind my back. They call me the smiling devil, don't they?" Joel and Justin were equally famous in New York, but Joel wasn't as fearsome as Justin because he always looked like he was smiling. However, everyone knew that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Many years ago, the Smiths had driven a real estate company to the brink of bankruptcy. Desperate, the boss had approached Joel and gotten down on his knees to beg for leniency. The smiling Joel had told him to stand up. Thinking that Joel had let him off, the boss had left gratefully. However, the next day, he had found out that the company had still gone bankrupt. That incident was the first thing that Joel had done after he had taken over the Smiths' business. It had intimidated all of New York, and no one had dared to underestimate him since. At that moment, when Jill heard what he said, chills ran down her spine. She swallowed nervously. "What are you planning?" From his briefcase, Joel took out a stack of papers and waved it back and forth. He replied, "I just thought I'd cooperate with the authorities and crack down on some tax evasion." Jill's face blanched. She stared at Joel incredulously. "How dare you?" The authorities had been very strict on tax evasion recently. Should the evidence about the Joneses' finances be submitted, they would be ruined. Not only would they lose all their money, but Mr. Jones would go to jail. Joel looked down at his phone. "I've already dialed 911. I'm sure the police will come and retrieve the evidence very soon." That was at that moment that Mr. Jones, who had brought Jill there, finally decided that he couldn't hide anymore. He got out of his car, made his way through the crowd, and stepped in front of Jill. He said to Joel, "Mr. Smith, this is all a simple misunderstanding. I'll take her away now, okay?" "No," said Jill angrily. "Shut up," snapped Mr. Jones. He took her by the arm and attempted to lead her away. Joel glared at Mr. Jones. The situation was hardly surprising. Each time Jill caused a scene, Mr. Jones would come forward and take her away. But a short while later, she would always pop up again. Joel said dispassionately, "I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to leave this time." Mr. Jones had thought this time would be the same as always. If they behaved themselves for a while, Joel would let them off. He hadn't expected to hear a response like that instead. He was so scared that a sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. His face paled a little and he begged, "Mr. Smith, we're all family here. Your mother-in-law is just angry. Please, forgive her this once. I promise she will never show up here again." Joel looked witheringly at Mr. Jones. "I've heard that before." Mr. Jones glared at Jill furiously and said, "I told you not to come, but you simply had to. Hurry up and apologize to Tanya and Mr. Smith." She burst into tears at once. "Tanya, you have no conscience whatsoever. Do you really want me to beg for your forgiveness in front of all these people?" Tanya merely stared at her and said nothing. Joel spoke up. "No, an apology won't be necessary." Jill breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that so long as she was Tanya's mother, there was nothing Tanya and Joel could do about her. She was still thinking about this when Joel continued, "If you have anything else to say, you can save it for the police." Just as he said that, a pair of police officers came marching through the crowd. "Mr. Jones, you're under arrest for suspected tax evasion. Please come with us to the police station." Everyone present was shocked by the officers' arrival. No one had thought that Joel had been serious about calling them. Jill burst into tears again and cried out, "Are the two of you really going to ruin me like this? How could you be so heartless?" Before Tanya was forced to defend herself, Joel replied, "I warned you I was heartless. After all, I threw away my own parents. Why wouldn't I throw away my fiancé's?" Joel's relationship with his parents had always been bad. Ever since Ian had chosen him to be the Smiths' heir, he had moved in with Ian, and he rarely interacted with his parents. Joel was a very straightforward and decisive person. Since he had made the decision to pull no punches, he would show no more mercy. Even if Tanya resented him for it in the future, he would rid her of this scourge in the present. Hearing that, Jill and Mr. Jones began to panic in earnest. Mr. Jones became furious and shouted at Jill, "It's all your fault." Jill didn't retaliate. Instead, she glared at Tanya and Joel furiously and asked, "Are you really going to do this to us?" Tanya didn't deign to reply. Joel simply smiled. "I haven't done anything. I didn't force you to evade taxes. Whatever happens now is your own fault." Clearly, he wasn't going to be persuaded to save them. Mr. Jones knew that he was finished. He glared at his wife. "Well, if I'm finished, then I'm taking you with me." Jill became flustered at his words. Given what the two of them had done in the past, if he spilled the beans, they would both be doomed without question. She couldn't let him be detained. She yelled, "Tanya, Joel, if the two of you dare to give that evidence to the police, I will make a police report that Carl raped me." Tanya's eyes widened. Jill stared at them and said, "I wonder how many years of imprisonment Carl will be sentenced to if a rape charge is added. Life imprisonment? Tanya, if you really hate me that much, then I will sue him." Tanya and Joel frowned. They hadn't expected Jill to be so shameless and conniving. All Carl had done was smuggle some bad guys into the country, so even if he was sentenced to jail, it would only be for 2 or 3 years. However, if Jill were to accuse him and he was charged with rape, his sentence would increase drastically. Despite that, Joel remained unmoved. "Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Jill yelled furiously. "Tanya is the evidence. If the two of you don't save me now, then even if I die in prison, I'll make sure I destroy her and her father." Seeing that the atmosphere was ripe for a new revelation, Nora finally stepped forward. With a smile, she said, "Feel free to sue him then." Nora's words made everyone look at her in shock. Jill didn't understand why she would say such a thing. "What do you mean?" She looked at Tanya angrily. "So, you don't want your biological mother anymore? You don't want your biological father either? Tanya, I didn't expect you to be so heartless." Tanya frowned and shook her head. Nora smiled. Of course she wants her biological father, but her biological mother? Well, do you really think you have any say in Tanya's life, Jill? Do you really think you can call yourself her mother? Gasps could be heard. Even Tanya looked confused, not knowing what Nora meant. Jill's eyes filled with tears. "How am I not? I gave birth to her, but she doesn't even recognize me as her mother. I didn't treat her well, I know that, but I gave her life. We're tied by blood." The others nodded. "That's right, even if Miss Tanya doesn't want anything to do with her mother, she shouldn't behave like that. She has no respect for her mother." When Jill heard that people were still speaking up for her, she looked at Tanya. "It's up to you, Tanya. If you let the police take my husband away, I'll tell them everything about what Carl did to me." Nora clasped her hands behind her back. She narrowed her eyes at Jill. "Didn't I say it just now? Go ahead and report him. You said Carl raped you, but Carl said he and you were truly in love. Tanya is the result of your love. Whoever reports him to the police will have to produce evidence. They've got no chance of a conviction without it." She gave Jill a hard stare and slowly said, "In time, you'll be arrested and end up in jail. Look on the bright side. You'll be able to keep Mr. Jones company." With that, Nora tapped her head with the DNA report. Sarcastically, she said, "Oh, my memory. I forgot that men and women aren't jailed together. But don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to make new friends in prison." Her tone became serious. On the other hand, Carl will only get 2 to 3 years. She stared at Jill and asked, "After he hears what you did, I wonder if he'll forgive you." Nora's words made Jill shudder. She hadn't thought Carl would only be sentenced to 2 or 3 years. If that were the case, her life wouldn't be worth living. She remembered that Carl had once pointed a gun at her. The thought made her heart pound. I don't have physical evidence that Carl raped me. How could I? But I know he was a gangster back then and murdered someone. Nora's grip on the DNA results tightened slightly. Her voice remained sarcastic. Murdered someone? How strange. If there was such a case, why didn't the police investigate it? Jill shouted. 27 years ago, Carl killed a person named Lionel who was wanted by the police. Carl escaped from the country after that. Many years may have passed, but he's still a murderer. I saw him kill people with my own eyes. A person named Lionel, Nora thought. Carl had been investigated before, but no evidence was found against him. Now I finally have a name to work with. She frowned. Nora had deliberately taunted Jill. She had done all that to get a name from her. Nora knew Jill wouldn't have given it up if she had taken a patient approach. There was a good chance that a new investigation would reveal significant evidence. Joel hadn't understood Nora's plan to make Jill talk. He was puzzled when she had stopped questioning her at such a critical moment. He told Jill, "Don't you know that there are time limits to cases, which means old ones cannot be reopened?" He ignored Jill's shocked expression and said to the police, "Now that we have our answers, please take her away." He handed the evidence of tax evasion to the police, and they were about to take Mr. Jones away when Jill and Nora shouted almost as one, "Wait." The two policemen stopped in their tracks. Jill glanced at Nora. "You're afraid too, aren't you?" Jill turned her attention back to Tanya and Joel. "Let me warn you, if you dare to report Mr. Jones, I swear I'll kill myself here today, and you'd be responsible for my death. People would say that you'd forced your mother to take her own life." Nora walked in front of the two police officers as soon as Jill finished speaking. "Officers, I want to report some information too." The police officers looked surprised. "What about?" one of them asked. Nora raised the DNA report in her hand. "I want to report some new information about Jill. She's not Tanya's mother." Tanya looked at Nora in disbelief. She wanted to ask so many questions, but was lost for words. She glanced at Joel, who stepped forward and asked Nora, "What's going on?" Instead of handing the DNA report to the police officers, Nora slowly walked over to Tanya and gave it to her. Her eyes were filled with pity. She sighed. "I'm sorry, Tanya. Jill isn't your mother." Tanya slowly read the report. It stated that the DNA was only a 30% match. She knew the information couldn't be wrong. It was true. Jill wasn't her mother. Tanya swallowed hard. Her eyes were filled with tears and her lips trembled. Her voice shaking, she asked, "Nora, I don't understand. What's going on?" Tanya thought back to when she was a child and growing up. Jill had often said, "Always remember, Tanya, I'm your mother. I look after and care for you, and you should respect me. When I get old and cannot look after myself, you must be there to help me. It's your duty." Tanya had always resented Jill's constant criticism and snide comments. It hadn't taken her long to realize Jill always favored Hillary. Through all that, it never crossed Tanya's mind that Jill wasn't her mother. Tanya began to feel strangely calm, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She didn't feel any anger toward Jill for deceiving her or how she had been treated. Her shock at finding out the truth vanished as realization and understanding filled her. She sighed heavily. Before Nora could reply to Tanya, Jill shouted, "That's ridiculous. You're talking utter nonsense. Of course I'm her mother." Nora pointed at the DNA report in Tanya's hand. The evidence is right here. Are you still refusing to admit the truth? Jill had been backed into a corner. Her face was red with anger, and she was starting to panic. The report must be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if you faked it yourself, Nora. Joel laughed. Don't be so stupid, Jill. The National Detection Center produced the report. Its authenticity is without question. Jill swallowed hard and looked at the people around her. In desperation, she pointed at her face and said, Everyone, come and judge for yourself. Do you think I'm not her mother? How can we look so alike? Even Hillary and I aren't as similar. The two women did possess a family resemblance. It was true that, by facial features, Tanya could be mistaken for Jill's daughter. It was also true what Jill had said about Hillary. If Nora had told the people that Hillary wasn't Jill's daughter, they probably would have believed her. As it was starting to become clear that not everyone agreed with Nora. That's right, I think Jill and Tanya look alike too. Yes, I agree as well. How could they not be mother and daughter? I don't understand how they can look so much like each other, but the DNA report states there is only a 30% match. The people around quietly continued their discussions. Jill felt much calmer after hearing what was being said. Her confidence grew. Yes, just by our looks, anyone can see that we are mother and daughter. There's something wrong with that report. Don't try your tricks here, Nora. Everyone turned to Nora. The crowd continued to doubt the authenticity of the report. With the power of the Smiths and Hunts, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to falsify a DNA report. Are they trying to get Jill out of the way? Jill may not be the greatest of mothers and should have treated Tanya much better, but that doesn't excuse a fake DNA report being used against her. Jill stifled a smile. She said, Tanya, look in a mirror. You'll realize how alike we are. It's plain to everyone that you inherited my looks. We are related by blood. The report is fake, but our faces are real. Everyone can see that. I haven't faked my face, have you? Tanya nodded slowly. She knew she looked like Jill. She didn't need to look in a mirror to realize that. She turned to Nora. I don't know what to believe. What's going on? Nora remained calm. She waited until everyone was looking at her. When she had everyone's attention, she said in a slow, deliberate voice, Of course, you can fake your face. Gasps of surprise could be heard. People frantically looked back and forth between Tanya and Jill, trying to spot what Nora was implying. Plastic surgeons could do almost anything to the human body, especially to the face, to alter its look. Perhaps Jill had gone to one of them in the past. Everyone stared at her. Jill could feel her heart pounding. She had insisted that the DNA report was fake because she and Tanya looked so much alike. But it was beginning to dawn on her that Nora had more than just the DNA report to reveal. Tanya's eyes widened as she stared at Nora in shock. You mean she's had plastic surgery to look like my mother? Jill swallowed hard, trying to hold on to some fragment of hope. But fear spread through her body. She looked at Nora in dread, waiting for her to reply to Tanya. Nora said coldly, Yes. She knows everything, but how? Jill thought in anguish. Nora glanced at Tanya in pity. I'm so sorry, Tanya. Your mother passed away 25 years ago. Jill took her place. Jill shook her head crazily and roared at Nora. No, that's not true. You're lying. You've made everything up. You have no evidence. Nora sneered. How do you know I don't have evidence, Jill? Or, wait, should I say, Margot? Margot? How does she know all this? Margot thought frantically. She tried to speak, but her throat was so dry she couldn't even make a sound. She had no idea that Nora had investigated her background so thoroughly. A voice came from the crowd. "Margot? Oh my God, I've heard of her." "Where did you hear that?" "When we were young, she was in the papers. She and the person she mentioned earlier, Lionel, they were married. I remember hearing that Carl had killed him in front of his wife, Margot. She fled and ran onto the street, screaming and crying. She was in a terrible state. A police officer ran to her, and she told him that Carl had killed her husband. He was arrested soon after, but managed to escape. I heard that Margot was killed a year later. She died in tragic circumstances, and her face was disfigured. The police had to use dental records to confirm her identity. Everyone said that Carl had returned to kill her. Now we find out that she wasn't dead after all." Margot could feel everyone's eyes staring at her. Tanya's mind raced as she tried to take in what she had just heard. The person who died, was she my mother? Her eyes welled up with tears as she realized the truth. Nora nodded. "Yes, I'm sorry, Tanya. Margot had an affair and fell pregnant. Lionel found out and was furious. They fought and she killed him. It wasn't Carl. He had nothing to do with Lionel's death. However, he'd witnessed what had happened. Margot framed him for the murder. She even stabbed herself to make her story more convincing. She told the police that Carl had killed her husband, and he was arrested. He escaped, but this confirmed to the police, wrongly of course, that they had the right man, so Margot was in the clear. However, Carl had friends in the underworld, and they believed his story of events. They began to harass Margot. She was warned that they would kill her if she didn't turn herself in. By sheer coincidence, Margot met Carl's girlfriend, Jill. When Margot discovered that Jill was pregnant, she devised a plan. Margot and Jill gave birth around the same time. Margot schemed to kill Jill, undergo plastic surgery to look like her, and then marry Mr. Jones, with whom she was having an affair. As for Tanya, everyone knew Jill was pregnant with her, and Margot didn't want her biological daughter to be considered illegitimate. She'd forged Hillary's birth certificate to show she was older than Tanya, which meant she would legally inherit the wealth of the Jones family. All of this had come out in an argument between Margot and Mr. Jones, which Nora had secretly recorded. After listening over and over to the recording, she had pieced together what had happened. Margot's face turned pale. Nora could see beads of sweat forming on Mr. Jones's brow. She knew that her reasoning was correct. Although the recording couldn't be used as evidence because it had been secretly made, Nora had already found other evidence, which she had given to the police. A voice from the crowd said, "I remember hearing someone say that Margot was killed to avenge her husband. I had no idea of the truth until now. She and her husband were supposed to be very close. I even shed a few tears for her." Tanya's face glowed red with anger as she looked menacingly at Margot. "You framed my father and killed my mother. You treated me like dirt all these years," she thought bitterly. Tanya screamed and rushed toward Margot and attacked her. The crisp, hard sound of a slap to Margot's face rang in everyone's ears. The two police officers looked on as Tanya beat Margot up. They felt sorry for Tanya and let her vent her anger for a few minutes, but they knew they couldn't let the beating continue. One of the officers stepped forward and stopped her when Margot's face was swollen and red. "All right, that's enough." The police officers pulled Tanya away from her. Tanya's hands were swollen from the number of times she'd slapped and punched at Margot, but she felt it wasn't near enough for what Margot had done. Joel said, "You have to believe in the law, Tanya. She will get what she deserves." Tanya covered her head and slowly squatted down as she began to cry. Margot, whose eyes were swollen from the slaps and punches, glared at Tanya and wiped the corner of her mouth before spitting out some blood. Margot knew she was finished. She'd been revealed for what she was, a murderer and a liar. She stared at Tanya and scoffed. "You feel so sorry for yourself, don't you? So what if your father saw through me? I did so many bad things you wouldn't believe, and my daughter received retribution. When she died, I didn't want to live anymore, and I don't care if I die now. Your father broke the law and will go to jail. He can't even attend to his daughter's wedding. Your family deserves to suffer. Lionel and Carl had been gangsters back in their day. They didn't do much work, but instead had loved to gamble. They had lost a lot of money, though, which had to be covered. So Lionel had forced Margot to sleep with Mr. Jones. The man was rich and paid well. Lionel had always taken every dollar from Margot. Later, when he found out she was pregnant by Mr. Jones, Lionel told her to extort him for as much money as possible. Margot couldn't take any more, and it was then that she killed Lionel. Margot remembered feeling so relieved after she had killed him. "You can't hurt me anymore," she had thought. Cleaning up after the murder, Carl was waiting for her. She had been scared out of her wits when she saw him and begged him not to say anything. But Carl had refused to keep quiet. "Margot, you must turn yourself in. I know Lionel beat you and forced you to do things against your will. I'm sure a good lawyer will be able to explain all of this in court. The judge will be lenient, I'm sure." Margot hadn't wanted to take the chance. She was pregnant and didn't care if the judge was lenient. She wasn't going to prison. She had grabbed a knife and stabbed herself in the arm. With blood pouring from the wound, she had run past Carl and onto the street. "Murder! Murder!" she cried. Carl had chased after her. "Please, Margot, don't do this. You must go to the police and turn yourself in." But it was too late. A police officer had run over to her. She had quickly told him that she had seen Carl kill someone, and then he had stabbed her. Carl had a criminal record and was known to the police. If he had run away, he would be confirming his guilt in the eyes of the police. But if he stayed, he would be arrested anyway. He couldn't win. In the end, they had arrested him and charged him with murder. Margot had thought that she would be able to rest easy from that moment on. She had even wanted to have the child and marry Mr. Jones. However, he had said he couldn't marry her. He had explained that the police might become suspicious if Lionel's widow remarried so soon after his death. They could end up on a murder charge. Margot had grudgingly agreed and promised to keep quiet about the whole thing. A few months later, she gave birth to Hilary. Then, Jill had come looking for Margot. Jill had brought Tanya, who was only 2 days old at the time, with her. When she had arrived at Margot's door, she had asked, "Margot, where did Carl go? He can't have killed anyone. I don't believe he'd ever do anything so terrible. Can you tell me? Where did he go?" Margot had stared at Jill's beautiful face. In a terrible argument one night, Mr. Jones had shouted at Margot, telling her he wouldn't marry her. Margot had been devastated and wanted to get back at him. She planned to go to the police and ask them to reopen the murder case. Out of fear that the police would find her out, Margot had decided her only choice was to get rid of Jill. After killing her, Margot had looked closely at Jill's face and devised a plan. Margot then cut Jill's face until it was unrecognizable and had made sure that the police thought that the dead woman was Margot. She had then extorted Mr. Jones to find a plastic surgeon to make her face look like Jill's. Margot had told him that she would bring him with her if she were to go down for murder. He had no choice but to agree to her demands. From then on, she had lived with Jill's identity. As for Tanya, Margot had wanted everyone to know that Jill had given birth. She didn't want her daughter to be illegitimate and have a father who was a murderer. Therefore, Margot had raised both children as her own and had forged Hilary's birth certificate. Margot and Mr. Jones were taken away by the police. With Nora's statement and the evidence provided, Margot's murder charge was confirmed. What awaited her would be life imprisonment and many years of misery. Meanwhile, Carl had been cleared of the charge, and Tanya was no longer a murderer's daughter. The people now knew the truth about Tanya and treated her respectfully and kindly. Everyone gave their gifts and left. Tanya was in a daze. She could hardly believe what had happened. Joel sat beside her, put his arm around her shoulder, and gave her a gentle hug. Mia gazed up at Tanya. "Don't be sad, Mummy. Can I dance for you?" Tanya beckoned Mia over and hugged her tightly. Cherry said, "Aunt Tanya, you should be happy. You now know the truth about your mother. I tell you what, why don't I share some of the handsome guys I know with you?" Joel and Nora looked at each other and tried not to laugh. Pete pulled a face and complained, "Cheryl Smith, how often have I told you not to keep in contact with Brenda anymore?" Cherry stuck her tongue out at him. "Pete, you tattletale." The sky gradually darkened. Nora sat on the couch but couldn't relax. She got up and went to take a shower. After that, she dried off and got ready for bed. Tanya's wedding was the next day and she wanted a good night's sleep. Her head had just hit the pillow when her phone rang. She sighed and looked at her watch. It was 10 o'clock. She answered her phone and heard Morris's deep voice. "Carl has escaped. Breaking out of prison will add at least 2 to 3 years to his sentence. He'll end up having to serve 5 years or more now." At the same moment that Morris and Nora were talking, a helicopter was parked surreptitiously in the dark suburbs. Black Panther glanced at Carl and said anxiously, "Boss, let's go. They'll be looking for you everywhere." Carl stood there staring toward downtown. The sky in New York was grey and heavy. Carl didn't mind though. His thoughts were on the few good times he had had with his daughter. As he was staring, deep in thought, his phone rang. He picked up the call and heard a voice say, "Aren't you going to leave?" Carl was silent for a moment before saying, "If I leave like this, I'll never be able to come back." Carl knew that his sentence would be increased. There was even a chance the police could lock him away for life. The voice laughed. "You shouldn't have come back in the first place. You just have to complete the mission and bring those people back. Why are you interfering? Have you forgotten about your murder case?" A hint of coldness appeared in Carl's dark eyes. "But you know that I've been cleared." "That doesn't make any difference. You're already on this road and there's no turning back. Go abroad at once and wait for my orders." Carl took a deep breath. After a moment, he said, "Okay." Morris was still talking to Nora. "He's a fugitive now and probably won't be able to return to the country for the rest of his life. Besides, this case itself has a lot of suspicious points. If he leaves like this, he'll be forever associated with the mysterious organization. Perhaps New York will also be hostile to the Assassin Alliance." Nora hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Is it that easy to escape from the Special Cases Department prison?" Morris felt offended. He coughed and explained, "It's not that easy at all. Even a bomb wouldn't be able to blast it open." "Then how did he escape?" Morris sighed. "I'm afraid he got the key." "He got the key?" she thought in disbelief. She shook her head and asked, "And how long did it take before you found out he'd escaped?" Morris was silent again. He was embarrassed. 5 hours? 5 hours? Didn't anyone notice he was gone? Morris knew that Nora didn't mean to sound sarcastic, but he still felt hurt by her comments. He coughed and said, "Some surveillance cameras were being replaced and there was a blind spot for a short while. Carl must have known about this and taken the opportunity. I was going to speak with him about his daughter's wedding tomorrow. I'd hoped to use that as an icebreaker and persuade him again. I only realized he wasn't inside his cell when I pushed open the door." Nora rubbed her face in irritation and said, "All right, then, I understand. There are spies in the Special Cases Department." Morris didn't answer yes or no. His silence confirmed she was right. After a brief pause, he said, We'll set up a surveillance camera around Tanya tomorrow. Do you think Carl will turn up? Nora sighed. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. She hung up and lay on the bed. After thinking about it for a while, she sent Justin a message. Help me hack into the system and investigate Lionel's case. Justin called her at once. When she answered, she could hear the sound of typing on a keyboard. He chuckled and said, Why don't you do it yourself? Nora yawned. I'm tired, that's why. Justin laughed. Okay, hang on. He hacked into the system. After 2 minutes, he said in surprise, There don't seem to be any records. Nora frowned in confusion and began to try to figure out what was going on when Justin said, Oh no. What's the matter? He coughed nervously. I've been discovered. How could XYZ get discovered, she thought. As she was thinking, Justin said, The last time we hacked in, we must have accidentally triggered a warning system. The cybersecurity team from the Special Cases Department has been waiting for us to hack in again. Someone set up a passageway to chat with me. He asked who I was. She hesitated momentarily and asked, Then what did you say? Justin chuckled. I said I'm Q. What? She exclaimed. Why did you say that? He laughed again. Don't worry, he wants to recruit me and work for the Special Cases Department. Before Nora could ask, Justin added, But I said no. Nora responded with an, Oh. She heard him laugh softly and asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. His tone was sarcastic but playful. Nora ignored him. Stop teasing me, you exposed your identity. I won't bail you out when they catch you. Justin laughed. Don't worry, if I'm caught, I'll say I'm Q and you're XYZ. That's enough, Nora said. Playtime is over. She hung up. The next day was Tanya and Joel's wedding. It was held at the New York Grand Hotel, and the Smiths had booked the entire venue. Although Tanya had kept saying she didn't want a grand wedding, Joel had insisted on going ahead with one. After everything that's happened, you deserve it, he had said to her. He even increased the scale of the wedding after discussing it with Carl. Someone had initially booked the hotel, but Joel had paid 10 times the price to secure it for the day. Money wasn't an issue. It was rare for Nora to wake up early. The wedding was to be held at noon, so Tanya had to wake up at 6 o'clock to put on her makeup, change her clothes, and prepare to go to the hotel. Nora's mission that day was to accompany her the entire time. The alarm clock rang 3 times before Nora reached over and turned it off. She got out of bed, squinted her eyes, and then lazily walked out of the bedroom. She saw Joel standing at the door, looking at her with a faint smile. Nora was taken aback. What's the matter? Joel said, Someone from the Special Cases Department called me last night and asked for Q's contact details. I said she was overseas. The person kept saying they wanted to recruit an expert hacker like Q. They asked me if I could do anything to convince her, other than that fetish. What did Justin say yesterday? She thought in bewilderment. She asked curiously, What fetish? Joel looked at her teasingly and chuckled. Yeah, I asked that question too. I was surprised by the response. Joel said, Apparently Q said she won't leave the Hacker Alliance because there's someone in there she loves deeply. She can't live without XYZ. He leaned closer to her and continued, So, the reason you still haven't accepted Mr. Hunt or taken much of the initiative in your relationship with him is that you have someone else you like. Nora didn't respond to his assertion. Out of everyone, why are you going for XYZ, though? He asked. He's the Hunt Corporation's exclusive hacker, and is on good terms with Justin. People are saying that he may be Justin's secret brother. Nora, you'd better not make the two brothers turn against each other because of you." She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his teasing and said, "I'm surprised that the groom has the time for idle speculation today." He laughed and waved his hands in concession. "All right, I'm just checking whether Mia has woken up yet. Don't worry, I'm going now." After he left, she took a quick shower, got herself ready, and went to Tanya's dressing room. She helped the bride put on her wedding gown. Nora wore an elegant bridesmaid's dress but didn't put on any makeup. Even without makeup, she still looked very attractive, even when compared to the bride. Once they were ready, Tanya and Nora were picked up by the bridal car and taken to the hotel. The hotel was jam-packed with people. Nora accompanied Tanya to the lounge. She looked around and saw several undercover officers that the Special Cases Department had placed there. The sight of them brought back the seriousness of the situation, and she hoped that Carl wouldn't turn up at the wedding. She looked at the strained smile on Tanya's face and felt sad. The bride was looking at her reflection in a mirror. Although she saw a woman with exquisite makeup looking back at her, there was deep sorrow in her eyes. The day before, when Margot, the fake Jill, had been taken away, it had finally sunk in that her real mother was dead, and her father, after being wronged for so many years, had embarked on the path of crime. Soft whispers drifted over from the door. "Have you heard? Carl has escaped from prison again. If he hadn't escaped before, maybe Jill wouldn't have died, and Tanya wouldn't have led such a miserable life when she was a child. Why is he broken out of prison? Probably because he wants to go back to Switzerland. I reckon he has a lot of money stashed away there." The voices gradually faded into the distance, and the room became quiet. Tanya sighed. "Nora, I keep wondering how different things would have been if he hadn't escaped back then." Nora remained silent. She knew that Tanya was feeling resentful toward her father because she felt that he had let her mother down. He had obviously been in a relationship with Jill, yet he had just upped and left without taking any responsibility. Either way, he hadn't let Jill know where he was, which is what ultimately caused her to approach Margot and endangered her life. Tanya asked. He had even persuaded Margot to surrender, so why did he refuse to trust the law himself? He was a coward. She covered her face with her hands. Nora sighed and put her hand comfortingly on Tanya's shoulder. Tanya looked up and said, "He made a mistake once before, yet he's still run away again." If Carl had obediently gone to jail, Tanya might not have been so angry. However, his second escape made her feel that he was being a coward again. Nora said, "Perhaps he has his own difficulties." Tanya shook her head. "I don't understand what kind of difficulties could have made him abandon my mother. What kind of difficulties could he possibly be facing now?" Nora didn't offer any guesses. Someone knocked on the door, and a middle-aged couple walked in. When she saw them, Tanya got up and dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Nora looked at the couple. The woman was pretty and delicate, while the man was tall and neat. He looked a little like Ian. The woman spoke first. She said, "Hello, I'm Joel's mother." Tanya said, "Hello, Mrs. Smith, it's lovely to meet you at last." The woman nodded in a distant manner. It dawned upon Nora that because they were Joel's parents, it made them her uncle and aunt. After Ian had taken over the Smiths' residence, everyone in his generation had moved out, leaving only the young ones. Joel had grown up under Ian's care and was not close to his parents. Joel's mother said indifferently, "There's something I have to say to you, and I know it will be hard to speak to you at the wedding, so I came here to talk to you in private." Tanya said, "Okay, go ahead." The woman gave her a look of disdain. "We all know your background." Tanya tensed up, afraid of what was to come. The woman continued, We know that it's not your fault for having an ordinary person as a mother and a criminal as a father, but I hope you'll let us take Mia and bring her up." Tanya's eyes widened. "No, that's impossible," she exclaimed. The moment she said that, Joel's father snorted and asked, "Why not? Can someone like you bring up a child properly? We won't allow you to turn our granddaughter into a loafer." Joel's mother was surprisingly gentle as she said, "Don't get us wrong, Tanya. We're not being vindictive. It's just that your father is a very unsavory man. Now that he's escaped from prison, we are just worried that Mia will be negatively impacted." A sense of shame surged up in Tanya. She stared at the two people in front of her, appalled that her new in-laws would say such things. Tanya was shaking. "What's wrong with my father?" she asked. He was wronged back then and forced into his life of crime. Even though she had been complaining about him just moments before, she felt compelled to defend him when others badmouthed him. Joel's mother sighed and said, "Don't be so opposed to the idea. We're Mia's grandparents, so we won't harm her. We only want what's best for her." Right after she spoke, a cold voice came from the door. "The two of you don't have to worry yourselves about Mia." Joel strode in and looked at his parents angrily. "You two aren't Mia's grandparents," he added. The couple looked flustered. His mother said, "Joel, you can't say that." "Didn't the two of you say as much back when I was 5? He asked in disgust. "From what I recall, you said you didn't want a son like me anymore, and you were severing ties with me. You even wanted to kick me out of the Smiths at the time. If it weren't for Uncle Ian, I'd probably have been taken into child services." His father shouted angrily, "Mind the way you're talking to us. No matter what, we are still your parents." "Parents," Joel repeated sarcastically. Nora looked at the couple. Although she had heard from Louis that Joel didn't get along with his parents, she hadn't expected things to be so bad. What exactly happened to make them disown their son? She wondered. Despite him being their son, they didn't even treat him as well as Ian, who had adopted him. While she was wondering, Joel's mother said, "Joel, you'd better not be so ungrateful. If it weren't for us, you would never be what you are today, let alone have inherited the Smith household." Joel looked incredulous and said, "It was Uncle Ian who agreed to me inheriting the Smiths, not the two of you." His parents were silenced. He continued, "If you don't want me to get angry, then please leave and just go and live your own lives. Don't ever attempt to dictate mine." His father gave him a fierce look and then turned and left. His mother took a deep breath and said, "Do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? You have no idea how many people out there secretly look down on that woman you're marrying. Everyone's saying that she doesn't even have anyone to give her away today. This wedding is a disgrace." She then raised her head and said, "It doesn't matter if you want us here or not. I won't attend such a wedding. I'll never accept a daughter-in-law whose father is a criminal. Goodbye." Nora saw the woman saying something to her husband. Then the two of them left the hotel. They're weird parents if they don't want to attend their son's wedding, she thought. Joel walked behind Tanya and held her shoulders. Tanya was shaking and there was a lot of sadness in her eyes. She asked, "Do I embarrass you?" He replied, "Don't talk nonsense. Why would you? The wedding's going ahead, and we don't need my parents to be part of it." "But everyone's gossiping about me in private," she said. He sneered and asked, "Do you know why they only dare to say those things in private?" "Why?" Because they don't dare to say them in front of me, he said coldly. No one would badmouth you in front of me, because they know what the consequences of that would be. He was about to say more when Justin strode in. He was there as the best man that day. He went up to Joel and said, "Mr. Rogers has backed out." Mr. Rogers was a middle-aged man with lots of prestige in New York. He had been approached and asked to give Tanya away, in the absence of a father to carry out that role. "Why has he suddenly backed out?" Joel asked. Justin gave Tanya a sympathetic look and said, "There are people out there saying rather unpleasant things, and Mr. Rogers overheard some of them. He became concerned about his image and told me he wasn't going to go through with it." Then his jaw tensed up and he said, "Unfortunately, I don't have a replacement, and the wedding is about to start." Joel groaned in frustration. They were at a loss as to whom they could ask at the last minute. However, Nora said, "I'll give her away." The two of them looked at her in shock. She looked at Tanya and said, "Tanya and I weren't happy about you asking Mr. Rogers to do it. I'm Tanya's best friend, and now that she's getting married, I'd love to give her away. I know I'm not family, but I'm as close as you can get to someone who is." There was a moment of silence before Joel gave the final word. "Okay." He looked at Tanya and said, "I was in denial when I approached Mr. Rogers. I can't shut up those people who are gossiping, but who cares about them? Why should we let others control us? It's our wedding day today, and I only want the people closest to us to bear witness to our love." Tears started to well up in Tanya's eyes. She nodded and said, "I agree." The wedding ceremony was about to begin. After the lounge doors were opened, Nora and Tanya stood side by side in the doorway. In front of them, a red carpet led to the stage where Tanya would be joined in matrimony with Joel. When the two of them appeared at the entrance, a buzz went through the crowd. "What's going on? Why isn't there anyone giving away the bride? Her father escaped from prison and is on the run. That's why there's no one. What a weird wedding. I also heard that Tanya isn't bringing any money into the marriage. The two families aren't a good match. It must be just luck for Tanya to be able to marry Mr. Smith." Although Hilary Jones was not that great either, she was still a Jones. When she got engaged to Mr. Smith, the Joneses offered them 30% of their company shares. In comparison, Tanya offers nothing. Tanya could hear some of the comments, and she clenched her fists. She looked at the red carpet in front of her and thought of her father. Although she was angry that he had escaped from prison, she still wanted to record the wedding and show it to him in the future. She knew that without having much social status, and without having a family with enough power to contend with the Smiths, life would be extremely hard for her after she married Joel. But she wasn't afraid. She stretched out her hand, and a large, warm hand enveloped it. She was taken aback. When did Nora's hands become so rough? She wondered. She looked up and saw Carl standing next to her. He was wearing the dark red suit that he had tried on the other day, and he was beaming. He looked at Tanya and said, "I've come here for your special day, Tanya." Her eyes instantly welled up. She grabbed his hand tightly, but noticed that he was holding a small silver pistol in his other hand. The gun was pointed at Nora. He didn't say anything, but the undercover officers hiding in the crowd didn't dare to confront him. Tanya was shocked. "Dad, what are you doing?" she asked. He smiled when he heard her call him Dad and said, "Don't worry. She's your best friend, so I would never hurt her. It's just that I have to do this to see your wedding through to the end." Nora understood and stood there fearless of the silver pistol pointed right at her. She knew there weren't any bullets in the gun. It was a replica gun that Carl played with. As Black Cat, She had even once mocked him about it. He had said that he just used the gun to threaten people. She stood there calmly and looked around. She noticed that Morris had taken a step forward. Carl had also noticed him, and he grinned and said, "Captain Ford, I'd advise you not to move. I just want to see my daughter's wedding to the end. I'm sure you guys will agree to it, right?" Morris clenched his jaw in frustration. Nora smiled at him and said calmly, "Captain Ford, don't take any chances. I don't want to die." Everyone was surprised when they saw her reaction. For some reason, despite her saying that she didn't want to die, she couldn't even be bothered to look like she was in the slightest bit fearful. Justin smiled and thought, "My girl is too lazy to even act. She's so cute." Morris held his earpiece and said into it, "Everyone remain on standby. Don't antagonize him." All the other undercover officers seemed to relax. Carl offered Tanya his arm, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't know what to say. From where they were standing to the stage, there was a total distance of around 200 feet, and she could see Joel waiting for her at the other end of the red carpet. Carl walked forward with her as they started the long procession. He sounded concerned when he said, "Don't cry, Tanya. Everything's fine." Through her sobs, Tanya asked, "Did you escape from prison just to attend my wedding? Don't you know that by doing that, another charge will be added to your crimes? You only needed to stay in jail for 2 or 3 years, but now you'll probably have to be there for 5 years." Carl laughed and said, "I'm pretty tough. 5 years is no problem. I'll start some new hobbies while I'm in there. 3 years wasn't going to be enough time for me to do much." "Mom was killed by Margot," she said sadly. "I know. Don't worry about it now. I've got no intention of letting her off," he replied coldly. Then he sighed and said, "I've already let your mother down, Tanya. I can't let you down too. I hope that you can be truly happy today." Tanya was choking from her sobs. Nora, who was pretending that she was being held at gunpoint by Carl, walked leisurely beside the two of them. She tried not to smile as she watched them. She glanced at the crowd and saw that Ian was sitting in the front row and silently tearing up. As he cried, he glanced at her as though he had sensed her looking at him. His image as a hard boss in the corporate world has been shattered, she thought. Right at that moment, a cold and unfamiliar voice came through her earpiece. "Carl Moore is a fugitive. He is armed and threatening the safety of a hostage. A sniper is ready and on standby. Permission is granted to kill the target if necessary. I repeat, as part of the Assassin Alliance, Carl Moore is extremely dangerous. For the hostage's safety, as well as the safety of everyone present, permission has been granted to shoot and kill the target whenever necessary. Sniper, get ready." A slightly younger voice then played in Nora's ear. "Nightingale ready." Nora's expression became serious. Morris held his hand over his ear and said, "Sir, hold steady. The suspect has no plans to shoot." The person with the cold voice sneered and said, "How would you know if he has plans to shoot or not? Besides, his hostage's life is in danger. Sniper, fire at once. That's an order." "Yes, sir." Morris wanted to say more, but the sniper had already answered. Nora was very concerned. She realized then that Morris wasn't the boss of the Special Cases Department. That makes sense, I suppose, she thought. He's only about 25 years old, and no matter how fast he's risen through the ranks, there's no way he could control the entire Special Cases Department. Either way, I can't let them gun down Carl. If that happens, Tanya's wedding will turn straight into a funeral. And Carl's not even intending to harm me. She started to think of what she could do to avert the disaster. Right at that moment, Tanya, who was extremely nervous, tripped over her wedding gown in her high heels. Carl instinctively put away the gun pointed at Nora and helped his daughter up. It was at precisely that moment that the sniper's voice said, Target locked on. Fire. Yes, sir. The whole place was filled with the sound of a bullet piercing through the glass. The bullet was headed straight for the back of Carl's head. However, in that split second, Nora stepped forward, grabbed Carl's suit, and pulled him out of the bullet's path. The bullet zipped past the side of his head by a hair's breadth, grazing him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Carl hadn't expected something like that to happen, so he looked stunned. Seeing that Morris and the others were about to move forward, Nora pulled the man's sleeve and pointed his pistol at her waist again. Then she raised her hands and shouted, "Don't move!" Morris and the others stopped in their tracks again. Carl had witnessed all sorts of circumstances and experienced countless life and death situations. Had only been flustered because it was his daughter's wedding. He quickly recovered and held Nora at gunpoint again. He was also searching for the sniper so that he could get out of the line of fire. Nora stepped forward and stood between him and the sniper. The cold and stiff voice rang out in her earpiece again, cursing furiously. "What the hell is the hostage doing?" Someone whispered, "The hostage is called Nora Smith. She's a forensic doctor in the Special Cases Department." The hard voice became even more anxious. "In that case, she must be wearing one of our earpieces, right? Nora, can you hear me?" Nora's expression remained unchanged, and she stood motionless. She heard the voice again. "Find a way to shift a little. That way you'll be out of the line of fire." Nora remained motionless. "Damn it!" The hard voice seemed a little frustrated. "What kind of forensic doctor is she? Has she undergone specialized training with us?" "She's an externally hired forensic doctor." The hard voice started to sound exasperated. "As always, external hires are a waste of money. Sniper, take aim. For the sake of everyone else present, you have to act decisively." Someone else said, "Captain Johnson, that's not appropriate, is it?" The voice sounded familiar to Nora, and she turned to look at what was happening. She saw that Justin was standing next to an undercover officer. He had taken out his earpiece and was talking to the man. He said aggressively, "The hostage is my fiancée. If you disregard her safety and insist on using such risky means to gun down the criminal, I will be pursuing the matter." The person with the cold voice said, "Mr. Hunt, we are currently executing an operation. Please understand that the man holding your fiancée hostage is a killer who's wanted internationally. He's an extremely dangerous person." Justin remained aggressive. "Captain Johnson, you don't have to try and justify it," he said. "I don't care what your reasons are. All I know is that my fiancé's life is in your hands." Captain Johnson fell silent for a while. Eventually, he realized that he had lost. "Sniper, stand down," he ordered. "Yes, sir." When Nora heard that the danger from the sniper had disappeared, she whispered to Carl, "Carl, the sniper has stood down, but you need to hurry up." Whenever he was in such dangerous situations, he was usually surrounded and protected by a few top-ranked assassins. Although they were not present at that time, the woman's calm manner gave him an inexplicable sense of security. He felt that it was just like having Black Cat by his side. As soon as the thought formed in his mind, he shook his head. Then, he held Tanya and continued walking forward on his way to hand her over to Joel. Behind Tanya, Pete and Mia were holding up the train of her gown. Pete was wearing a suit, while Mia was wearing a white organza dress. Neither of them had been affected by what had just happened. Cherry was seated beside Ian in a guest seat. She was holding her cell phone and pouting as she complained, "How could they not let me be a flower girl? They're so mean." Ian patted her head gently and said, It's fine. Grandpa will hold a wedding and let you do it then." Her eyes lit up and she said, "Really, Grandpa?" Ian nodded. She then said, "But I want to do it as soon as possible. Can you hold a wedding soon? Who's going to get married?" When she said that, Louis, who was sitting close by, felt chills all over. Then he saw Ian slowly turning his head to look at him. Louis waved and said, "Uncle Ian, I don't even have a girlfriend, Before he could finish, Ian said, "When you get married, I'll give you $50 million. Louis thought about it. Although he had tricked Truman into giving him money, he had used the money to adopt another bunch of stray cats and dogs, resulting in his expenses increasing massively. He said, "Uncle Ian, my girlfriend and I have been hiding our relationship from you. We've been wanting to get married for a long time. When do you think would be a good time to hold the wedding?" Carl and Tanya had finally reached Joel. Tanya was dressed in a white wedding gown, while Joel wore a black tuxedo. Carl placed his daughter's hand in Joel's. Then he patted Joel on the shoulder and said, "Take care of my daughter, young man. If you dare to let her down, bully her, or find someone else, I'll send Black Cat to get you." Joel wasn't bothered about the threat. He merely straightened his back, looked him in the eye, and said, "Don't worry, Dad." Carl nodded and took a step back. He then raised his hands. Morris was the first to rush up to him. He pulled Carl's arms behind his back, took out his handcuffs, and handcuffed him. Tanya, who had heard the commotion, wanted to look behind her. However, her father shouted, "Don't look back, Tanya. You must always look ahead in your life and be happy." She started to cry again. She tried to hold back her sobs and nodded firmly. The couple walked up the steps to the platform. When she turned to look at her father, she only saw his back as he was being led away. Carl was being taken back to the Special Cases Department again. Nora didn't stay at the wedding but followed them over there. She saw that Carl had coolly accepted being taken into custody as if he were going home. His relaxed demeanor caused her and Morris to exchange puzzled looks. She felt something was wrong. Carl must realize that another charge will be added to his crimes after having escaped, she thought. Shouldn't he be upset about being recaptured? Why is he looking so relaxed instead? After he was taken to the interrogation room, he looked at Morris and Nora and said, "I wanted to take some things to my grave, but I don't want to hide them anymore. I don't want my daughter to have to shoulder the weight of being called a murderer's daughter. Do you know how I escaped?" Everyone was aware that there was a traitor in the Special Cases Department. Is Carl intending to reveal the traitor and plead for leniency? Nora wondered. Carl and Morris were about to say something when the door of the interrogation room opened, and a man, who looked about 50 years old, strode in. The man was furious. He locked eyes on Nora and shouted, "What's the matter with you? Even if you're an externally hired forensic doctor, you're still a member of the Special Cases Department and shouldn't be letting someone point a gun at you." Nora was annoyed at being spoken to like that and took an instant dislike to the man. Morris spoke up. "This is Captain Johnson, who is also my mentor," he said. "He was the one who trained me when I first entered this field." Nora looked at the man. So he's the clown who ordered the sniper to fire just now, she thought irritably. The man's persona wasn't very different from that of Morris. Both were cold and steely men. However, although she respected Morris, she didn't feel the same way about Captain Johnson. Morris looked at his boss and explained, "Captain Johnson, because Miss Smith is an externally hired forensic doctor, she's only responsible for studying and researching the genetic modification drugs that the Special Cases Department investigates and confiscates. Therefore, it's understandable that she isn't able to meet our standards of physical strength." Captain Johnson stared at Nora and said, "It's not just that she doesn't meet our standards of physical strength. What concerns me more is that I believe she's a spy." "What?" cried Morris. "Why did you protect Mur from the bullet just now?" Captain Johnson asked her. Nora looked puzzled and asked, "What bullet?" He snapped, "You pushed him to safety and then placed yourself in the line of fire. Stop pretending." "What are you talking about, Captain Johnson? I'm just a weak and powerless, externally hired forensic doctor," she declared. "How would I know about the bullet trajectory of a sniper rifle?" Her sarcasm made him livid. He pointed at her and ranted, "Look at how she's using her ignorance to justify her actions. We don't need someone like her in the Special Cases Department." Morris, who was obviously loyal to his boss, gave her an uncomfortable look. Captain Johnson then said, "Mur's escape is definitely an inside job, and I want to know who the traitor is in my department. Going by how well she cooperated with him today, I'd say it's her." Morris said, "Watch what you say, sir. We mustn't say anything without evidence." Captain Johnson was outraged. He said, "You don't need to remind me of that. I looked thoroughly into Ms. Smith's background while on the way here, and I will tell you now that she's not suitable for the Special Cases Department." Morris said, "Sir, you—" The captain held up his hand and stopped him from speaking. "Listen to my reasons for saying it first," he said. "Nora Smith's mother is Yvette Anderson, who is someone we can confirm was a member of the mysterious organization. That alone makes her unsuitable to remain in this department. You've risked the integrity of this operation by inviting her to be part of it. I'm disappointed in you, Ford." Morris clenched his jaw but remained silent. Captain Johnson pointed to the Special Cases Department regulations and asked, "Captain Ford, what is Rule 7 of the Special Cases Department regulations?" Morris straightened his back and recited, "All direct or collateral relatives of persons involved in Special Cases Department investigations are to be kept away to avoid suspicion." Captain Johnson pointed at him and asked, "Do you still think she's suitable to stay in the Special Cases Department?" Morris still wanted to explain. "But no buts." The captain then looked aggressively at Nora and said, "Nora Smith, you are dismissed from the Special Cases Department. Please return your credentials and leave immediately. Furthermore, you are not allowed to carry out any private investigations into this case." Nora glanced at Carl, who was sitting there, listening to Captain Johnson's outburst. He clearly wanted to tell us something just now, she thought. I wonder what it was. She then looked at Morris again. He took a deep breath and said, "Miss Smith, leave us for now. After I've discussed this with Captain Johnson, I'll invite you back again." The captain sneered and said, "She's nothing more than a weak and powerless civilian who only knows how to be a burden to the team during critical moments. Why would you want to invite a person like her back?" Morris just sighed loudly. Nora realized that Captain Johnson had the final say in the Special Cases Department. She took out the Special Cases Department staff pass from her pocket and handed it to Morris. When he took it from her, he said, "Don't worry, give me some time and I'll let you come back." His mentor had recently been transferred to the Special Cases Department. Before that, the department had no official head, and Morris had acted as the de facto leader. With the sudden appearance of a dominating force like Captain Johnson, Morris needed some time to regain his authority in the department. Nora smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." She'd had enough of being a forensic doctor and planned to use the spare time to go home and have a good sleep. The department had already taken up a lot of her time. She glanced at Carl again, and he waved at her and smiled. "Go back and tell Tanya that I'll be fine," he said. "Tell her to wait for me to come home and not to worry about me." Nora didn't know where his confidence was coming from. Nevertheless, she said, "I'll do that, Carl. Take care." She then left the interview room. After she had gone, Morris turned to Captain Johnson and said, "You'll regret the decision you made today, sir." "She's completely useless, so why would I regret it?" There was a knock on the door and a male officer walked in. The man said, "Captain Ford, those bodyguards we arrested the other day are keeping tight-lipped. They're refusing to say anything." The captain said, "If it's about the interrogation, then I know the person you need." "Who is it?" asked Morris. Captain Johnson tried to build up some suspense by not answering immediately. He then started to look smug as he said, "Black Cat." Morris instinctively glanced at Carl. Black Cat was his organization's top assassin. Now that we've arrested Carl, why would Black Cat be willing to help us? Morris wondered. Captain Johnson smiled triumphantly and said, "I expect that you're surprised by that. People like Black Cat, who are talented at investigation and interrogation methods, are the kind of people the Special Cases Department needs the most. That Smith woman is nothing in comparison. You're too short-sighted, Ford. Leave it to me to find Black Cat and bring them into the department." No one else was aware of what had happened in the Special Cases Department, but Nora had stopped caring by the time she returned to the Smith household. Tanya and Joel's wedding was over, and all of their guests had gone home. Worried about Carl, Tanya was feeling rather down in the dumps. Knowing that she wasn't in the best of moods, everyone else had left early. The moment Nora got home, her cell phone rang. Justin's voice rang out of the other end of the line as she answered it. "Cherry seemed a little unhappy, so I took her out for a stroll," he said. "Oh, okay," she replied. She sounded tired, but Justin sensed that there was more to it than that. "Bad mood?" he asked. "Yeah," she said. "I've been fired by the Special Cases Department." Just voicing the problem made her feel a little better. He took a deep breath. "If I said that I'm actually pretty happy about it, would you mind?" he asked. She didn't answer. "I'm always so worried every time you go out on a mission," he said, taking her silence as permission to continue. "Now that you've been fired, you could stay at home and spend more time with the children." She still didn't answer, but she did smile. To her, it felt like a kind of role reversal. Justin felt the same way. "Do I sound like a house husband?" he asked gently. He paused. "It's their loss for firing you," he added. "I can only say that they must be stupid. But I wouldn't feel sad about it if I were you. The way I see it, they'll be crying and begging you to go back very soon." "Why do you say that?" she asked, feeling heartened by his sympathy. "Because they invited Q to join their team," he added. "And if your identity is exposed, they'll definitely feel even worse." After thinking about it, she realized that he did actually have a point. She smiled to herself. She walked through the front door and entered the living room. Ian was sitting in his wheelchair looking lost in thought. He looked up as soon as the door opened. "Were you waiting for me?" she asked as soon as she saw him. He nodded. "We need to talk," he said. She walked over to him, carefully putting her phone into her pocket. She hadn't disconnected the call, hoping that Justin would do it from his end. "Shall we talk in the garden?" she asked as she walked behind his chair and released the brake. He nodded. The weather was very fine that day. Tanya and Joel had picked a good day for the wedding. The sun still shone down upon them, but it had lost its intensity. It felt refreshing and comfortable as the two of them walked in the shade. "Nora, the way that Carl risked being arrested just to come back and give Tanya away today really impressed me," he said, once they were away from any prying ears in the house. Nora didn't answer. She concentrated on pushing him as carefully as she could. "I'm afraid that I won't be around when you eventually get married," he continued. "My health has always been poor." "As long as you don't do anything stupid, you could live until you're 70 or even 80 years old," she said. He sighed. Before he had learned that Nora was his daughter and Yvette hadn't in fact betrayed him, he had frequently felt dissatisfied with his life. Nora had given him a new sense of purpose, and he no longer yearned for the day he would die and be reunited with the love of his life. Nora kept him here instead. When he saw how much effort Carl was putting into building his relationship with Tanya, Ian suddenly realized that no matter how old a child was, they still needed guidance from their parents. Even if the child had grown into a strong and powerful adult, people would still sigh and remark that it was such a shame that both their parents had died, especially if they were talking about a strong and powerful woman. Nora wasn't as tough and hardy as Joel, Quentin, and Louis. Therefore, he resolved to do his best to stay alive. For as long as he was alive, he would be able to watch over his daughter. It was at that moment that Ian completely abolished any thoughts of suicide and vowed to keep on living for as long as possible. For the first time in his life, he felt that he was still of use to someone. "Even so, I still hope that the day I see you get married comes soon," he said as he smiled. "After all, no one knows for sure when their time will come." Nora didn't argue. Her mind had wandered to a different subject. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" she asked hopefully. Justin, who was listening to the conversation through the phone that Nora had put into her pocket, listened with bated breath. Had his father-in-law finally thought things through? Was he finally going to give his blessing to their marriage? "Why don't you go on a blind date tomorrow?" said Ian, quashing any ideas that they both had. Justin slumped, his hopes dashed. He knew that Ian's concerns about some of his family members were fair, but he had also hoped, deep down, that her father might have overlooked that. He sighed, wondering what else he needed to do in order to win his favor. But he also had something else to acknowledge, something even more important than Ian's blessing. He knew that he was the one who made all the effort in their relationship. If he left her to it, she could go days without contacting him and not worry one iota about it. As he contemplated these two large hurdles in the way of his happiness, he wondered if there was any point in trying to please Ian anymore. But when Nora spoke again, his hopes returned. "Do you really disapprove of Justin that much?" he heard her ask. "I've always thought that you were just making things difficult for him because you were testing his commitment, but I didn't expect this. Why should I go on a blind date?" Justin could tell from the silence on the other end of the line that Ian was looking at her in that intense way that he had. It felt like a long time before he replied. "Because Justin is different," Ian said. "He's too powerful. You won't be able to control him, and I'm worried that he might try and control you instead." Nora didn't answer. She was too shocked. It was the last thing she had expected to hear. "In a marriage, there will always be one dominant partner," he explained. "Although your status is on a par with his, Justin has a trump card that others don't know about. He is stronger than even you, and I'm worried that he will put you in a very passive position." He went on, "He'll make all his goals and ambitions become yours, and he's so clever that I'm afraid that you won't even see what he's doing. He schemes too much for my liking." "Are you sure?" she asked. "I am a pretty strong woman, you know," she answered. Ian smiled kindly at her. He was glad that she had a spark about her, but it wasn't enough in his mind. "What I mean is," she cut him off, "stop making things difficult for him. He is the children's father, after all," she said, struggling to keep a lid on her anger. "They've already picked up on the fact that you don't like him. And besides, he's an attractive guy. I can't see how you can find anyone better looking than him." Ian was dumbfounded. "Nora, I never took you for being so shallow," he said. "Are you honestly telling me that the only reason why you're with him is because of his looks?" "What's wrong with that?" she asked indignantly. "It's not the only reason I like him. He treats me well," she added. "Is that it?" he asked. "Yes," Nora said. I know you disapprove of us, but I still want to thank you for letting us be together." Ian didn't answer. He wasn't sure why she was thanking him. After all, he hadn't given them his blessing to be together in the first place. He looked at her, confusion on his face. Nora yawned. "Is there anything else? If there isn't, then I need to go to bed," she said, walking off and leaving him in the garden with no means of getting back into the house. Although he knew that there were bodyguards who could help him, he watched her helplessly as she walked away, not impressed by the way she had abandoned him. It was the first time they had truly argued since they had learned they were father and daughter. A minute later, he saw her bedroom light switch on. He knew that she was mad at him because of his attitude toward Justin, but as far as he was concerned, the guy deserved it. He was just too good-looking by half. He looked around for a bodyguard. There was one nearby and he called the man over. "Get me a list of all the good-looking men in New York," he ordered as the bodyguard wheeled him back inside. "I bet I can find her a better-looking boyfriend than Justin Hunt in less than a day." "Yes, sir," said the bemused-looking bodyguard, wondering where in his contract of employment was a clause stating that he should help his boss find a suitable partner for his daughter. When Nora returned to her bedroom and took out her cell phone from her pocket, she saw that Justin had hung up a while back, not that she was bothered. She took off her clothes and got ready to take a bath. Just as she was dipping a toe into the water, her phone rang again. It was Cherry's number. "Hi, sweetie, how are you?" she asked excitedly. But Cherry's voice wasn't the one she heard. "I heard from Brenda that you've been fired by the Special Cases Department," said elderly Mrs. Hunt, avoiding any pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "I can't believe it." Nora smiled. Had she finally turned over a new leaf? Never before had she sounded so concerned for her. She was about to thank her for her concern when the Mrs. Hunt she knew put in an appearance. "I'm glad," she said. "It's much better for women to stay at home and care for their husband and children, don't you think? The Special Cases Department isn't for every woman. Only the most professional women can make it there, and seeing as she's better educated than you, it's not surprising that Brenda works there and you don't anymore." Nora tried to interrupt her, but she was on a roll. "You country girls are all the same, naive and ineffective. But don't feel sad, my dear. I'm sure you can gain some positives from the experience." So the fox has turned grey, but it hasn't turned kind, thought Nora sadly, as she tuned out the woman's words. As Mrs. Hunt rambled on, she turned to her emails, pleased to see that one or two were from the Special Cases Department itself. One had been sent to Q, and another had been sent to Black Cat. The content of the two emails was very similar and had adopted a sincere tone, but, much more interestingly, both were inviting her to join the Special Cases Department and asking her to be of service to the United States. She smiled. The sender of both emails was from Captain Johnson. Not sure how to respond, she realized that Mrs. Hunt was still talking. "You're too unsociable. Surely you must know that no one likes an eccentric woman. No wonder you're so unpopular," she was saying. "Who says I was fired because I was unpopular?" she asked, determined to get a word in. Mrs. Hunt was taken aback. "What do you mean? You weren't fired?" she asked incredulously. Not willing to explain herself to Mrs. Hunt, Nora didn't answer. "I'm going to bed. Good night," she said sharply before hanging up. Her bath was getting cold and she didn't want to waste it. As she slid into the warm water, she smiled. She was glad that she had the courtesy to say good night to the old battle axe. After all, she was Justin's grandmother. She wouldn't have bothered had it been anyone else treating her like that. But the woman's words stayed with her as she lay in the bath. How dare she say that I'm unsociable and eccentric? She thought angrily. She picked up her phone again and sent a message to Solo. "How do you find me as a person?" she asked, getting straight to the point. Far away in Switzerland, Solo read the message. He was still irate with her for having lost their recent battle of wills, but he didn't dare upset her further. "You're fantastic, absolutely great," he wrote, glad that she couldn't see the look on his face. Nora smiled. He's unsociable and eccentric, he should know, she thought. If he can make friends with anyone, then it must be easy for me in comparison. "I'm in New York later this week," he continued. "Shall we meet up?" Nora was intrigued. She wasn't sure why he was coming back to New York, but it would be perfect for her to use him to help her cover up her identity. She was keen to keep her identity as Q a secret. "Perfect timing," she replied. "I have something I need you to do." She put down the phone, convinced that it was Mrs. Hunt with the poor social skills, not herself. As she got out of the bath and dried herself, there was a knock on her door. She wrapped herself in a towel and opened it to find Joel standing in front of her. "What's going on with Carl?" he asked her, an anxious look on his face. "Nothing," she replied calmly. "He told me that he'll be fine." Joel was surprised. It had become more and more difficult for him to ask around and get any news out of the Special Cases Department. He had given up asking his usual contacts inside the department, deciding to ask Nora instead. After Carl had been taken away, he had been waiting for her to come home in the hope that she would have some news. Not being the most patient man in the world, he had also been asking around to see if he could find out as much as he could. But he hadn't expected that she would have so little to say on the matter. Perhaps she was more discreet than he had bargained for. He knew that she was quite reticent about such things, and he also knew that a lot of what went on inside that department was classified. He nodded, deciding not to press her any further. He patted her on the shoulder. "I heard about what happened to you today," he said kindly. "I'm sorry. I hope you're not too disappointed about it." "Disappointed about what?" asked Nora defensively. "You know, about getting fired," he said. "Why would I be disappointed about that?" she asked, staring at him. Worried about upsetting her, he coughed and turned to leave. "Joel?" she asked. "Yes?" "How do you find me as a person?" she asked. He stared at her. "How do I find you as a person?" he repeated questioningly. He thought for a long time. "If I tell her she's arrogant and cocky, she'll kill me," he thought. "And I certainly won't tell her that she has no soft side. I've seen softer rocks." He smiled. "Very cute," he said. She smiled back. "Thanks," she said, closing the door in his face. "And I forgot to mention rude," he said quietly to himself as he walked toward his own room. Nora got into bed feeling very reassured. Two men whose judgment she respected had told her kind things, so how could old Mrs. Hunt criticize her the way she had? She fell asleep before she could answer her own question. When she woke up the next day, Nora opened her eyes to see Pete already sitting at his desk and studying quietly. "Pete?" she said before she had even gotten out of bed. Pete looked up. "Yes, Mummy?" he said, his eyes looking very serious. Her heart melted. "What do you think of your mummy?" she asked. Pete stared at her in confusion. He had been expecting her to ask him if he had eaten yet. However, having been separated from her for as long as he had, just being with her made his heart sing, especially when she was the first thing he saw when he woke up each morning. "You're the best mummy in the world," he said sincerely. Nora got out of bed and went to him. As she hugged him, she thought once again about Mrs. Hunt's words and how wrong she had been. After her shower, she got dressed and went downstairs. Louis was about to leave as she passed him in the hall. "Louis, have you got a minute?" she asked him as he opened the front door. "Sure," he said. What's the matter? How do you find me as a person? She asked him. He studied her carefully, wondering how to reply. Not only did he find her cold, he frequently thought of refrigerators when he saw her, he also found her arrogant. He even disliked the way she walked. He thought she walked like a man. But when he thought of her money, he beamed at her. Kind, beautiful, and approachable, of course. You're practically my ideal woman, he said. She smiled back at him, satisfied with his reply. Where are you going? She asked. To talk to my girlfriend about marriage, he said with a wink. You have a girlfriend, she said, completely taken aback. Who is she? Anyone I know? Of course not, he replied, laughing. But hopefully I'll have found one by the end of the day. I might have guessed, she said. But you'll never find a girlfriend with that bleached blonde hair of yours. He didn't answer her. He couldn't believe that she had said something so toxic. He desperately wanted to take back all the compliments he had just paid her and tell her what he really thought. But, remembering just how rich she really was, he decided he would just have to keep his mouth shut instead. After being told that she was kind and popular by so many people, Nora's doubts about what Mrs. Hunt had said to her had been assuaged. She went to find some breakfast, or more accurately, lunch, and pushed the woman's words to the back of her mind. She had planned to take a plate of food up to her room so that she could carry out some research into ways to treat Quentin. But Ian waved to her before she had even reached the staircase. What do you think of these fine young men? He asked her, showing her some photographs. Are they handsome enough for you? Nora took the first photograph of him. It was of a man who looked remarkably like Justin, only his eyes were a little deeper set, and his nose was a little straighter. He's an Oscar-winning actor, he said proudly. Surely he's handsome enough for you? Yes, I suppose so, she said carefully. Ian's eyes lit up. How about meeting him then? Nora yawned. No, thank you. Justin is better looking, she said, handing the picture back to him. Are you sure? He said. Take a closer look. He thrust the photograph closer to her face. Nora stepped back. The photograph was so close to her eyes that she couldn't focus on it properly. No, she said. He doesn't have the same beauty spot at the corner of his eye that Justin has. It's what gives him his character. She walked off, not giving him the chance to show her any more photographs. She had meant what she had said to Ian. As far as she was concerned, Justin's beauty spot at the corner of his eye was pretty much what distinguished him from every other man she had ever met. After Justin had ended his call to Nora the night before, he had walked to the full-length mirror in his room and studied himself. He touched his cheek with his hand and stroked the beauty spot at the corner of his eye. Does Nora really only like me because of this mark? He thought. Let's see if that's really the case. He picked up his cell phone and called Lawrence. I need some skincare products, he said as soon as Lawrence answered. Justin had always been a fastidious man in his business affairs, but that had never extended to his skincare. For him, it was enough that he had to shave every day. However, now that he knew how Nora felt, he decided that some changes needed to be made. Lawrence arrived first thing the next morning. I've brought a face mask, he said, handing him a paper bag. Apply it every morning for 5 minutes. After that, apply this moisturizer, which is anti-aging. There were several other bottles in the bag, which he explained carefully how to use. While he spoke, he noticed that Justin was touching the mark at the corner of his eye self-consciously. Do you think this mole could be removed? Justin asked him. It's so ugly. Yes, I guess so, said Lawrence. Do you need me to make an appointment with the doctor for you? Yes, said Justin. He sounded preoccupied. As soon as possible. Lawrence went back to his car and picked up his phone as soon as he was inside. He called a clinic known to have the best reputation in New York for plastic surgery "I trust you'll find a surgeon with the highest success rate," he said, once they had made an appointment for later that day. "It's very important that Mr. Hunt is left without any scars. And also, absolute discretion is of the highest importance. It would ruin his reputation if news of his visit was to leak out." "Yes, of course," said the receptionist who had answered the call. "By the way, what sort of treatment is he looking for? Nose? Eyes?" Lawrence coughed. "It's a bit more serious than that," he said. The receptionist's heart sank. It was exceptionally stressful to perform surgery on a wealthy or well-known client. They had such high standards. Also, they were more prone to suing if a procedure went wrong. "Oh dear," she said. She could only think of one body part more important to a man than his face. "Are you able to elaborate?" she asked. "Please, don't be shy. We are able to help should there be a part of Mr. Hunt's body that isn't strong enough." "He's got a mole at the corner of his eye," said Lawrence. He heard a sigh of relief at the other end of the line. "It might just be a minor operation to you, but it would be very unsightly if you didn't do it well." "No problem," said the receptionist. "Tell Mr. Hunt we'll see him later." As Lawrence told Justin the time of the appointment, Justin looked at his watch. He realized that the procedure would make him late for his dinner date with Nora that evening. However, he wasn't worried. He was more interested in her reaction when he showed her his altered appearance. Captain Johnson arrived early that morning at the Special Cases Department. Morris caught him as he walked across the foyer toward his office. "Sir, I think we need to talk about the dismissal of Nora Smith as our forensic doctor," he said, running to catch up with him. "There's nothing to discuss," said Johnson, continuing to walk. "This department doesn't need people with medical skills. What we need are experts in computing, like Black Cat and Q. I've already sent emails to both of them, inviting them to join our team, and I'm optimistic that they'll both reply soon." Morris tried to interrupt him, but Johnson waved his hand dismissively. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to question Carl," he said. "No one is to enter the interrogation room without my express permission." Nora spent the whole afternoon researching potential treatments for Quentin. She was so engrossed in her work that, when her phone rang, she was surprised to see that it was 5 o'clock. It was Justin, and he had called to say that Cherry wanted to have dinner with them. "Then why don't the two of you come over?" she suggested. He hesitated for a moment, reluctant to answer her. "I don't think that's a good idea," he said sadly. "Ian doesn't seem too keen to have me around." "I understand," she replied. "Okay, send me the address of the restaurant, and Pete and I'll meet you both there." "Sure," he said before he hung up. As she read his message containing the restaurant's address, she realized that it wasn't far from her house. She was pleased. It meant that she still had time to do some further research before she had to leave. However, her phone had other ideas. Before she could turn her attention back to her laptop, it beeped, telling her that she had yet another email from Johnson inviting her to join the Special Cases Department. She smiled. He had only dismissed her the day before. "Hello, Black Cat," it said. "Have you seen my last email? Even if you're not interested in working for the Special Cases Department, do you not care whether Carl Moore lives or dies?" Nora stared at the email. "What do you mean?" she asked. The reply came almost immediately. "Did you know Carl has been arrested for breaking a federal law? Don't you want to save him? If you agree to join the Special Cases Department, I might just be able to find a way to release him." Release Carl, she thought. Does this man think that I'm 3 years old? Carl had broken the law, and to her mind, the Special Cases Department had no justification in releasing him. "How are you going to do that?" she asked. Johnson's reply came even faster this time. I can release a public statement saying that he is my informant. That way, he can say that it was on my instruction that he brought those people into the country." Nora's jaw dropped open in surprise. An informant, she thought. It was certainly a convenient explanation, and it would also allow the Special Cases Department to release him right away. But why would Johnson say that Carl was his informant? She frowned. She thought of how Carl had insisted that he did it purely for the money when she and Morris had repeatedly asked him why he had illegally brought the people from his mysterious organization into the country. After that, Carl had successfully escaped from the Special Cases Department. Nora's mind was spinning as she pieced together all the information. Morris stood outside the door of the interrogation room in the basement of the Special Cases Department, hoping to listen in on the conversation taking place inside. Unfortunately, the interrogation room had been soundproofed to a specification of his approval, so he couldn't hear anything at all. Desperate to know what the two of them were talking about, he tried looking at the footage from the surveillance cameras. But as soon as Captain Johnson had entered, he had turned them off. He just had to wait until Johnson came out again. It was over half an hour before he finally emerged. He didn't look happy, and his face was pale. "Did you manage to get anything out of him?" asked Morris, rushing toward him as the door opened. "He still refuses to talk," said Johnson, rubbing his chest absent-mindedly. "I'd suggest hiring Nora Smith back into the team," said Morris. "She knows Carl. He's already spoken to her in the past." "How can a forensic doctor be a better interrogator than me?" asked Johnson in disgust. "I'm not going to make a fool of myself by begging her. We need Black Cat," he added, pointing at Morris. "Nora's got no experience in solving criminal cases. Do you realize," he added, silencing Morris as he tried to interrupt, "that I wouldn't even call her if I felt ill?" Morris took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He couldn't believe that Captain Johnson was being so unpleasant. "I think you're prejudiced against her," he said as respectfully as he could under the circumstances. "Yes, I am," said Johnson. "She was simply unprofessional at the wedding, and I won't tolerate that in this department." "I'm afraid we'll have to agree to disagree about that," Morris said quietly. "Are you threatening me?" asked Johnson. "I'm not a man who gets sick very often, but even if I did, she's the last doctor I'd call." With that, he turned around and stormed off. As he reached the door, he spun around and looked at Morris in panic. He was clutching his chest, a look of utter agony on his face. He fell to the floor, unconscious. Morris ran over to him. He turned him over, and when he saw that he wasn't coming round, he reached for his cell phone and called an ambulance. Nora and Pete were the first to arrive at the restaurant. She knew that Justin had booked a private dining room, and the maitre d' took them straight to it to wait for him in Cherry. The restaurant was Japanese, one of Nora's favorite types of cuisine. The room was decorated with solid wood and was very authentic. She felt as if they both had been whisked away to rural Japan. Pete took off his shoes and sat down with his legs crossed. He decided to carry on with his math assignment while he waited. "Mummy, why are we all having dinner together tonight?" he asked as he dug his pencil from out of his school bag. Nora was about to reply that she had no idea when the door was pushed open. Cherry ran in, a look of urgency on her face. "Mummy, quick, look at Daddy," she shouted. "Which part of him looks different?" Nora and Pete looked toward the door curiously, waiting for Justin to walk in. He opened the door and leaned against the frame. Tall and slender, his black suit only accentuated his height. He coughed politely, waiting for Nora to answer Cherry's question. Nora studied him, trying to work out what it was that was different about him. His cheeks, which were as smooth as usual, and his fair skin were glowing, thanks to the face pack he had tried out earlier in the day. She drank in his deep and bottomless eyes, his straight and sharp nose, as well as his... "Where's it gone?" she shouted out involuntarily, looking at him in astonishment. Cherry stood next to her, cheering. "Mummy, look," she shouted. "Daddy's beauty spot has gone. Do you like it?" she asked. Justin's cheeks reddened. His change in appearance had created a bigger stir than even he had expected. "What do you think?" he asked her. He had suddenly gone all shy. "Why did you remove it?" she asked him. "You've ruined your best attribute. What a shame," she sighed, looking as though she might burst into tears. A silence descended on the small room. Cherry and Pete exchanged glances. Cherry ran over and sat down next to him, resting her chin on his hands. "Look at him, Pete," she said. "I told Daddy that the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was attractive, but he insisted that it wasn't and went to the beauty salon to have it removed." "Whatever," said Pete. Cherry then took out her cell phone and said, "Shall we play a game, Pete? We haven't played one in ages," she said, her interest in Justin's appearance waning rapidly. "No, I'm not playing," he answered. "I want to finish this math problem." "What's so fun about those problems?" she asked. "How can they be more fun than games?" "Is playing games the only thing you think about?" he replied. "Of course not," she retorted. "I also think about handsome guys." Pete rolled his eyes and returned to his math book, trying to turn away from her as he did so. While the children were talking, Justin looked at Nora uncertainly. As the look of disappointment deepened on her face, he sighed. He took out a piece of tissue from his pocket and wiped the corner of his eye. The beauty mark miraculously reappeared. "Cherry said that you liked the beauty spot, so I didn't remove it," he said shyly. "I actually got as far as the parking lot of a clinic, but I turned around and left before I got out of the car." He had decided to apply a bit of makeup to cover it instead, keen to gauge Nora's opinion before he did anything permanent. Cherry had warned him that Nora wouldn't like it, and he was glad that he had listened to her. Hearing Nora's conversation with Ian on the phone the night before had only reinforced that. "I'm glad," Nora said softly. "It's the thing I like about you the most." Justin breathed a sigh of relief. His plan might just have worked. He was glad that he hadn't made any irreparable changes to his body. A vision swam before his eyes of Nora kissing him before her lips moved up to his beauty spot. He smiled. It was a nice dream to hold on to. He blushed as the vision developed further. Even his ears went red. "What's the matter?" asked Nora, noticing his color deepen. "Are you ill? Shall I ask a waiter to get you some water?" "No, I'm fine," he said, shaking his head in an attempt to remove the vision from his mind. "Let's sit down." He offered her a seat. They barely had time to look at the menu when they heard footsteps outside. "Are we expecting company?" Nora asked quizzically. The door burst open, and before he could answer, Brenda rushed in. "Brenda, what are you doing here?" he asked, not particularly pleased to see her. "I'm here for dinner, of course. Are you having a party?" she asked. "How did you know we were here, Aunt Brenda?" asked Cherry. Brenda took off her shoes unceremoniously and sat beside Nora. She looked at Cherry. "Have you forgotten what your aunt does for a living?" she asked. "It's my job to find out where people are." She turned to Nora. "Morris spoke up for you in front of Captain Johnson today, but that old stick in the mud still refuses to give in. I'm so mad." She picked up a menu and ran her finger down it, wondering what to order. "I just can't work with that man any longer, so I decided to quit," she said. "I know he's notorious for being difficult, but he's shooting himself in the foot by firing you. The way I see it, unless he becomes seriously ill, I can't see any other way for you to get your job back." Nora's cell phone rang, not giving her an opportunity to reply. It was Morris. "Hello?" she said,
"Captain Johnson has had a heart attack," he said. "He's in a critical condition. You need to get to the hospital quickly."
Nora laughed. "Funny joke, Morris," she said.
"I'm not joking,"
he said. Brenda, who could hear Morris's voice, spat out the tea she had just been served. "Well, knock me down with a feather," she said, a huge grin appearing on her face. "What are the odds of that happening?" Captain Johnson woke up in a brightly lit room surrounded by people. As he tried to sit up, one of the people gently put her hand on his chest and pushed him back down. "You need to keep still," she said kindly.
"What happened?"
His voice sounded groggy even to him. "You've had a heart attack and you're in the hospital," she said. "Fortunately, we've managed to save you. You're lucky you were surrounded by some quick-thinking people when it happened. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different." As he listened to the woman, he suddenly felt rather flustered. He knew how dangerous heart attacks were, and judging by the number of people working around his bed, it must have been a large one. He knew that he was lucky to be alive. A doctor in a mask and white lab coat stood by the bed, studying a clipboard intensely.
"Thank you so much for saving my life, Doctor. You don't know how much I appreciate all you've done for me,"
he said, trying to shake the person's hand. The doctor looked over the clipboard, and he noticed that he was talking to a woman. He tried to get a closer look at her but failed. "You're welcome," said an awkward-sounding voice from underneath the mask.
"If you need any help in the future, just tell me," Johnson said. "If it's within my means, I will do anything I can for you."
"Do you mean that?" asked the doctor, taking off her mask. Her voice sounded oddly familiar. Though his vision was still blurred, Johnson squinted at the woman more carefully. As her long straight hair and almond-shaped eyes came into focus, he realized that the doctor was a woman he knew very well. She moved over to a monitor, dragging her feet as she walked, as though she was too lazy to lift them properly. That walk had always annoyed him, and, as the reality of what had happened sank in, his expression darkened.
"What are you doing here?" he asked. "Don't tell me it was you who saved my life."
Nora turned back and looked at him, an amused look on her face.
"Captain Johnson, Nora did indeed save your life,"
said another familiar voice from the other side of the bed. It was Morris.
"If it hadn't been for her, you wouldn't have survived."
Johnson closed his eyes. Never would he have thought that he would be slapped in the face like this. He lay still for a while, trying to digest all that had just happened to him.
"Thank you so much for coming here the way you did,"
he heard Morris say to Nora.
"We'll make sure that any speeding tickets you received trying to get here in time will be quashed, and that goes for running any red lights too. I'm very impressed with the professionalism you showed today. You put all your grievances behind you and saved him anyway."
Nora nodded. "Thank you," she said quietly, looking over at Johnson to see if he had heard. After receiving the call, she had sped all the way to the hospital. On the way there, she ran so many red lights that 3 traffic police cars had been called to pursue her. She hadn't had the time to stop and explain, so they had followed her all the way to the hospital parking lot. Morris had met them there and had had to do a great deal of patient explaining before they understood what had been going on. Another nurse walked in. "Doctor," she said, "I was really impressed with your work today. Thank you for all that you've done." Nora waved her hand dismissively. "I'm a doctor, it's what I do," she said. She turned back to the monitor and looked at it carefully. "Captain Johnson is out of danger now, so I will take my leave." She put down the clipboard, nodded an acknowledgement to Morris, and left the room.
"Dr. Smith really pulled it out of the bag for you,"
said Morris.
"You can't doubt her professionalism now."
He took a deep breath.
"Why don't you ask her to come back to the team?" "Why? So I've got a physician on hand should I have another heart attack?" asked Johnson angrily. "She may have saved my life, but that's all she's good for."
Morris laughed.
Captain Johnson, you were the one who said it just now that she saved your life. Besides, she broke more rules getting to the hospital today than she did on her last case working for you. She's a forensic doctor, not someone responsible for catching fugitives.
Yes, that's right. Please, sir, let Miss Smith come back, said another voice from behind Morris. Johnson recognized it as another one of his colleagues, but he was still too groggy to put a name to the voice.
Captain Johnson, if it weren't for Nora, I'm afraid you wouldn't be alive right now, said Morris kindly. Did you know that by the time she arrived, your heart had already stopped beating for 20 minutes? All the other doctors on duty said that it was too late and advised her not to try, but she insisted on trying anyway. It's only because of her that you were lucky enough to survive.
Johnson rolled his eyes. Nora had saved his life, but he wasn't grateful at all.
Maybe the heart attack wasn't that serious, he thought. Otherwise, why do I feel as if nothing is wrong right now?
As he lay in bed, his mind began to race.
Nora must have made out that my condition was worse than it really was, he decided. That must be why Morris is speaking up for her like this. After all, we've all been deceived by that woman before.
Johnson took a deep breath and instantly regretted it. His chest felt really tight.
Fine. She can come back, he said begrudgingly.
Morris smiled.
How can she come back when I haven't processed her dismissal yet? He asked. These things take time, you know.
Johnson was not impressed. He knew that these things didn't happen overnight, but he still felt as if Morris had disobeyed him. He sighed, instantly regretting it. The pain in his chest came back.
Well done, Morris,
said the voice beside him that he had still not placed.
You've saved the department a lot of embarrassment.
Johnson closed his eyes, trying to keep a lid on his temper. He couldn't believe that, even though he was lying in a hospital bed, people were still showing more concern for Morris and Nora than himself. He realized that he had a lot of work to do if he wanted to gain the respect of his team and show them all Morris and Nora's true colors. This particular department was different from any other he had worked in before. If his subordinates didn't think he was worthy of his position, then it would be difficult to get any work done. It was the reason why he had made an example of Nora as soon as he had arrived. He had wanted to show everyone that it hadn't been acceptable for Morris to break any protocols and hire a civilian forensic doctor. Firing Nora was the nearest he could get to disciplining Morris. But now, it appeared, all he had done was shoot himself in the foot. Nora had single-handedly undone all of his hard work. If anything, loyalty in the Special Cases Department had shifted even further toward Morris. He decided that the best thing he could do was figure out a way to get even with him, and he had plenty of time to think about it while he lay in a hospital bed, convalescing. By the time Nora had finished saving Johnson's life, it was already dark outside. She drove straight home and parked her black SUV outside the house. Just as she entered, her cell phone beeped. She took it out of her purse and saw that it was Truman, and he had sent a message. He hadn't been in contact with her for a long time. As she unlocked her phone, a feeling of discomfort overwhelmed her as she wondered what it was that he was after. Their last conversation had certainly left her feeling very uncomfortable. Her purse fell to the floor as she read the message. Truman's message read, "I've still got lots of secrets to tell you. Don't you want to know what I know? But for now, it seems like Caleb hasn't taken his medicine today." Ever since he had been captured by Morris, Caleb had been detained in the medical wing. Because he was weak, the Special Cases Department hadn't used any special methods to interrogate him. After all, what if he died from his illness while he was in their custody? Nora felt guilty. She had forgotten all about him. However, she merely replied, "I'm no longer working with the Special Cases Department. There's no point talking to me about this. If you want to negotiate, get hold of Morris." With that, she put away her phone and entered the house. Joel and Tanya were sitting in the kitchen chatting. So much had happened recently, having been apart for so long. Now the two of them were newlyweds and their relationship was strong. However, right now Tanya's face was filled with worry. I wonder how my dad is. I hope he's okay. Joel comforted her. He'll be fine. It's a prison, not a tiger's den. Tanya asked, Can't you think of a way for me to visit him? Joel was silent for a moment. If it had been a normal department, there would be no problem with her visiting Carl. However, the Special Cases Department ran by different rules to all the others. The cases they handled were of the utmost importance and often deeply sensitive. It was difficult to get any information from there, let alone visit a prisoner there. Joel thought hard before saying, Maybe it's not impossible. I'll see what I can arrange. In the meantime, don't worry. Tanya sensed his momentary hesitation. She asked, Is the case my father is involved in very awkward? When Joel saw that she wasn't afraid to hear the truth, he decided not to hide anything from her. He sighed and nodded. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. It'll be difficult for us to see him, but we can find out how he's doing through Nora. Tanya lowered her head in disappointment. That's not going to work. Nora's just been fired. We'll have to think of another way. Joel nodded. Out in the hallway, Nora shook her head. With uncanny timing, her phone vibrated with a message from Morris. He tried to make a joke of things. Miss Smith, your vacation has been cancelled. You should come back to work tomorrow. Nora rolled her eyes. If she hadn't just overheard Tanya and Joel's conversation, she wouldn't have wanted to rejoin the department. After all, she was very busy and it was decidedly troublesome. But now, if she kept working with Morris, at least she would have access to information and she could reassure Tanya. She could even sneak Carl something nice in for breakfast every day. Nora replied, Okay. After sending the message, she entered the kitchen. Joel and Tanya turned around as they heard her steps on the tiled floor. Tanya did her best to sound relaxed. Nora, what were you doing today? I searched for you all afternoon, but couldn't find you anywhere. Nora smiled. I've got some good news to tell you. Tanya's eyes lit up. What's happened? Nora replied, My position in the Special Cases Department has been re-established. I'm going to work tomorrow. If you prepare some food and other necessities for Carl, I'll help you get them to him. Upon hearing this, however, Tanya's first reaction was not happiness, but indignation. On what basis? First they chase you away, now they're asking you to come back and you're simply going to do as they ask. No, you can't accept this. Nora stared at her. This was typical of Tanya. She never thought of things from her own point of view. Instead, she had leaped to see the situation from Nora's perspective. Nora smiled. Oh, they begged me to come back. Besides, I still want to know what happened to my mother, and they're my best bet for any information about her. Tanya was still concerned. Did they beg hard? Nora couldn't meet Tanya's gaze. Yes. How hard? Oh, Nora said airily. They were just short of kneeling down and begging me. Tanya giggled. That's more like it. Joel glanced at Nora but didn't say anything. The next day, Nora slept late again. She got up and had breakfast. When she was about to head off to the Special Cases Department, Tanya handed her a backpack. Sorry, it's pretty heavy, Tanya said as she passed it to Nora. There are quite a lot of things in there that I've prepared for him. Nora casually picked up the bag that Tanya had struggled to lift, slinging it easily onto her shoulder before leaving. Tanya's mouth fell open as she watched Nora walk out. When Nora arrived at the department, it was already noon. Nora had just entered when she bumped into Captain Johnson, who had already been discharged. He was looking weak, and his face was an unhealthy yellow. When he saw Nora, he crossly scolded, Do you know what time it is? It's midday, and you're only just coming to work. Nora wasn't bothered by his reprimand. She took off her bag and swung it to the other shoulder. It happened to catch Captain Johnson, causing him to take a step back before he could stand firm. "I'm sorry, Captain Johnson," she said coolly. "My contract with the Special Cases Department clearly states that my work hours are flexible." She had especially added that particular clause because she wanted to be able to grab some sleep in the rare event that she wasn't needed. Johnson snorted. "What kind of attitude to work is that?" Turning on his heel, he turned and left. Nora entered the hall. She was about to look for Morris to get her meeting with Carl approved when she saw him walking out of the break room with a lunchbox. Nora walked over and the two of them nodded at each other. Just as Nora was about to speak, 2 loud hand claps suddenly came from the entrance. Everyone looked over and saw Captain Johnson standing there. When he saw that he had their attention, he smiled and said, "I know that your investigation into this mysterious organization has reached a stalemate, and that the few bodyguards you've caught haven't revealed any information." He continued, raising his voice above the discontented muttering. "You must all know who the world's most famous expert in interrogation is, right?" He looked around the room. "Yes, that's right, Black Cat." Captain Johnson smiled. "So, I have invited an expert here to join us." As he spoke, he moved aside to reveal the person who had been standing behind him. It was a woman. She was wearing a smart business suit. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared, making her seem friendly and approachable. She nodded at them all. "Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to be joining the Special Cases Department to work with you." Wow. Some of the men felt that work might have just become a little more appealing. There were very few female members in the department. Everyone knew that Brenda, although she was beautiful, could be really mean. As Captain Brenda, when she trained with anyone, she would usually leave them feeling battered and bruised, so they were all far too scared of her to harbor any romantic feelings. As for Nora, she was also very attractive, but she was too standoffish and proud. Everyone held her in high regard, but it was impossible for them to imagine chasing after her. However, this lady seemed different. "Is this Black Cat? Is Black Cat a woman?" Someone from the back dared to ask what they were all wondering. Captain Johnson shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. Black Cat is, well, a little more reluctant to be found. This is Ruth, an interrogation expert as famous as Black Cat. She's also an internationally famous psychiatrist." Ruth continued to smile. "I'm a psychiatrist. I don't need to use any physical means to obtain the information we want. Of course, I know that everyone is very respectful of Black Cat, and I'm fortunate enough to have met him. He said that he's very interested in my interrogation techniques. If there's a chance, we'll work together in the future." Nora was more than a little surprised by this assertion. Ruth was moderately famous internationally. The reason was, in order to apprehend a very evil crime boss, she had captured his subordinates and used special methods to force a confession from them. When, as a result of Ruth's findings, the gang leader was arrested, everyone had praised Ruth for being a great interrogator. Her reputation had started to soar. She had even openly challenged Black Cat, saying that his methods were too cruel. She did not support the use of torture because she believed that every human life was valuable. Rather than engage with Ruth's statement, Nora had produced a book called The Art of Interrogation and had let people draw their own conclusions. Everyone had had their own opinions about Black Cat and her methods, and social media had been lit up by the discussions about Ruth versus Black Cat. That was what had really made Ruth famous. At the time, Carl had even asked if she wanted him to do something to suppress Ruth. After all, the psychiatrist was clearly trying to take advantage of Black Cat's popularity. But Nora hadn't felt that there was any need to take action. Now, however, she was starting to regret that decision. Nora smiled and spoke loudly enough for her voice to carry across the busy room. "How fascinating. When exactly did Black Cat say that he was interested in your interrogation techniques? Nora's voice was cold. Even though everyone was whispering about Ruth, Nora's words cut through the gossip. Ruth's hands clenched into fists at her side. She looked at the woman who had spoken. Her challenger was wearing a black shirt and carrying a big backpack. She looked confident and cool as she stood there. The question pierced Ruth's facade. Had this woman found out that she was lying? Before she was forced to respond, however, Captain Johnson intervened. "Nora, what is this nonsense?" he asked crossly. "Why would it matter when Black Cat said such things? Are you trying to suggest Ruth doesn't know Black Cat? It's not your place to question her like this." Nora raised her eyebrows. Captain Johnson spoke again. "I know that women can get jealous, but this is not a reason for you to question our guest." By that time, Ruth had regained her composure. She maintained her gentle persona and said with a smile, "Captain Johnson, please, it's okay." She looked at Nora. "I am indeed good friends with Black Cat." Nora was staggered by Ruth's brazen lies. "Then, Ruth, please tell us all something about Black Cat. Where is he? What does he look like?" Ruth sighed. "I'm sorry. Black Cat likes to maintain a very low profile, so I can't expose his identity. This was one of the prerequisites for me to come here and accept Captain Johnson's invitation." Captain Johnson immediately echoed, "Yes, so don't pester Ruth about Black Cat. She's not allowed to talk about him." Nora was reluctantly impressed. Ruth had found the perfect excuse. Ruth didn't give Nora a chance to speak again. Instead, she took out a big packet of coffee from her bag. "This coffee is amazing. I've brought it for you. Consider it a gift for you all to try." When she said this, several of the men immediately took a step forward. "Thank you very much, madam," said the man closest to her. "The coffee machine is right over here." Ruth smiled gently. "And please, call me Ruth. We're all colleagues." "Okay, Ruth. Coffee is my favorite. People in our line of work often stay up late. Coffee is indispensable." The man gushed, his words coming out in an awkward tumble. Ruth kept smiling. "It seems that I made a good choice then." As Nora watched the group of people crowding around Ruth, she began to think for the first time that she was maybe not so good at social interactions. It had never occurred to Nora to invite everyone for coffee when she first came to the department. Deep in thought, she dimly heard Morris's voice. "What's in your bag, Nora? It's so heavy." He had picked it up, planning to help her carry it, and he nearly dropped it in surprise. Nora blinked. "There's no need to trouble you, Captain Ford. The bag is filled with some clothes and food for Carl. Is it all right if I give it to him?" Morris nodded. "That's okay, but it'll have to go through a security check before you can take it in." "No problem." A guard sent the bag through a scanner, then carefully inspected the contents as Nora took out items one by one. Tanya had really gone to town for Carl. There were plenty of snacks, as well as cigarettes and daily necessities. Everything was deemed to be acceptable, so the guard waved her through. Nora wanted to get some time with Carl. After all, the last time they had met, Carl had wanted to tell her something, but he had been interrupted by Captain Johnson. Since they had another opportunity, she was determined to get Carl to say what he couldn't say the last time. As she entered the interrogation room, Nora could hear the young man guarding the door saying to his colleagues, "There's a new lady in the department who knows Black Cat." Nora shook her head and shut the door behind her. When she saw Carl, she frowned and got straight to the point. "Carl, what's happening? What did you want to tell me last time? You've got to tell me why you helped that organization bring people into New York." Carl was relaxed. He didn't feel like he was being monitored at all. He wasn't even wearing a prison uniform. He was still wearing the clothes he had worn when he was captured. He sat in the interrogation room as if it wasn't a prison cell, but his own home. This was completely different from the first time Carl had been captured. Now, he seemed to be certain that nothing would happen to him. Ignoring Nora's question, he smiled. "Hi, Nora, how are you? Will you pass on a message to Tanya for me? Tell her I'll be able to see her in a few days' time." Nora narrowed her eyes. "Why do you say that? What's going on? Look, I need you to talk to me. What is the real reason why you transported those people from the organization into New York?" Carl was very calm. "Nora, listen. I can't tell you the truth yet, but you'll find out soon enough. Don't be anxious, everything will be fine." Nora didn't know how to get him to talk, so she handed him the bag. Carl eagerly opened it and took out some sandwiches. "Oh, wow. Most things in this prison are pretty good apart from the food. I'm starving. Nora, will you get Tanya to prepare some more sandwiches for next time?" Seeing him so excited about the food, Nora was certain that Carl really was fine. But what had happened to make his mentality change so much? Nora thought of an unwelcome possibility. She deliberately looked him in the eyes and said slowly, "Carl, tell me the truth. You're not playing dirty, are you?" Carl chuckled and didn't answer. He wouldn't meet her eyes. Nora got the message. She was right. She was more certain than anyone else that the Assassin Alliance had nothing to do with the mysterious organization. She was more than their top assassin. She was actually the Alliance's creator. Having set it up, she then handed the Assassin Alliance to Carl because she hadn't the time to manage it herself. She and Carl had both agreed on the rule that the Alliance could not break the law in New York. Now, however, Carl had taken a huge risk to accept the mission of the mysterious organization for a sum that she felt was simply not worth it. To her, bringing an illegal group of people into New York broke their primary rule. But what if Carl had been entrusted to bring someone to New York in order for them to be captured? She wondered. That would certainly make sense. Nora leaned forward and asked quietly, "Then whose informant are you?" Carl coughed. I can't say anything." Nora changed tactics. "Do you know what nearly happened at the wedding?" "What?" Nora leaned forward and whispered, "At the time, as a member of the Special Cases Department, I was wearing an earpiece of theirs. When you brought Tanya up the red carpet and held me hostage, someone ordered a sniper to kill you." Carl froze. He frowned and then asked, "Who gave the order?" Nora replied, "Captain Johnson. That day was the second day after he was transferred over." Carl tensed, then, after a moment, laughed. "Ah, okay, I understand. But don't worry, he's not my boss." Nora breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. She had told Carl about the order to prevent him from trusting Captain Johnson and revealing key information to him. However, seeing that the person in question was not Captain Johnson, maybe the captain didn't know his identity. In that case, his contact must hold a higher rank than Captain Johnson or Morris. Otherwise, how could Carl guarantee that he would be released? Nora's thoughts were still going over and over what she knew, but Carl wanted to close the conversation. He said, "Don't worry, I've got this. Go home and tell Tanya that I'll make my return in a blaze of glory. I won't let her be the daughter of a criminal." When Nora heard this, she stood up. "Okay, I guess I have to trust you on this." She went out. In the past, Carl had never cared about his status or how others viewed him. But for his daughter, he had clearly decided to rectify things and live like an honest man. Nodding to the guard on duty, Nora left Carl and went to the secure ward where Caleb was being held. Caleb still didn't speak much, and he barely ate enough to keep himself alive. Nora had brought him some medicine, and she made him take it. However, he still didn't want to talk to her. Nora sighed. Truman seems to be very concerned about you. He keeps sending me messages asking you to take your medicine. Caleb looked up at her. Before Nora could read the emotion in his eyes, the sudden movement started him off coughing violently. Pitying him in his current state, and recalling how the Greys had protected her for so many years, Nora said, "I'll make some cough medicine for you. Maybe it'll make you more comfortable."
"There's no need," Caleb spluttered. "It doesn't matter if I beat this illness or not. There's no need to waste your time."
Ignoring his words, Nora stood up. No, it's settled. Although the medicine she made could not treat a serious illness, it could make Caleb more comfortable. It was heartbreaking to hear him cough so horribly all day. Nora thought about what she could give him as she left his room and headed for her office. Arriving, she pushed open the door and was about to enter when she saw two people packing up her stuff. Ruth was standing behind Nora's desk. Nora frowned. Before she could ask, Captain Johnson spoke.
"Nora, you will vacate this office and let Ruth have it. She's an interrogation expert after all, and you're a forensic doctor. Logically speaking, you shouldn't even have your own office. Besides, you wanted to have your freedom at work, and you like to go here, there, and everywhere. I don't think this will affect you much. Anyway, it's settled. Pack your things immediately."
Nora folded her arms and asked, "What if I won't?" Captain Johnson was unimpressed.
"If you don't do it yourself, I'll get someone else to do it. Someone who might not be very careful with your things."
Nora's gaze fell on Ruth, who was still standing behind her desk with a relaxed expression. It was nothing to her if Ruth relied on false stories to gain a reputation. If she really had strong interrogation techniques, then all well and good, and Nora didn't plan to make a fuss about it. But somehow this felt like a personal attack, as if Ruth had deliberately taken her office to spite Nora. Nora sighed. She could stand pretty much anything, except losing. Nora had always been a woman of few words when she felt a well-placed fist could say it better. When it really came down to it, having an office was unimportant, especially as she was rarely there. But it was one thing for her to decide to give up the room, and quite another for her to be forced to let it go. She narrowed her eyes and took a step forward. Captain Johnson frowned. The woman in front of him was slightly built, but somehow seemed very imposing. He straightened his back and asked,
"What are you doing? Why aren't you clearing out your office as I've told you?"
Nora took another step forward and, without warning, punched him in the chest. He grimaced in pain, and then he looked angrily at her. He clenched his fists and got ready to swing at her.
"How dare you hit me? I'm going to make you regret that."
Nora flexed her arms again. She was about to attack the captain again when a stern voice called out, "What on earth is going on here?" Captain Johnson stopped in his tracks. He and Nora turned around in unison and saw Brenda, who had just returned from the gym. She was wearing a black jacket and her wavy hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked capable and neat. Nora thought that she was about to get told off when Brenda stepped in front of her and spoke to the startled captain. "Captain Johnson, what is happening here? No matter what Nora did wrong, you cannot hit her. Step back immediately." Nora blinked in surprise and silently lowered her fists. Captain Johnson felt like he must have heard wrong.
"What did you say? She was the one who attacked first. And my chest still hurts to prove it," he thought.
By then, several other people had arrived on the scene. They didn't know what had just happened, but had heard the commotion and come to see what was going on. They heard Brenda say angrily, "You were berating her. No wonder she hit you. I doubt it hurt anything but your pride. Her little fist must be like a mosquito bite to a man your size. You actually want to retaliate? Nora is going to be my sister-in-law, Come at me if you want to settle anything." Captain Johnson spluttered with outrage.
"What do you mean, like a mosquito bite? Her punch really hurt. Look."
He pulled open his shirt and pointed at his chest for everyone to see.
"See? My chest is red."
Everyone looked down at his chest, then looked skeptically up at his face. Captain Johnson looked down to see what the matter was and realized that, because of the treatment for a heart attack, his chest was still red all over. There was no punch mark visible. Brenda shook her head. "Nice try. This happened when the hospital was trying to save you, right? And you want us to believe that it was my sister-in-law who did this? We're not buying that." The others agreed. "Forget it, Captain. Why are you making such a fuss about a hit from such a small woman? Besides, Miss Smith saved your life. You need to be more grateful toward her." Captain Johnson was about to explode with anger. Nora was no weak woman. That one punch had made him think that he might have another heart attack, but nobody believed him. While everyone was criticizing Captain Johnson, a hint of surprise flashed across Nora's face. "Really? When did I become a delicate girl?" However, when she saw how everyone had rushed to protect her, Nora felt that there could be advantages in occasionally seeming delicate. Brenda claimed her attention again. "Nora, what's going on?" Nora pointed at the captain and then at Ruth, who was still standing in the room. "They want to force me out of my office." Brenda's expression instantly darkened. "Why do you want to do that? Nora was here first, and you want her to give up her office for the new arrival. On what basis?" Captain Johnson thought he might still get his own way.
"Nora's a forensic doctor. What does she need an office for? There's a workstation outside that she can access if she needs it. Ruth, however, is a psychiatrist and an interrogation expert. Naturally, she needs her own office. Besides, this office is well appointed and very suitable for Ruth. She chose this office."
Ruth took a step forward and smiled. "Captain Johnson, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't know there was someone already based here. If I had known that it was Miss Smith's office, I wouldn't have fought for it. Let's not make a fuss over such a small matter. I can work anywhere. I can use the workstation outside, it's fine. Don't make anyone lose face." When Captain Johnson heard this, he nodded. He turned to sneer at Nora.
"Well, Ms. Smith, I think you could learn a lot from Ruth. Look how gracious she has been about not having an office. There was no need for you to be so petty."
Without giving Nora a chance to reply, Captain Johnson puffed out his chest and led Ruth out of the room and down the corridor to the office beside his. After the two of them left, Brenda grabbed Nora's arm. "Nora, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? If you're hurt, my brother will kill me. Why were you being so stupid? If you fall out with Captain Johnson, you'll definitely suffer for it." Nora shrugged. "It's okay, Brenda, I'm fine." She didn't have the energy to explain how unlikely it was that the captain could have fought back. She escaped into her office, but before she could settle to anything, a group of people gathered outside the door. Everyone wanted to chat with Ruth. "Do you really know Black Cat?" someone asked. Ruth smiled and didn't speak. She pretended to pull a zipper over her mouth. "Now you know I can't say anything about that." Damon from the IT department said, "I'm not that bothered about Black Cat. I'm more interested in the best-known hackers. Captain Johnson said he wanted to invite Q here, but he hasn't invited him yet. Now that's someone I'd love to meet." When Ruth heard this, she gave a small smile. "Speaking of which, Q isn't really the best hacker. Most people agree XYZ is the best hacker." Damon said, "I don't know about most people. There's a lot of gossip about both of them, but forget XYZ. We haven't even met Q yet." As soon as he said that, Ruth smiled. "Actually, I know XYZ." Nora instantly pricked up her ears. Ruth knows XYZ, Nora wondered. Is she claiming she knows Justin? Yeah, right.
Nora snorted quietly. The people outside were already in an uproar. You know XYZ, that's too awesome. Who on earth is he? Ruth sighed a little theatrically. XYZ only serves the Hunt Corporation, and he never takes on any other work. There's little point in me telling you who he is. When Damon heard this, he lowered his head in disappointment. You're right. He was dejected. Our department is trying to solve a really difficult problem, and we want to ask Q and XYZ for help. Unfortunately, nobody seems to know who they are, so we can't make contact with them. Hearing this, Ruth deliberately looked at Nora's office and said, I heard that Q has become the Smith Corporation's online consultant. If there's a problem, why don't we ask Nora for help? After all, she's a member of that family. I'm sure if she asked, Q would come right over. Damon's eyes instantly lit up. He turned his head and looked at Nora's office. Nora briefly considered hiding behind the desk, but Damon was staring through the glass door. She stood up, walked to the door, and pulled the blind down, cutting off the view from outside. Everyone was speechless. Damon shrugged and said quietly, Miss Smith is solitary, cold, and proud. We don't dare ask her for help. Ruth stood up. I'll try. But before Ruth could knock, Nora opened the door and walked out. She couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman, but more importantly, she could not expose her identity as Q. Ruth, who was standing in front of the door, had been about to greet her when Nora sailed past, ignoring her completely. The others turned their heads quickly and pretended not to see Ruth's awkwardness. Ruth sighed. Forget it. I'll see if I can help you. Send me the problems you encountered and I'll ask XYZ to have a look. Damon's eyes lit up. Really? That would be great. Damon sent the problems he had encountered to Ruth, who took the questions and returned to her new office. She looked at the people outside and gave a confident smile. Typing quickly, she brought up the hacker's website and privately messaged XYZ. Hello, I'm a programmer, and I have encountered a few unforeseen problems. I wanted to consult with you about them. It's only a few small questions. Please name your price. After sending her message, she waited for the reply. She hoped that the hacker would not ignore her if she was willing to pay a high price for help with a small problem. Even if XYZ ignored her, she could always tell Damon that he was busy and had not replied. Soon it was time to get off work. Damon came to knock on the door, and he looked in hopefully at Ruth. She shook her head. Sorry, nothing yet. He lives in a different country, so he operates in a different time zone from us. He hasn't replied to my message, but I'll let you know as soon as he does. Damon nodded. I understand. I expect he's very busy. I'm willing to wait. Ruth nodded and they left the office together. On the way out, she met various colleagues who all stopped to greet her. Ruth felt she had had a lot of goodwill from almost everybody she had met on her first day at the Special Cases Department. Having swept out of her office, Nora returned home. When she parked, she saw a white SUV parked beside her. Louis was wiping it lovingly with a towel. Nora raised her eyebrows. New car, Louis? Louis nodded. Yeah. All the pretty girls refused to be my girlfriend. Chester said that it was because my car wasn't cool enough. If I wanted a girlfriend, I had no choice but to change to a new car. This car had cost him $90,000, which he knew was an excessive amount of money to spend on a car. But when he had thought about it, he realized that he would receive gifts and cash worth a few $1,000,000 if he got married. Decided it was worth the investment. However, when he thought too much about those $90,000, he felt physically unwell. Nora asked, Are you sure it's because of your car that the girls didn't want to go out with you? Louis nodded. That's what Chester told me. Hey, wait, what do you mean? Do you think it's something to do with me? Are you saying there's something wrong with me? Nora didn't say anything, just agreed silently. Louis was very angry, but he thought of Nora's bank balance and decided he was better off keeping quiet. He swallowed down his initial retort and instead said,
Nora, my car will be yours from now on. You can drive it anywhere if you need it. Just remember to help me out if you take the car." Help him out? Nora was a bit puzzled by this. Maybe he wants me to boost his ego, she thought. So she said, "Yes, well, you can definitely chase after the girls in this car. They'll all want to know you now. It looks amazing. Go for it, Louis." He stared at her, bewildered. Nora was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Louis suddenly laughed. "What I meant was, when you take the car out, please remember to put gas in it. I don't need you to cheer me on for chasing girls." Nora rolled her eyes and headed upstairs. In her room, she turned on her computer and hacked into the Special Cases department. Since she was a member of the department now, she felt she ought to help them out. If there was a problem with the IT department, she would go in and help fix the bug. After fixing all the problems she could see and making sure she had left no trace of who had accessed the data, she logged off and went to bed. The next day, she went to work as usual. As soon as she entered, she saw Ruth and Damon sitting in the hall together. Damon was sitting there gazing at Ruth and looking grateful. Ruth smiled gently and shook her head. Nora ignored them and went to the office. On the way, she heard two colleagues discussing her and Ruth. They're both daughters of wealthy females, but wow, people can be really different. Yeah, Nora is too arrogant. I don't dare ask her for help. Ruth is totally different. I didn't expect her to be so easygoing and so willing to help us. I know. And besides, Ruth is always smiling. She just looks easy to get along with. Totally. Ruth is way better. Nora is so cold. Nora ignored them and entered her office. She found Brenda sitting at her desk unhappily. "Nora, did you hear that?" Brenda asked. "You're about to become the most disliked person in the department. That Ruth is awful. I really don't know what she did to make people respect her so much. She seems so fake to me." Nora glanced at her. "Is that why you're in my office?" "Not entirely." Brenda stood up. "Justin wanted me to ask why you didn't reply to his message last night." Nora didn't speak. How could she tell Brenda that Ruth saying she knew XYZ had irritated her enough to make her ignore Justin? A voice suddenly called from outside. "Nora, Brenda, have you heard? Ruth helped the IT department contact XYZ, and he solved the problem that's been causing so much trouble. Ruth's really awesome." Nora gritted her teeth. She should have known Ruth would take the credit for solving the big problem in the IT department. Should I say something? She thought. Nora frowned in displeasure. Since the first moment we met, I haven't liked Ruth, she thought. Not only did she use Black Cat to make herself look good, she used XYZ to make the others like her. She brags about the things she does, and she actually took credit for what I did anonymously last night. Nora shook her head in frustration. It wasn't in her nature to complain about or confront Ruth. It's not like I can just tell everyone I'm Q, she thought. I still have to keep my identity a secret. I'll just have to stay out of the way and hope to avoid conflict. As she was leaving that afternoon, though, she nearly collided with Ruth. Ruth came through the door with an armful of documents with her head down. She wasn't watching where she was going, and when she saw Nora, she stopped suddenly. Nora stepped back quickly to avoid bumping her, but Ruth's high heel twisted under her foot and she fell heavily to the floor. The sound of her falling brought everyone running into the hallway. "Ruth, what happened?" someone asked. "Are you okay?" Ruth's face twisted in pain as she rubbed her lower back and slowly stood up. She looked at Nora with a hurt expression. "Miss Smith, why didn't you grab me to keep me from falling?" Nora frowned as she looked at Ruth. "I guess I didn't react quickly enough," she said. Ruth winced as she rubbed her back again, eliciting sympathy from those around her. "Never mind," she said. "I guess I'm fine. I don't blame you for it." What? Thought Nora. What would she be blaming me for anyway? She turned to leave, but Ruth stopped her. "Miss Smith," she said, "you look like you're free at the moment. Can you do me a favor? I need to photocopy these documents, but I think I need to sit down for a bit. Could you take care of them for me?" Nora shook her head. "I'm not free right now," she said coldly. Now she's making me do menial chores, Nora thought. She's clearly trying to take me down a notch. "That's enough, Miss Smith," said Damon sternly. "There needs to be a limit to how you act. Just because we're not blaming you doesn't mean you can behave so brazenly." "What?" Nora asked in confusion. "What did you mean when you said you didn't react quickly enough?" Damon continued. "I saw with my own eyes that you took a step backward. You obviously could have caught Ruth and kept her from falling, but you didn't. You're so selfish that I bet it never even occurred to you to help her." Damon took a step forward as he continued his diatribe. "Q obviously works for the Smith Corporation. When we ran into problems, you could have just said the word and he would have helped. But you weren't willing to even do that. Now look at what Ruth did. She waited until the middle of the night for XYZ to come online and solve this problem for us." Nora glared at him. "Q hasn't received a single cent from the Special Cases Department. So why should Q provide services for free? Never mind that I did a good deed anonymously," Nora thought furiously. "And never mind that Ruth stole all the credit for that. But now they're actually using what I did against me. There's no way I can let this go anymore." Damon saw the anger in her eyes and was aware that his resentment toward Nora was unjustified. "Q is a network consultant that the Smiths hired," he thought, "so he is under no obligation to provide services to the Special Cases Department. But Nora's attitude is unacceptable." Nora's attitude had always been the same. Before Ruth had joined the department, everyone had considered her cold and somewhat stuck up. But everyone thought that Ruth had personally contacted XYZ to fix the department's network issues. Compared to Ruth, Nora now seemed selfish and uncaring. With that in mind, Damon felt justified in chastising Nora. "Yes," he said, "it's true that the Special Cases Department has never paid Q, but the department serves the people. If even Ruth can approach XYZ and beg him to help, why couldn't you approach Q?" He's twisting logic to make me look bad now, thought Nora. She sneered at Ruth. "So it's thanks to you that our IT problems were fixed and the network is back up? You were the one to go to XYZ and ask him to fix it?" Ruth thought quickly about how to answer that question. To be honest, she thought, I never got a response from XYZ. I'd been planning to make up an excuse to pass the blame, but the minute I went to leave, Damon came up to me all excited and thanked me for my efforts. Ruth had been dumbfounded to learn that someone had hacked into the system and repaired it. But with Damon and the rest of her colleagues thanking her, she hadn't wanted to admit the truth. And I must have done it after all, she thought. According to Damon, Q and XYZ are the only people that could infiltrate our network without a trace and repair it. It couldn't have been Q. The department had approached him so many times, but he completely ignored us. So it must have been XYZ. He must have seen my request and helped us after all. Ruth was put out by Nora's aggressive attitude. "Miss Smith," she said, "there's no need to focus on who gets the credit. I'm just helping out my colleagues. As Damon said, we're all serving the people here." She avoided the question nicely with her pretty words, thought Nora. She narrowed her eyes and asked directly, "Did you, or did you not, ask XYZ to help the IT department fix the network?" Ruth had no choice but to answer directly. "Yes," she said, "I did." "That's very impressive, Ruth," Damon said. "On behalf of the whole department, I thank you." "I agree," said another officer. "You've only just joined us, but you've done so much for us already. You did the IT department a huge favor, and you're setting such a good example for all of us. We need more people like you in this department." "It's rare to find such good employees these days," someone else said. "No one compares to you." Ruth ducked her head at the shower of compliments. "No," she said with a smile. "These are just things I should be doing as part of my job." "To you, these are things you should be doing," Damon said. "You're setting a good example for others. Some people can't even be bothered to lift a finger to help out. People can't be selfish, especially people in our line of work. If we're selfish, how can we expect to protect society and keep the peace?" Nora listened to their words with mounting anger until she couldn't take it anymore. "Damon," she said with cold fury, "who says that XYZ was the one who fixed the network?" He looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Who else could it have been? Q?" "Well," Nora said, "why couldn't Q be the one who fixed our network?" "How could that be?" Damon countered. "Captain Johnson had already invited Q to join our team multiple times, and Q never responded. Besides, Ruth said that your status within the Smith family might not be very high, so maybe you're not able to assign tasks to Q. Because of that, she told us not to even bother you. No, it's impossible for Q to have fixed the network." Nora glared at Ruth. My status within the family isn't high, she thought. I can't get Q to do something for me. Why is she making these assumptions? Ruth fidgeted under Nora's scrutiny. Damon, that was just my private speculation, she said uneasily. Don't put words into my mouth. Damon hadn't felt that way about Nora previously, but Ruth had purposefully made comments here and there to guide his thinking. He had slowly started to believe that working for the Special Cases Department was an honor and that it was every citizen's duty to serve the department. As his thinking had changed, his resentment toward Nora had grown. He and Ruth had had a conversation the day before about her. I'm going to talk to Nora tomorrow, he had said. You've just returned from abroad, and yet you're completely dedicated to the department and our mission. As a young lady from the Smith family, she comes from a wealthier family than you do, and she enjoys a higher social status. So why doesn't she have a similar sense of responsibility? Ruth had sighed. Everyone has their own difficulties, she had replied. Interpersonal relationships among the very wealthy are complicated. Some people don't hold any real position within their family. Even though they can say that they're from a wealthy family, that just makes them look a little bit more glamorous on the surface. Who knows what it's like for them in private? Damon had immediately understood what she meant. You mean that Nora's status among the Smiths might not be very high? But isn't she the only daughter of the previous head of the family? The current head of the family is the previous head's nephew, you know. Ruth had smiled knowingly. Exactly. The current head of the family is the previous head's nephew. That means he and Nora aren't actually siblings. Damon had drawn his own conclusions. I get it now, he had said. The conversation that had happened between Ruth and Damon the day before had led directly to the conversation that was happening now. Damon ignored Ruth's unease and continued berating Nora. At first, he said, I thought that you must be miserable at home, so I didn't ask you for any extra help. And I've never forced you to make any special contributions to the department. But now, you're making things difficult for Ruth, and I can't have that. Are you just upset that she managed to get XYZ to help us? Nora kept her head down in the face of his anger and pulled out her phone. She preferred to let her actions speak for themselves. Damon watched incredulously as she started tapping on her phone. I can't believe this, he said. You know, I've always liked Q and XYZ. They're every programmer's idols. I believe in my heart that Q is a patriotic person who would willingly help us. But you've never even bothered to convey our messages to him. That's bad enough, but now you're jealous of someone else taking initiative? Nora pursed her lips in annoyance and pressed the enter key on her phone. Then she finally looked up and met Damon's eyes. Don't say anything else, Damon, Ruth interrupted. Everyone has their own lifestyle. We can't impose our own standards on other people. Being strict with ourselves and lenient towards others is the best quality we can have. Ruth was good at getting people to agree with her. She spoke patiently with a sweet, pleasant voice, and the dimples that appeared when she smiled made her highly approachable. The contrast between her and Nora was extreme. Captain Johnson and Morris walked into the hallway just then. Johnson frowned at the group of them. "Why are you all just standing around?" he said. "This is no time for slacking off." "We're not slacking off, sir," Damon said, and he quickly explained what was going on. "Captain Johnson, Captain Ford," Ruth said hurriedly. "Don't hold it against Miss Smith. She has her own difficulties." Johnson sneered as he looked at Nora. "Morris," he said, "you may be the acting director now, but I still have a better eye for people than you do. Just look at this person that you said would bring special talents into the department. She's so irresponsible. You still have a lot to learn." He stared at Morris sternly. "Capabilities and so on are, for the most part, secondary," he continued. "What ultimately matters the most is a person's character. After all, this isn't just any department." Morris looked at Nora. "I'm not convinced that she's in the wrong here," he thought. "It was because she got a hacker to help us that we managed to identify the hotel that Truman was staying at. And later, when word got out that Q was working for the Smiths, we figured that Q was the hacker that helped us. And look how hard she fought at the martial arts tournament, and how she took her revenge on the person that harmed Quentin. No, she's someone with a sense of loyalty that stands up for her friends and family. So, if she really hasn't helped us, there can only be one reason. Damon's upset her, and it's her choice to help or not. I don't think we should claim the moral high ground to guilt-trip others," Morris said. "What do you mean, claim the moral high ground?" Johnson asked in rebuke. "You youngsters come up with all sorts of twisted reasoning and jargon to do what you want. Back in my day, all we had was a passion for this department. If everyone stands back whenever something happens, society will crumble." "I can't take it easy on this so-called acting director," Johnson thought. "He needs to be taken down a notch. Even though he's in charge, I still have the final say when it comes to seniority." Morris frowned. He didn't mind being reprimanded himself, but he didn't want Nora to be reprimanded if she didn't deserve it. He opened his mouth to speak, but one of the IT techs ran up to them. "Damon, bad news." Everyone turned to the tech. "What's wrong?" Damon asked. The man had clearly run all the way from his office. He gasped to catch his breath. "Our network was hacked just a minute ago," he panted. "The hacker sent us a message." "Well?" Damon demanded. "What was it?" "They said, 'I am Q, not XYZ.'" Damon turned to Nora in surprise. She stood there calmly and said nothing. If I had just claimed that I had gotten Q to help, they wouldn't have believed me, she thought. I had to let my actions prove a point instead. "I get it," Brenda said. "You got Q to help, didn't you, Nora?" Everyone looked at Brenda. She explained. "When we were tracking Truman, Damon wasn't skilled enough to pinpoint his location. Nora approached a hacker who was able to tell us where he was. That was Q, wasn't it? And the person who fixed the network last night, free of charge, that was also Q. Right, Nora?" Everyone fell silent. Damon's eyes widened. "Were you really the one who helped us?" he asked Nora quietly. Then he turned to Ruth. "But you said that it was you who got XYZ to help." Ruth clenched her fists. She hadn't expected the situation to unravel in such a way, but she had worked out a plan in advance just in case it did. She said, acting surprised. "But XYZ said he would help. It must have been him who fixed the network." She pulled out her cell phone. "I'll ask," she said. She turned away and sent a message. Do we even need to ask? Brenda asked mockingly. What are you doing? Stealing other people's credit when you've only just joined the department? She turned to Nora. And you, she said in mock seriousness. In the future, remember to let people know when you do a good deed. Got it? You may act all cold, but you're actually a very nice person deep down. You obviously did the IT department a huge favor last night, and you just stood here and let them hurl these ridiculous accusations at you. Why would you do such a thing? Every word she said was like a knife that stabbed into each person there. They looked down or glanced away, and many of them mumbled apologies. Sorry, Nora. Yeah, we really didn't know. What's going on, though? Damon asked. Ruth took the credit. Why would she claim false credit for something like this? Ruth turned back with a guilty look on her face. I'm sorry, everyone, she said. This was all a big misunderstanding on my part. She handed her phone to Damon. Displayed on the screen was her chat history with XYZ. Wasn't it you who helped us fix the network last night? Ruth had asked. No. When I infiltrated the system after agreeing to help, I found that it was already fixed. I assumed you knew about it, so I didn't say anything. XYZ has always been unsociable and eccentric, Ruth explained. And he rarely speaks up. That's why he didn't say anything. And when I arrived here this morning, Damon said that the network had been fixed, so I just assumed that XYZ did it. Miss Smith, let me formally apologize to you. But in the future, speak up. The IT department is all men and their thinking is very straightforward. They won't give you credit if you don't say anything. Thought Nora. Even that apology sounds like an accusation. Does she really know XYZ? I'm surprised she has him as a direct contact. Even I don't have that. I can only contact him through the Hacker Alliance chat. I'm not sure I believe her. Well, Damon said, I'm glad we got this sorted out. Brenda had stepped back, but she watched Ruth suspiciously. Her phone beeped with an incoming message. Have you spoken with Nora? Justin asked. Why is she ignoring me? Brenda quietly spoke into her phone to send her brother an audio message. It's all XYZ's fault, she said. If I were Nora, I would be really mad. Our new employee, Ruth, said that she's friends with XYZ, and she embarrassed Nora. Quick, go ask him why he has a friend like that. Justin listened to the message in disbelief. That's why Nora's angry, he thought. In that case, I'm going to have to explain things properly to the public. What do you mean XYZ has hacked our department? Damon asked in amazement. He had been sitting at his workstation when the computer tech ran up to tell him the news. After all the confusion earlier about which hacker helped our system, I thought the issue was behind us. He thought worriedly. What's going on? Come, see for yourself, the computer tech insisted. Damon followed him to his workstation and stared at the message on the monitor. I can't believe this, he said. It really is XYZ. Just think, I have the opportunity to actually speak with XYZ. First Q hacked us, now XYZ, and all in the same day, the tech said. What kind of sheer dumb luck does this department have? I feel like I can brag to every other computer tech out there now. These are the big bosses we're talking about here. Everyone had followed the two of them, and now they all crowded around the monitor and muttered to each other. But why is XYZ suddenly hacking into our network? Someone asked. And with such fanfare too, someone else responded. No one introduces themselves the minute they hack into a system, do they? Andy doesn't appear to have any bad intentions. Someone glanced over at Ruth. Could it be that XYZ has come over especially to explain what happened? Is he afraid we won't believe Ruth? That's nice of him, but there's really no need for him to go to the trouble. It's also possible that XYZ is saying hi to us on Ruth's behalf. Judging by the initial message, he seems very friendly.
Can I say something? XYZ seems more approachable than Q. Q seems very cold. Shh. Miss Smith is still here. She might overhear you and tell Q. While everyone was speculating, Captain Johnson read the message and laughed. It seems like XYZ is a very polite person. I previously sent him an email inviting him to join the Special Cases Department, but he didn't respond. It seems Ruth gets more respect from him than I do, he said good-naturedly. I guess Ruth really does have a relationship with XYZ, someone said. Sure she does, someone else replied with a knowing grin. I shouldn't say this out loud, but maybe XYZ likes Ruth? Nora pursed her lips as she listened to their chatter. I don't think that's true, she said. Even if it's not true, it's still Ruth who got XYZ here, Johnson said. He turned to Morris and said, You have to consider someone's personality when you recruit them. This isn't an era in which an individual should try to play the hero. Teamwork is what matters the most, and that's something Ruth is good at. He turned to Ruth with a smile. Keep working hard, Ruth, he said. You have a promising future. Ruth was staring at the screen, stunned. Why is XYZ here? She thought, dumbfounded. A new message appeared from the hacker on the screen. Apologies for coming to you like this. I don't have a way to send private messages, so I can only use this method to clarify some things. Ruth felt a shiver of dread. No way to send private messages, she thought, starting to panic. No one else seemed aware of what this meant yet. Damon excitedly typed a reply. It's no trouble at all. What did you want to clarify? Everyone else continued their muttering. Advanced hackers have such odd ways to approach people. Yeah, his actions are so cool. What do you mean, so cool? It's more like too cool, okay? It's obvious that you two are nerds. This is what we regular people call the coolest thing ever. In the midst of this frivolous conversation, Damon realized something. Hey, what did he mean that he can't send private messages? He asked. Hasn't he been sending messages to Ruth? Everyone in the room fell silent. As if planned, another message appeared on the monitor. Just to clarify, I don't know anyone named Ruth. If the Special Cases Department ever needs my help, Ms. Nora Smith has only to say the word and I will do my absolute best. Everyone slowly turned to look at Ruth. The few people standing close to her took a step away. She clenched her fists and stared straight ahead. I never thought that a master hacker like XYZ would appear in our department and hack into the network just to prove a point, she thought. It's like someone who brags that they know a celebrity. Would the celebrity make a special social media post just to clarify that they don't know the person? How could this have happened? A realization hit her. It must be Nora. XYZ is the Hunt Corporation's consultant. To make herself look good, Nora must have spoken to Mr. Hunt and asked him to talk to XYZ. She nervously glanced at Nora. If she has that much power, I may have messed with the wrong person. Ruth, Morris said sternly, please explain what's going on. Do you really know XYZ? She swallowed. How? She stammered. But how do we know for sure that this person really is XYZ? By his abilities? Damon said condescendingly. Do you think that just any hacker can get into our network? Ruth lowered her head as her lips began to quiver. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, everyone, she said softly. I might have been deceived. She pulled out her phone and opened the chat window. I chat with him a lot. When he said he was XYZ, I believed him. I didn't expect him to lie to me. She blinked quickly as tears ran down her cheeks. Brenda didn't buy her act. You know, the minute you joined this department, you claimed to know this person and that person.
she said. You supposedly have connections all over the place. You just found out that the XYZ you know is a fake. So, could the black cat you know also be a fake? What other big bosses do you supposedly know? Ruth flushed. She covered her face with her hands and ran off, sobbing. Gossip started up the second she was gone. What's going on? Maybe she really was fooled. All right, people, Johnson said loudly. Stop speculating if you have nothing useful to say. Everybody get back to work. Captain Johnson is right, Morris said. You've all got jobs to go to, and you can't get any work done just by flapping your lips. And let Ruth serve as a warning to all of you. Despite being a member of the Special Cases Department, she was deceived by a con man. This is an embarrassment. Oh, he's so mean, Nora thought in delight. She had to stop herself from laughing out loud. Johnson's face turned red as he looked straight at Morris. You, he started. Captain Johnson, the department needs to recruit people who at least have a functioning brain. Morris interrupted him. And their character takes priority. Morris turned on his heel and walked away. Johnson felt his cheeks turning redder as he looked at the people around him. All right, get going, he said as he waved his hand. What are all of you still doing here? Nora walked back to her office with a smile on her face. Her cell phone rang as soon as she sat down at her desk, and the caller ID showed that it was Justin. She pressed the button to answer. Nora, he said, sounding aggrieved. The next time something happens, remember to give me the opportunity to explain. Nora leaned back in her chair. Okay. Her flat tone didn't satisfy him. He sighed. Nora, we're lovers, he said. If even lovers are so suspicious of one another, how can we get through life? She was quiet. I've never been in love before, she thought, and I've never known how to interact with people. I was just uncomfortable when Ruth said that she knew XYZ, and the others were talking about XYZ liking Ruth, so I ignored Justin's messages. Maybe I did go overboard. Okay, she said with more feeling. I'll take note of this for next time. Good, he chuckled. So, how are you going to make this up to me? Nora felt herself smile involuntarily. Do I have to make it up to you? She asked lazily. Yes, you do. He's just like a puppy asking for attention, she thought. But the thought didn't displease her. Besides, Justin continued, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I miss you. Let's have dinner together. Nora was about to tell him to bring the children along when he said in a low voice, Just you and me. I'll book a private room somewhere that no one will disturb us. How does that sound? His low, intense voice sent a shiver down her spine. That sounds good, she replied. The smile stayed on her face even after she hung up. At the Hunt Corporation, Lawrence tried not to listen as he walked in on his boss's conversation. He turned away until he heard Justin put his phone down, and then he turned and handed him the document he was holding. Justin scanned the sheet and then signed it. As Lawrence turned to leave, Justin called him back. He turned around. Yes, Mr. Hunt? Just how long do you think it would take for other people to seize my power and take over this company? Lawrence blinked in surprise. What the heck is he thinking? He thought. Boss, the entire company is under your control. Your uncle and his kids would have to get rid of all the employees for that to happen. And if that happened, I would become harmless and easy to control, right? Justin asked. And Ian Smith wouldn't have to worry anymore. Lawrence saw that his boss was looking questioningly at him. I have something I need to take care of, he said quickly, and he fled the office. What if he does something really drastic? Lawrence worried. What if we have to make up plans for the company's bankruptcy? At the Special Cases Department later that day, Captain Johnson called everyone in for an impromptu meeting. As Nora entered the conference room, he said,
"We've investigated, and we've determined that the XYZ that Ruth knew is indeed a fake. The other party was very skillful, and Ruth was deceived. The good news, though, is that it is true that Ruth knows Black Cat."
"She does," thought Nora in surprise. "That's odd, because I'm Black Cat." Before Nora could object, Brenda scoffed and said, "Captain Johnson, do you have evidence of that? After all, she said that she knew the real XYZ too. How can we be sure that this is the real Black Cat?"
"I have my own way of verifying this," Captain Johnson said. "And not only does she know the real Black Cat, she's gotten into contact with him for us. The men we arrested still haven't given us any useful information. After Black Cat heard about this, he decided to design some new interrogation methods for us. Ruth and Black Cat will discuss this and jointly decide on the specific methods to be used." He turned to look at Ruth and then at each person in the conference room. "So let's let today's little misunderstanding pass," he continued. "There's nothing to be gained by continuing to harp on it. Ruth is young and hasn't been exposed to the fraud syndicates. All those con artists' tricks are quite sophisticated. It's not her fault that she would fall for something like this." The other people in the room murmured in agreement. "It's nothing to worry about,"
Damon agreed.
"Besides, you'd never seen XYZ before, but you've met Black Cat in person, right?"
Ruth lowered her head, her eyes still red. "I'm sorry," she said. "I've really let all of you down, and I'm so embarrassed. I met XYZ online, but I'm good friends with Black Cat in private, so I won't be deceived again. Black Cat has already agreed to discuss interrogation methods with me. I'll have a proposal for everyone within 2 days." She dabbed at her eyes with a tissue and sighed. "This incident with XYZ has been a huge misunderstanding on my part. Miss Smith, you were the one who asked Mr. Hunt to get XYZ to come forward, right? Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the dark thinking that I knew the real XYZ." Nora stared at Ruth incredulously. "I can't believe the hypocrisy of this woman," she thought. The incident wasn't a misunderstanding on her part. It was negligence. Ruth looked at Nora apologetically and tried to keep the contempt out of her eyes. "I messed up," she thought, "but I can fix this. My mistake was in thinking that big figures like Q and XYZ wouldn't become involved in the competition between Nora and me. But I underestimated her. In order to beat me, Nora got both hackers to simultaneously make an appearance. She must have spent a lot of capital in order to do that, just to make things difficult for me. But Q and XYZ are both people that the Smith and Hunt corporations can easily contact. With the two companies' resources, it's understandable that Nora won this round. But no matter how powerful the Smiths and the Hunts are, there's no way they would know Black Cat." She had quickly made inquiries, and she had learned that when Carl had first returned to the States, relations between him and the two families had not been good. He had even used Black Cat to threaten the heads of the two families. That means that Black Cat is someone that the Smiths and the Hunts couldn't get in contact with. Her thinking continued. So, no one will be able to expose me this time. Though she kept her outwardly earnest expression, deep down, she felt smug. What's the big deal about being temporarily embarrassed? Johnson invited me into the Special Cases Department because I'm a master interrogator. Only by using my superb skills will I be able to win over the people in this department. Nora ignored what Ruth said and looked away, making Ruth look even more awkward. Johnson cleared his throat. "All right, Nora," he said. "Let's let bygones be bygones. Harmony between co-workers is important. I don't want to hear any talk of revenge or grudges. Do you understand? We're all a team here.
Nora shrugged. Interesting that you should say that, Captain Johnson, Brenda interjected. Originally, everyone in the department worked well together, and now that you've joined us. She let her words trail off and left the thought unfinished, but Johnson could hear the disdain in her meaning. There was nothing he could do, however. Brenda had been transferred into the department by Interpol, so she occupied a special position there. She was outside both Johnson's and Morris's jurisdiction, and that allowed her to behave as brazenly as she wanted to. Whether she cooperated with them or not depended entirely on her mood. He took a deep breath and changed the subject. The other reason I asked all of you to come here today is because Ruth and Black Cat need to understand your personalities when customizing interrogation methods for each of you. Therefore, I need each of you to fill out a questionnaire that Ruth will send out. I expect full cooperation from everyone. Understood? Understood, everyone chorused in unison. But, somebody asked, what's the purpose of the questionnaire? I've studied the people your team arrested, Ruth explained. To be honest, we're already employed many different interrogation methods, but we haven't been having much success. We may need to crack them one by one, in which case, all of you would have to cooperate with another's methods and acting. Therefore, I need to understand everybody's personalities. The questionnaire is very simple, I promise. There aren't any difficult questions. She smiled sweetly. And I'll be showing everyone's answers to Black Cat. I'm sure you all want to give Black Cat a good impression, so please answer the questions to the best of your abilities. A general buzz of excitement followed this announcement. I'll send everyone the list of questions, Ruth said. I hope you can get them back to me before the end of the day tomorrow. She looked at Johnson. Shall we adjourn? He nodded, and people started filing out into the hall. Brenda snagged Nora as they were leaving. Who does she think she is? Brenda asked with a sneer. She just knows Black Cat. That's the only reason she's still here, and she wants us all to answer her questions. Ha! Do you think everyone will fill it out? Nora asked her. Of course. Nora raised her eyebrows in inquiry. If it means that Black Cat would know my name, then yes, even I am willing to fill out the questionnaire, Brenda explained. Why? Do you like Black Cat too? Of course, Brenda said again jauntily. Is there anyone in our line of work who doesn't like Black Cat? If possible, I'd even marry Black Cat. But what if Black Cat is a woman? That's even better, a male colleague said jokingly. Then I could marry Black Cat. The man hurried to catch up to Ruth. Ruth, hey Ruth, he called. What does Black Cat look like? Is he good looking? Come on, just tell us a little bit about him. Ruth smiled as people clustered around, and she found that she was popular again. Brenda sighed and looked at Nora apologetically. I really don't want to give her any attention, but the temptation here is too great. Sorry, Nora. I've got to betray you for a minute, just for a minute. Brenda hurried forward and hooked her arm companionably around Ruth's neck. Come on, little girl, she said slyly. Tell your big sis here whether Black Cat is a man or a woman. Is he handsome? Do you think I'd stand a chance? Nora shook her head. They've all gone mad, she thought. She heard Ruth giggle. Is everyone that interested in Black Cat? She asked. Then why don't I pick 2 representatives from among you to say hi to Black Cat when I have a meeting with him tomorrow? Everyone exclaimed with delight. They're having a video conference tomorrow, thought Nora. In that case, I'd better arrange for something interesting to happen.